very bad. So if I'm trying to build a stable thing, I shouldn't put all my eggs in the Lex Friedman basket unless I'm positive that you're going to do well, right? And these people,
as your financial advisor, I would definitely recommend you do not put all your eggs in this basket.
Right, and so you can think about it like, if I know that these people were trained to think like this, and so the idea that you could start this exchange, you're worth billions of dollars, and you underwrite your whole system by betting, putting most of it on your own token is insane. And what's crazy is we'll later find out that they were basically taking customer assets, which were real things like Bitcoins and Ethereum, with risks that were not so correlated to FTX, and they were swapping them out. They were using to go basically gamble those and putting FTT in its place as quote value. So they were increasing the risk of the system in order to bet big, with the idea that if they bet big and won, we'd all be singing their praises. If they bet big and lost, I don't know if they had a plan, but I think they were being extremely risky, and there's no way to avoid their knowledge of that.
So when you say customer assets, I come to this crypto exchange, I have Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrency, and this is a thing that has pretty stable value over time. I mean,
Yeah,
as crypto relatively so, and I'm going to store it on this crypto exchange, and that's the whole point. This is so this thing, to the degree that crypto holds value, it's supposed to continue holding value. There's not supposed to be extra risk associated with it.
Right. And FTX was pretty clear from the beginning that they wouldn't invest your assets in anything else. They wouldn't do anything else with it. They wouldn't trade it. That's what made FTX so such like a horror story for investor confidence, is basically they made every signal that they would not do anything nefarious with your tokens. They would just put them to the side, put them in a separate account that they don't have access to, and they just kind of wait there until the day that you're ready to withdraw. Uh, that's explicitly what they told their customers. So going back to the story a little bit, CZ then says, "Hey, I'm selling this token that underwrites the value of FTX." There's a total panic. SBF during this time says several lies, such as FTX assets are fine, we have enough money to cover all withdrawals. And a day later, he basically admits that that wasn't the case. They don't have the money, they're shutting down. And then a few days later after that, they declared bankruptcy. I should be clear, there's Alameda Research, FTX International, and FTX US, which is the US side of things. These are three different entities. All of them are in bankruptcy, and it's not clear to the extent that they were commingling funds, but it's clear that they were commingling funds to some extent. So they kind of were taking from each other, and that is where the fraud happened, right? Because if going back to our earlier analogy, if you're supposed to set funds aside, and I find out you were using it to go make all these arbitrage trades or do market making or all these activities you were known for your like hedge fund trading firm thing, that's a huge problem, because he basically lied about this. And especially when he's saying explicitly that we have these things, we have these funds, and these things turn out to be lies. Well, again, the question of fraud comes in, and it's just like, there's no way he didn't know. So the obvious question might be, well, why isn't he locked up? Why is he running around? And it's because really his story is that he didn't know anything. He found out that they had, to steel man his position, he would say he was totally disconnected from what Alameda was doing. He had no idea that they had such a large margin position, that they had an accounting quirk, and that accounting quirk hit $8 billion from his view. And so when he was saying that they had money to cover it, he was saying that truthfully to the best of his ability, and he just was so distracted at the time that he made a series of increasingly embarrassing mistakes. And now he owes it to the people to right those wrongs by publicly making this huge apology tour. You might have seen him on, he's been talking to nearly everyone um, about basically how he just didn't know what he's doing. He's the stupidest man alive.
So what are some interesting things you've learned from those interviews?
I think I've appreciated why you don't talk in that position. Most people wouldn't talk. Most people would listen to their legal counsel and to not talk. I do not think any lawyer worth their salt would tell him to talk, because right now, I think the danger of what he's doing is he's locking himself into a story of how things happened, and I don't think that story is going to hold up in the coming months, because I think it's impossible. From the insider conversations I've had with Alameda Research employees, with FTX employees, it's impossible to square what they are telling me with no like incentive to lie with what SBF is telling me with every incentive to lie, which is fundamentally that he didn't know they were commingling funds. He didn't know they were gambling with customer money, and it was basically this huge mistake. And it's Alameda's fault, but he wasn't involved in Alameda, a company he owns.
So, like a compassionate but hard-hitting gangster that you are, very recently, you interacted with SBF on. This is coming as you're saying this. You interacted on Twitter Spaces with SBF, and really put his feet to the fire with some hard-hitting questions. What did you ask him? What did you learn from that interaction?
Sure, I should say first, this was not a willing interaction. I mean, I thought that was kind of the funny part of it. Because I've been asking him for an interview for a while. He's been giving interviews to nearly everyone who wants one, big channels, small channels. He didn't give me one, but I managed to get some by sneaking up on some Twitter Spaces and DMing the people and like being like, "Hey, can I come on?" So I didn't get him to ask everything that I wanted, because he like would leave sometimes, after I asked some of the questions. But really, what I asked was about this 8 billion and zooming in on the improbability of his lack of knowledge. It's sort of
Tonight, we're going to have a lot of fun. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Van's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Happy to have you guys here. Just a few very okay. NinjaBuses.com. You can get an unbelievable bus trip to the HEB Center December 30th and 31st, back to downtown Austin, Texas. It's your new favorite holiday tradition, the two-night event, Phil Tony, live from the HEB Center. Get a Ninja Bus and be safe. You don't have to worry about Ubering or drinking and driving on the big New Year's Eve night. So be smart, ninjabuses.com. Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Every single week, I have two of the funniest people in the world. You know what I love about this month? This is new guest month here on Phil Tony, and these are two brand spanking new ones. One is a comedy veteran who just moved to Texas from beautiful New York with them, and we decided to have him here 1 week later. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for tonight's guest. It's Dave Landau and Sketch.
Oh boy! Oh my God! Dave Landau! Sketch! Get over here, Sketch! Sit down, buddy! Dave Landau! Dave Landau! Sketch!
Oh my goodness! This episode is sponsored by Zippix. Dave Landau's on tour, DaveLandau.com. Sketch is one of the most famous streamers in the world. Never done stand-up comedy before in your life, am I correct?
No, sir. First time in front of a live audience.
Look at that. This guy's used to just fucking sitting there, no pants on, whatever's going on in the wild world of streamers. I don't know. I don't ever see any of it, but I guess the kids love it.
Hey, it's a little more formal, but I'm ready to go. I came here ready to fuck up, so I guess we'll...
Nailed it. How about a hand for Sketch's first live audience? You guys are it. That's pretty exciting. Dave Landau, a 20-year stand-up comedy veteran. Quite the office and quite the mix here we have. Welcome, Dave.
Thanks for having me.
We're going to have a lot of fun tonight. How do you look forward to it? Very funny man. I've seen his stand-up. A new resident in Texas, am I correct?
I've been in Dallas for a while.
Oh.
Come to Austin for upstate, so
Exactly. Isn't that the truth? We're going to have a wild time tonight. Over 250 human beings signed up for this bucket. Oh, geez, I'm spilling 12 beers on the fucking bench. Anything can happen. I've been doing a thing where I have an audience do a thing first game. You have a Great Tony shirt on, sir. Go ahead. What do I do? What do I do? There we go. Let's do it. That looks fine. Not inside. Go wrangle them. And while they wrangle that comedian from across the street, let me remind you guys that that bucket full in 60 seconds. Everyone does. You know the tiny puppy hear the sound of a kitten. Means we have to wrap it up now unless they bring up an angry retarded bear, which interrupts them. And then I conduct an interview. We have fun with them. We figure out what else is interesting about them. What else could they joke about? That's how their set always goes. Anything can happen. It's always wild. The whole thing's improvised. You guys ready to start tonight's episode? Let's start it with a very special time, everybody. This young lady was made the most recent Golden Ticket winner just 2 or 3 weeks ago. And this is her first scheduled brand new minute on the show. We're all very excited. The youthful, the powerful, the brand spanking new first scheduled appearance. Make some noise for Golden Ticket winner, the Kiltony re-debut of Aya, ladies and gentlemen. Aya starting off the show.
I'm in college. College is cool. I like it because it's a time where you can learn things about yourself. Like I recently found out that I'm asexual. I'm asexual, so I'll sleep with any of my professors for a good grade. Except if they're women. I'm a straight A student. Well, yeah, I'm a straight A student. A lot of girls my age have sugar daddies. I don't know, I couldn't do it. It doesn't seem right. Like, my dad also has diabetes, but I would never sell his insulin to pay rent. I'm like too scared of reaching for one of the needles and then it pokes me. And now I have diabetes. I can't afford diabetes. $35 for a pair of socks. No, thank you. Now I'm broke. I'm so broke the other day I googled how to make gas at home. Step 1 is to control Afghanistan. So okay, thank you guys.
Aya, the newest Golden Ticket winner with a brand new minute. Aya. Where are you going to college, Aya?
Well, I just graduated. I wrote that joke while I was in college, but I was at UT. I just finished there.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. What did you study there?
I studied film,
Oh, cool.
so I didn't do a lot of learning, but it's nice to walk around the campus and stuff. They have hammocks and stuff. So.
Hell yeah. Sounds pretty chill. Is that expensive college or do you get a scholarship?
No, I went for free, so the government Thank you, Governor.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The federal government, was it the state government?
I think it was a little bit of both. So UT gives out like they're really generous people out there at.
People like you.
Yeah, they've told me I'm special in a lot of ways. They really have. Yeah, they like because I'm a woman, so they want you there and stuff.
You ever do anything for extra scholarship money, like wear a burqa or drag a rainbow flag around or protest or anything?
I had to do that stuff in high school. No, yeah, I used to definitely use them.
I love it. So you weren't googling gas because you're pro-Palestine?
No, I actually don't even use Google that often. It's just a joke.
I thought you were going to say I don't even use gas. That you had an electric car. You have electric car energies. What kind of car do you have?
Oh, I know. I have a like a gas car.
Oh, very good.
Yeah. It's a Toyota.
Hell yeah. Sketch, what are you thinking over here? I see you.
So asexual. What do you think about me then?
Are you actually asexual?
You could probably go to that one. I don't know if anyone's been on Twitter.
I actually like thought I was asexual at one point, but I like had an eating disorder, so I was like severely malnourished. So maybe just try eating more.
I like them all different kinds. You know,
Aw,
whatever you give, I love them. So
that's
down
sweet
to that.
actually.
Some who can't hurt you anymore. Speaking of all different types, does your dad really have diabetes?
Yeah, he does type 2, so it was his fault.
Amazing.
Yeah, he deserves it.
What do you think it was that gave him type 2?
So my dad is like obsessed with honey. So he got it from like honey and then like dates, like the Arab like dried fruit, which is so lame. He doesn't like eat cakes or sugar. It's just natural sugars that gave it to him.
Wow, honey and dates.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Those are Red Band's healthiest snacks. Amazing. Oh, bother. There you go. That's my business partner, everybody. The old Harry Potter. Time to shave your Potter down, for he is Harry. We'll figure it out. I can't wait. I can't wait. Any second now, it's gonna all make sense. I love it. What else? Anything else before we let you go? Anything else crazy going on in life?
Yeah, my dad has like this guy living in his backyard,
Whoa.
and he keeps giving him tasks to do around our backyard. Like my dad has like a white slave basically,
Amazing.
and he's like on meth or something, and he just hangs out, and he's been building a fence for my parents for like 3 months.
Those are called Mexicans.
No, this guy, because my dad like he doesn't know Spanish and he doesn't know English very well, so him communicating with someone who doesn't speak English is be really tough. But so he likes white labor. So.
Wow. So the guy sleeps in your dad's backyard?
So I don't live with him, but he's always there when I'm there. And sometimes he disappears for a little bit. When my dad says every time he pays him, he disappears for 3 days.
Wow. Amazing. That's called a drug addict. That is incredible. Well, very interesting stuff. Have you ever talked to this guy in your dad's backyard?
No, I gave him cake the other day. He got really happy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Your dad's just like, God, I wish that was me.
Yeah. Yeah, he couldn't have it.
You're diabetic, probably.
Yeah, diabetes.
Does he still use honey?
Yeah, he can't get over it. Like every single night, even if he's good all day, he'll like binge a bunch of dates before he goes to bed, or like he'll like I walked on him just spoon.
By the way, Red Band posted on Instagram at 4 a.m. last night a moldy Wendy's burger that he ate. He both complained about the burger and also ate. Would you eat half of it?
Moldy was burnt.
The bread was burnt?
Yeah, the whole burger was burnt.
That's what you were complaining about.
Yeah.
But you also said something about mold. What
No,
was
because
that?
last time I had a problem with it was moldy.
Yeah. And you complain online every time you get late night drunk fast food and it's not good.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah.
a wildly successful podcaster, goes online to complain about. Do they ever give you what you want? After that, does that ever pay off? Is Wendy's ever like, here's fucking $20 or something, dude?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
And that's what you do it for?
It's fun, man. It's like coupon clipping.
Oh my god. Do you ever clip coupons?
No. I use coupon codes online. Where's my honey quota?
Okay. Way to get the show started. Amazing stuff. I love it. We're going to all watch her grow together. A star is born here on Kiltony. The Kiltony first ever scheduled set by Aya, everybody. Oh, snap. Heidi has arrived, everybody. Make some noise for Heidi. And we make the big switch to the bucket, everybody. This is where shit gets wild. Sometimes we're meeting somebody that we've never seen before. Sometimes it's the return of somebody that's been on years ago, maybe months ago, maybe a couple weeks ago. Anything can happen. Your first bucket pull of the night, 60 seconds uninterrupted, goes to Matt Walker, everybody. Matt Walker. Oh, shit, it's Matt Walker. Oh, my God. Make some noise for Matt, everybody.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? So I recently got kicked out of the hair club for men because I recently shaved my head. But it's okay because I've been asked to join some other clubs. I think because of my algorithm, I've been asked to join Cool League, like the cue balls and stuff like that. But I reached out to Make-A-Wish because it looks like I'm now suffering from cancer. And I won't be able to make my next minute because I'll be going to Disney World with Joe Rogan. So, um, but yeah, things have been changing for me. I used to have a crazy deceased come over. So it's been just opening my eyes to new things. I was just on last week, so my episode hasn't came out yet. So I had a joke that was kind of relevant to that, but I'm just kind of going with it. It was something that needed to be brought to my attention. You know, that I needed to shave my head. At first, I thought Tony might have been being a little mean and insensitive, but sometimes it takes to take a good hard look in the mirror that nobody close to you will tell you that, you know, maybe it's time for Puerto Rico to shave their fucking head.
Doesn't make any sense at all, but it's adorable. Matt Walker.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
So let me give a little context to this bucket full. The odds of this happening are absolutely insane. Matt was on last week, so Matt came out with the world's most diabolically. You just have to take my word for it. It was the worst haircut you've ever seen in your entire life. Barely anything was left. And I mean, it was just fucking, it's like if I took this on a bald head and just made like 11 lines. I swear to God, it was like combed down like to here to make it look like,
Like a Sharpie at one point, like an egg.
What's amazing, Matt, is you should have waited.
I know, bro.
The odds of this happening are beyond insane. People think that this show, I've heard rumors that the show is fucking like produced and that the bucket pools are fake. If it was, this wouldn't be happening right now.
Not to cut you off, I actually told Red Band that last week because the guy with the beard, the cowboy hat, how he comes on, he's been on multiple times and stuff.
You told Red Band what?
That it doesn't seem so random. That maybe like it's not all like bucket pools or whatever. But I mean, yeah, it's just completely random.
Well, it clearly is. If you would have waited
I should have
another
no.
couple weeks, you would be a star. All these people would know you, and
Yeah.
they'd be like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, I know, bro. I know.
You got a little excited here, and you did all your "I don't have hair" jokes, and they're like, "Oh, yeah, so
Yeah.
what?"
Yeah. No, I hear you. No, I hear
But
you. The timing of it.
Didn't I tell you I was just gonna put you up in a month?
Yeah, that too as well.
But you couldn't wait.
Yeah, well, I was just here, but bro, I mean, it was the chances of me being pulled out the bucket. I know I've heard people say this shit. It's like, man, why are you saying that? You know, maybe just don't sign up. You know what I'm saying?
Don't sign up.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I hear
You would have been a star.
Well,
That would have been a huge step.
Hopefully, it'll still kind of carry. I mean, I could have just.
It'll resonate. It'll resonate with the people at home.
Yeah.
That's for sure. But these people are like, who gives a fuck about your bald head, dude?
I was aware.
So what? What else? Do
My head just been spinning, bro, trying to come up with ideas.
Well, it's much easier to spin now with a
Yeah, spin on top. So
the old soft top you got up there.
But yeah, I appreciate the opportunity you gave me last week.
All right, Jelly Roll, relax. Jesus Christ. Fucking acceptance speech over here. Look at your fucking, the carpet matches the drapes down there. So Matt, have you thought about anything that we didn't talk about in your interview last week that might be interesting?
No, but yesterday I just got pulled over with an invalid license, and the cop would not give me a break, bro. He towed my shit, and I had to.
Wait, you had an invalid license?
Yeah, because and it's really just because the DMV, they don't have enough people to get you a new license. He's a jerk about it, dude. My birthday was on the 16th of November, so my license is, it needs to be
expired.
Yeah, expired, not like suspended or.
On November 16th, he didn't let you off?
No, dude, he was a jerk.
Where was this?
Garden Ridge, Texas, right outside of Cibolo. He was an Asian cop, short Asian cop, dude. Like, it's relevant, bro.
He was a short Asian cop?
He was a jerk. Even his supervisor came, was like, this guy's a jerk. I was like, bro, he wanted me to meet me in the middle. Like, I could not.
His supervisor came?
He made him give me a break, and then he hated it, dude. He, like, walked away like, because his supervisor's like, you need to give that a warning. That's bullshit,
Right.
My dad had to come pick me up. Yeah, dude. They towed my shit. I got it out in an hour. He was trying to tie me up. I was like, bro, I'm gonna get it out today. Like, you're not gonna. And I'm broke right now. He was like my last $300-$400, but it's just another bump in the road, dude. I've been watching videos and shit lately about like how some of these things are gonna make you stronger, more resilient. You know what I'm saying? It's all Jelly Roll, bro. I think Jelly Roll was one of those videos.
That is pretty Jelly Roll. Not to be confused with Egg Roll that wanted to arrest you yesterday. So, your car got towed and you had to get it out?
Yeah, I got it out. I called because it's Sunday, bro. He was trying to hinder me. I guess he was just trying to make my life hard, bro.
This is like a small Texas town.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And I actually do work for a lady that lives in Garden Ridge. She's probably like she's got a Ferrari in her garage now. She's a rich ass lady, but.
What do you do for this lady?
Does kind of have a little vibe to it, She's an older lady, but.
What do you do with this lady?
Dude, she has me do she's like a Martha Stewart type, bro. She has me bring down all her Christmas decorations out of the garage, like from her.
Have you been building a fence for some guy? I think we're figuring this out slowly. Building fences for diabetic brown people out there? All right, Matt Walker. Well, we met you last week.
Yes,
you
sir.
already have a joke book. You have a new outlook on life. I was going to give you a spot in a few weeks, but you just fucking did it.
Nah, come on. You can still do that one, right?
Okay, well, stop signing up. You're a lucky fuck, so stop signing up, all right?
The universe wants it, bro. Jelly Roll.
Okay, get out of here. There goes Matt Walker. Jesus Christ.
Wait till you guys know what happened.
Yeah, you're not going to believe it. It's literally... It's proof that the show's not set up, I do believe. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Game Time. Guys, you know I love live events. And when I go to live events, I make sure to use the best ticketing site in the industry. Game Time. Game Time has a new feature called Game Time Picks that makes getting tickets for your favorite live events even easier. Game Time Picks filters out the fluff to show you only incredible deals on great seats so you don't have to waste time searching through thousands of tickets. Red Band.
Tony, Game Time is the best. They're the best ticketing game in town. I just found a super deal with Game Time picks for Goose. You know Goose? They're great. At the Moody Center, it's so easy to pick your seats, add them to your cart, and check out. I personally love the seat views before you buy, in addition to the lowest price guarantee.
No doubt about it, with Game Time picks, curation makes it easier to save more on sports, concerts, comedy, and theater. Plus, they're all-in pricing that shows the total up front with no surprise fees at checkout. Game Time also has the best ticket coverage. Your purchase is covered with the most flexible customer service policy in the ticketing industry. So take the guesswork out of buying concert tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code KILLTONY for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account, redeem code KILLTONY. $20 off, that's why. Download Game Time today. What time is it? Game Time. All right, your next bucket full, ladies and gentlemen, goes by the name of Danny B. Danny B is next on Kill Tony. Here we go.
you, thank you. So I am aware that I look like one of Joe Rogan's clone. I look like an Oompa Loompa that joined the Nazis. So there was this. The reason the reason why police officers don't have turtles as pets is they can't kneel on their necks. I saw this homeless guy with a sign that said "hot, hungry, and homeless." It's like that's pretty self-absorbed. I mean, if you're that sexy, just have some sex and get out of poverty. I mean, if Kamala Harris did it, why can't you? I think the only reason why white guys date black women is to ensure that their kids can have bigger that do have bigger dicks than them. So that's my time.
All right, Danny B. This is your first time on the show, Danny?
On the show, yes.
Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up?
About a year.
About a year. Where at?
Vegas.
Okay. So, here in Las Vegas. What do you do for a living, Danny?
Sorry, what was that?
What do you do for a living?
For a living, I just moved to Austin, so right now I've been doing DoorDash.
Look at the DoorDash. Okay. Do you eat your food?
Never. I'm a good DoorDash.
Good DoorDash. Do you think it's big in you guys' ratings?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want to deliver late night warnings to
Me and Red Band have a straight up line. He just texts me now.
Wow, you even knew what I was talking about. I love it. So, Danny, been doing it a year. What made you come here today?
I mean, the show and the comedy opportunities that are out here in Austin.
Yeah, you're visiting for a few days?
No, I live out here.
Oh, nice. So you were in Vegas. When did you move to Austin?
About 4 weeks ago.
4 weeks ago. What's your living situation?
I live in my car.
You live in your car?
Yeah.
Okay, where are you even parking it at night? That's something I always like to ask people that live in their car. It's a tricky situation out here.
I park it in like a gym parking lot.
Okay. You have a gym membership?
Yes. That's how I shower.
It seems very pro-police when you're doing full gym. There's no, I don't know. Do cops not have churros? Is that a thing?
I mean, I've never seen one with one, so I mean, it would just the connection makes sense to me.
Have you ever seen an Asian cop before?
I mean, you never see them with cats, though, do you?
What do you do for fun, Danny B?
So just like a lot of outdoor stuff, like hikes, walk around, shit like that. Listen to comedy every day.
Okay. Nice. And what kind of car is it that you live in?
It's a 2015 Hyundai Accent.
Okay. So were you born and raised in Vegas?
Born and raised in Vegas.
How does that happen? What are your parents like? I always wondered that.
So my mom is a recovering addict,
Yep.
alcoholic, and my real dad, is in prison. He's been in prison since I was 3 years old.
I love that one. You have a little Vegas. We have a little Vegas soundboard.
Jackpot.
I love it. So, your real dad has been in prison?
Yeah, since I was 3.
For what?
He murdered a guy. And
Oh, here you go. Wow. Do you know the context of the murder? Could you describe what happened?
So, both my parents were using pretty heavily, like meth and cocaine and shit like that. And then one day he came home and broke my mom's nose. So, so she took me.
Yeah.
She took me to like one of her friend's house, and she had like two guys like sleeping over because she was like kind of scared. And my real dad was. I understand.
Oh, that's a great idea. Nothing makes a guy that'll punch you in the nose happier than two fucking dudes at the house.
Right? Well, I mean, like,
Do you know why he punched her in the nose in the first place? Just out of curiosity?
I never really asked my
She's
mom.
only good at cooking meth and not food.
She fucked up the meth while she was cooking.
Sounds like a wild house. Maybe it is better you live in your car. So, okay, punches her in the nose. You don't know why. You go to a house with some dudes, and then
And then, so he was drinking and drugging that whole night, and then he kind of like stalked her and saw what they were doing. He thought she was fucking them, and he broke in, killed one guy, and then stabbed another guy in the shoulder, and
okay, all right.
paralyzed his arm.
Paralyzed. His arm's still paralyzed.
Yeah.
Wow. Have you ever met that guy?
I have not.
When you do, make sure to shake the right hand. Yeah.
I'll just play with the other one.
What did he do to the other guy? Stab him in the heart? How did the one guy get off just shooting him?
So I like after like the one guy, like he was just dead, and I think he like stabbed him in the heart a couple times.
That'll do it.
And
Stops the heart from beating and pumping blood, easier to clean up the mess. I got
right?
you.
It was pretty messy. It was a pretty messy experience.
Yeah.
But yeah. So like after he stabbed like the second guy, like the house woke up and he dipped, and he just went to a bar after and just like drank it till the cops came.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that people were mad they got woken up. Yeah, just when things couldn't get any worse. I'm just trying to get some goddamn sleep around here. You stopped the kitchen stabbing? Is that where it was? Where were in the kitchen? I feel like it was.
No, he stabbed them in different bedrooms.
Oh. Were any of them sleeping with one another?
No.
Wow. That is fucked up. Red Band with a wise observation over here. That's fucked up. Yes, that is fucked up. Unbelievable. So he was bring him into a tree. Do you go visit him sometimes?
I visited him once when I was like 12, and I didn't just.
Do they have anything fun in a Vegas prison? I mean, even at their airport.
They have vending machines where you could buy like little mini pizzas, like a Red Band.
Did you have a pizza there?
I did have a pizza there.
Fuck yeah. Amazing. And it was good?
It was decent. It was like the Red Bear ones.
Did Dad ever ask you for money or anything?
No, I haven't talked to him in like 10 years. So.
He has a life sentence, right?
No, he actually has, I want to say, like 20 more years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So.
Okay. Not bad. I'll find you. Yeah.
That's a big worry that my mom has, is that he's going to come out British Virginia.
Yeah.
So
Really?
does he know that they weren't fucking there? Like, does he go, shit, I fucked up? Or
I mean, he, like, the one time I did talk to him, he, like, expressed...
Stab you. The one time you talked to him?
He expressed that, like, he was sorry and, like, he wished he could take stuff back, and he was just, like, not in the right state of mind. Like, he was all bummed out and stuff. So.
Right. Exactly. And you haven't talked to him since you were 12?
I talked to him probably, like a decade ago, so probably, like, next year.
Okay. Shame you can't make a phone call to prison whenever you want. That would be great.
I could tell him to call back next week.
Yeah. So Danny, is DoorDash the end all be all for you? What are you
Hell no, dude.
What type of job are you looking for? What do you want to
So,
get
like,
into?
ultimately, I do want to be a comedian,
Right.
but, like, the backup plan is to be, like, a plumber or electrician.
You have talent in those fields?
I mean, I'm mechanically inclined. I was in the Army National Guard. I didn't deploy or anything, so,
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
What did you do there? Oh, wow. There you go. Little stubby middle finger for you. Okay. Well, if anyone needs an electrician or a plumber in Austin.
I mean, I'm open to any job. I'm pretty versatile.
Yeah. Well, how can people find you?
I mean, you want to put it on Instagram?
Sure. Is that good for you?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Comedian Danny B.
There you go. Comedian Danny B. He's only a year in. Living out of his car. Seems like a nice guy. Seems like he's got his life together. A lot of common sense. Good answers. There he goes, Danny B. And Danny, even though the performance was just okay, you got a lot of work to do. So here's the big joke book for you. Danny B, everybody. All right. Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Mason Davis, everybody. We're moving along. Make some noise for Mason. Here we go. Mason Davis, everybody. Here he is. One more time for Mason.
Used to live with a couple guys who were super into like Star Wars and Marvel. Don't get me wrong, it was a great movie. Do you guys know how hard it is to get laid in the current format with all Jedi's watching? Like, I thought we were friends, man. Whose side are you on? I don't know. It was a nice, brand new apartment. I wanted to show it off. It was just decorated like it was a set with a 4-year-old version. It was really unfortunate. Did you guys know that pussy humidifier is a real thing? Turns out it was actually just my apartment. I recently found out that my neighbor is a black beautiful queen, and I'm not the smoothest with the ladies, but I finally worked up the courage to go and introduce myself. I went up, talked to her, said my name, said her name right. And then a bee started flying around her head. She screamed and took off running. Now, if you're just walking your dog across the street, enjoying your morning, you can't see a fucking bee. You just see a white man and a black lady having a conversation, takes off running. I don't know. We did finally hook up recently, though, but I let her peg me, but it was only like reparations.
All right, Mason Davis. There it is. Okay. Talk about it. Is any of that true? Is it a black? Really? You have a black beautiful queen neighbor?
I do. That part is true. I didn't let her peg me.
Right.
We didn't hook up, I should say.
Right. Okay. Okay. How long you been with stand-up?
About a year and a half, year and 5 months.
All of it here in Austin?
No, I just moved here September.
From where?
Oregon.
Okay. Portland or out in the middle of nowhere?
Out in the middle of nowhere. I was living about an hour and a half south of Portland. I was driving up there every day.
Yeah, it's truly Illinois. It's been a very meth-heavy episode so far. Everyone has had some almost direct correlation to meth in some way, either through their parents or friends or something. You were close to a lot of meth there in the middle of Portland, am I correct?
I didn't live there, but yes, driving through, you'd see it like on the road.
On the road.
Yeah.
You would see a lot of methy type of characters.
Oh, yeah.
What do you do for work, Mason?
Right now I work at Boot Barn.
Okay. How did you get into Boot Barn?
I went there with my dad when I first moved here. He was a steel carpenter. He was like, he goes, okay, I can do a pretty good job. So,
and they're like, you have no experience with boots, but you're white.
Perfect for the job.
There you go. All right. Guys, what do we think about Mason Davis?
Oh, so the Black Queen was just a bee?
Yeah, good question.
I was kind of just wondering the joke, and I'm not insulting you.
yeah.
You're just wondering what's funny.
Yeah, no, I agree with Dave on this. I noticed that he laughed and I laughed both at your setup.
Yeah,
A combined 38 years of stand-up experience between me and Dave, and you both had us giggling at the setup, and then it kind of went nowhere.
you do look like somebody who would marry a black woman, and people are like, why the fuck are they together? Like, have you ever seen these people?
Yeah.
And then you have one of those weird white blondie freckly fucking creeps. I mean, that
no one wants. Did you try with her? Did you try Mason?
Did I try hooking up with her?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm not that good at talking to girls, so just introducing myself is a big step.
Can you look straight out there and say exactly what you said to her?
Yo, what up, bitch?
For a second, I thought that was it. Okay, look out there and give us an example of what you said to this beautiful black queen.
My name is Mason. I just moved here. What's your name?
Oh, hell no. What the fuck? Creepy ass motherfucker. Looking like all the characters of Friends mashed together.
My rent's gonna
How are you able to afford that?
Boot barn, and I saved a good. I used to be a welder, so I saved up a couple of $1,000 for that too.
How much did you save exactly? I'm always so interested when people tell me they save money. This is an unorthodox show. It's not normally a common thing to ask somebody how much money they saved, but this is that type of show. Just out of my own curiosity, can I guess?
Yeah.
I'm gonna say you saved $8,500.
I wish. It was about 5,000.
Man.
I appreciate the. Yeah. Working at a Texas boot barn, like, what's your most common question when you get there?
Well,
Usually it's
Spanish.
Spanish, or can I make it in Urdu? Oh, it's for fence climbing. No, it's usually just like it depends on the people that come in. Because some people like have worn boots before, so they're just looking for a certain thing, and some people are like, I have never worn boots before. Of course.
What do you think?
I was being nice.
What do you think made you want to be a stand-up comedian, Mason?
I used to made all my friends laugh, and I really enjoyed that. And then I just
Do you have any childhood trauma?
No.
Parents are happy all together.
Yeah.
No murders or anything.
Nah.
Nothing at all. Just made your friends in Oregon laugh.
Yeah, and I was getting good, and I was getting better at stand-up than I was doing, but I wasn't doing it that much yet.
Doing a lot of spots here in Austin.
Trying.
What do you mean by trying? What is that?
Getting a lot of open mics, actually.
Right. So is that working for you?
Yeah. Getting better at writing more.
I love it. What else do you do for fun, Mason?
I'm just trying to figure out the city, because I just moved here pretty recently. It's my first time living in a big city. It's a little overwhelming at first, but I've been falling in love with it. I'm just trying to figure out where the cool little spots are.
Fentanyl dealers.
Yeah.
What part was overwhelming? What do you mean the overwhelming?
Like in Albany, where I'm from, there's not a street that shuts down for bars. There's maybe one bar, one or two bars. So when I came down to that the first time, I was like, this is degeneracy, and it was awesome. I loved it.
Yeah, it is lovely. I love it too. Well, Mason, very good. Fun times. Anything else we should know about you before I get you out of here?
I crashed a motorcycle, my buddy's motorcycle.
How did that happen?
I was riding it in at night, and I didn't know the road turn, and I just went straight.
Oh, shit.
Into a field, and well, we're doing good now. So.
Did you get hurt?
I split my knee open, like kneecap, like volcanoed out. You could like see my kneecap.
Oh, wow.
But didn't break anything, so kind of lucky.
Was the motorcycle totaled?
Yeah, and it wasn't even mine.
So how did you pay your friend back?
I didn't pay for it.
You just paid for it straight up.
How much was that? I think it was like 1,600 or 1,700.
What kind of motorcycle?
It was a Gixxer 600.
Yeah. All right, Mason. Well, it has begun for you. Welcome to Austin, Texas. There's a little joke book, Mason Davis. Let's get one more bucket full up here. This young man's been on the show a few times. 1 week ago, he said to me, at Mincy's, the bar connected to the mothership, he said to me, I'm ready for another minute. I go, why are you telling me this? He goes, I just want to let you know, I'm ready. I go, don't tell me, just keep signing up and show me. The bucket of destiny has spoken. He has been pulled out of a bucket out of 250 people. Let's see how it goes. This is a new minute from Michael Ridley.
I've been going to the gym recently. It's like a new thing for me the last 2 weeks.
Had ADHD, so it was like hard to stick to a routine.
And I've only been going for 2 weeks, and I'm realizing I'm already encountering like an ego problem. Like I'm finding myself shirtless in the mirror listening to Beethoven after a workout. And I can hear an ego demon gassing me up from the back, and he's saying things like,
look at what you have become. Look at what you have become. They used to make fun of you. child, soon. The moon will encapsulate the sun. The king will take his rightful place upon the throne.
Really?
Yes, my child, yes. There is a god locked away inside of you, and we will set him free.
See, I've just been trying to get healthier and shit.
There you go. A full minute, 16 seconds from Michael Ridley.
Hey, what's up, Tony? How are you, dude?
What are you running this thing? I love it. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good, man. I'm freaking out. Like, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, bro?
It's good to see you, dude.
Good to see you too.
Okay, Michael.
I'm happy.
Yeah, you sound very happy.
Yeah, I'm super happy, dude.
All right, relax, Michael. Let's jump right into it. How do you feel like that went when you were randomly coming up to me telling me that you're so ready? Is that how you thought it would go?
Huh? No, not at all. I thought it was gonna be way better than that. I've been closing on that one for a while to hit big pops. It's always like, really? You know what I mean? I also like have a lot of nerves. I just your boy, I don't know what the fuck happened, Tony, but I was a little thick, and I just finally feel good enough to come out of the house. And I'm happy. Sick as hell. Like, I don't know, bro. I was like, yeah, I've been letting people hit my vape, Tony, and don't do that around here. Everybody's fucking eating booty hole and spreading disease and shit.
All right, Michael. Stick over here.
Your fucking water next to me.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, Dave.
How long have you been sick for?
You're sweating like an AIDS patient.
Yeah.
I have hyperhidrosis. How dare you, dude?
Okay, Michael. So how long have you been sick for? What have your symptoms been?
Probably COVID. I don't know. Probably some new shit. Definitely.
That's not what I asked you at all. How long have you been sick for?
I've been sick for like 2 or 3 days. I was just getting in the crib for 3 days.
And then you decided to come out tonight in public around a bunch of people who can't get sick.
No. I'm fine. I'm good.
You don't look fine.
I always look kind of sick. Like, ever since COVID, you can't be a sweaty Asian guy in public. Like, you just always look like...
That is true.
I've always been sweaty. Like, I've always been a sweaty guy, but...
So you feel great today?
I feel so good today.
But I'm being serious. No symptoms at all?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I've just been in the house. I'm happy to be out of the house. We've been locked up in the crib sick, and now you're like, I want to be social.
You say a lot of stuff in between questions.
Sorry,
Do you really have little Asian nipples? You said that during your set. Is that true?
Nah, they're big and brown, dude.
Are they?
Yeah, I got some brown areolas. I got some fat boy nipples, dude.
Really?
Huh?
Dinner plates?
No, more of like probably like a $50.
Oh, good.
Yeah, not super big, but not super small either.
How's the hair on those things?
Fucking
How is the hair on those things? The
Oh my
world
God.
wants to know.
I have to fucking dude. I shave them. I have to shave them. They're so sporadic. I have like Asian fibers right here. I'm off. They'll thread through my shirt sometimes.
How many of you want to see these hairy Asian nipples? We've been talking about them. It's that time. It's been going to the gym. Let's see what happens here, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa! Look at that. That demon is full of shit.
Soon the king will take the throne.
What the fuck is this demon seeing?
that I'm still kind of fucking fat as fuck.
Hell yeah, you look like a fucking bag of rice.
I wasn't really expecting much from a guy that goes to the gym with Bobby Lee.
They always do that.
So Michael Ridley, what else is going on in life? Have you really been going to the gym?
I was for a little bit, but then, dude, I was sober for like 2 years. I started drinking again, dude.
Oh, is that what happened last week when you came up to me and said you're ready, that you're gonna do so good?
I fucking relapsed. Hey, you know.
Now it's all making sense. I got to witness a real life relapse.
I wouldn't really call it a relapse, more of a return.
Same thing.
Dude, if you can't drink, dude, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
If you can't drink and keep it together, what's wrong with you? What are you, gay?
I don't know, dude.
Can you keep it together?
I think I can do it pretty good.
Do you think every comedian after a Monday night taping comes up to me and goes, "You're sweet, man"?
Fucking better.
You think that's what I do all night after the tapings? Just field comedians going, "I'm ready."
Your boy was like 4 or 5 crowns deep, but yeah, he sounded it.
Yeah, so was I, and I was bored as fuck in the conversation. Last thing I want to do while trying to fucking drink my sorrows away with that fucking sweaty little fucking Asian man.
Ready when you are.
Are you ready? That's me, Sketch. I'm doing that. I'm doing that, Sketch. Sketch is looking around. Sketch has puppy-like behavior sometimes. She's like,
Just wants to see those Asian nips again.
yeah, dude.
Pretty big.
They are big. When you have glasses that thick, those are big Asian nips. They're medium to meaty.
Just my type, though.
That's right. Absolutely.
I thought you quit all that.
No, I'm making a return too.
Hey, Return of the Dragon. Michael Ridley, congratulations. You got pulled out of the bucket again. There he goes, Michael Ridley, everybody. Getting to watch a man relapse in real time. That'll be a story to follow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is that time. One of the greatest regulars in the history of the show. An international superstar. I present to you a brand new minute from the one and only Cam Patterson.
I'm glad y'all like that, little gag, because I am not ready. I'll tell you that. But this minute, it's funny because I've been trying to figure this minute out, and I don't know how to tell it for real. All I know is I used to be a bully, right? I used to hurt people a little bit when I was in elementary school or middle school and shit like that. And I would get suspended all the time. And one day they wanted to call my parents, but they didn't understand that I was doing all this bullying because my parents aren't the best parents in the world. You know what I'm saying? And she wanted to call my dad real bad. And I was sitting in the office, and she was looking at me, scolding me and stuff. She called my dad. She put him on speakerphone. And my dad was talking to us like, your son's a bad person. He's gonna get expelled. He's bullying other students. He hit somebody with a baseball bat. You need to talk to him. And then my dad just went, "Hey Cam, stand up." And I was 5'1" at the time. And then he just went, "Who the fuck is he bullying, bitch? Midgets?" And hung up the phone. That's what making so mad.
Cam Patterson. Cam's dad, I say it all the time. Such a character. Such a vat of hilarity to draw from.
That really happened, bro.
I believe
I swear to God.
I know your dad. I know that happened. Very, very funny, man.
Hell yeah. I'm glad that worked. That shit been bombing all day, nigga. I've been running around. I was supposed to be here earlier. I was running around to a whole bunch of souls. That shit was eating dicks all day.
Well, going up after. Oh, there he is, his dad, everybody.
Nigga, we back. Who put that hat on him, man? Why they put that fucking hat on him? Cause he can't see it. He
That
don't
is
like
a
gay people.
great-
That's a gay ass hat, man.
That is.
Who put that forgot he was blind. Okay, oh Lord. Still no.
Are you gonna give him his damn bass guitar, Josh? What the fuck? Josh, you have 2 jobs.
What the fuck going on right now, man?
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
The show going to shambles, nigga. God damn.
This poor guy, he just sends Z up here to get roasted to death. You have any idea how stupid your head is? He's just sitting there like, whoa, what the fuck's going on? You at least give him his, there it is.
Oh, man.
Oh my god. D Madness is normally an absolute master of styles. D, can we get him a mic? Is that mic part of the thing? Let's use this one here, D, so that it makes it to the show. Is that on the air? Is D's mic on the show? Yeah, use that one. D Madness.
Try to edit those out.
Yeah, Matt, shut the hell up. I'm kidding. We're all fucking friends here. D Madness, we don't often get to talk to you deep and personal. I like a moment like this where it's a little bit off the beaten path. Now, normally, for those of you that might not know, or maybe it's your first episode, D Madness is a master of style. I don't know how you pull it off. I don't know what kind of advisors you have or what exactly goes on. Why are you handing him a different mic? What's going on? Why are you fucking with this poor guy? So, D, can you take us through what is it like getting ready for, like, I mean, how do you know what that hat looks like? Oh, D, come on. Don't give him the auto-tune mic from the musical performance. Give him a real mic, D. Come on. All right, very good. Very good.
God damn, man. The show coming to shambles and shit.
Well, I do like the texture. I don't know what it looks like, but I do like the texture.
Hey, D.
That's all I know is
It
texture.
does look like it has great texture.
Yes.
It is a good hat. It actually is cool. It is a little bit pinker than you would wear if you knew what it looked like. One of the most famous homophobes in the show's history.
It looks like Tiffany Haddish's underwear. Like it.
Damn, Red, man, that was terrible.
It looks like
Weird ass reference.
That was...
if you threw a fanny pack on, you'd look like every older black woman going to Vegas.
Well, ain't that wonderful?
It's up.
Next time I talk.
What'd you say, D?
I'm gonna keep all this in mind next time.
Oh shit. Oh, he's gonna get you back, Cam. Next time you smell funny, you're getting roasted.
Yes, brother Darkness, I'm gonna get you.
Brother Darkness, he just called you.
I call him Darkness. He called me Blacker. So
It switches from time to time.
Hey, what's up, Darkness? What's up, Blacker? What's up?
Yeah, they all mean the same to me.
D Madness, do you have any final words you'd like to say to Cam Patterson, who decided to shift all of his heart to you and that roastable hat?
Actually, Cam, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to look at my T-shirt.
Well, most people, how you know what to say?
I know what it say. Nigga. Nigga, I know what it say.
Real shit. I've been beefing with the blind my whole life, nigga. It's kind of crazy. When I first got on stage, it was a blind lady. She was in a wheelchair. And then I was bring her on stage and shit. And I'm hosting the show one time. All right, nigga, hold up, wait a minute. Tell her my story. Now, I swear to God, none of goddamn strong about it. I'm shooting. Okay, calm down. It's the word fucking me up. I read it and said, you big heavy. But it was a blind lady. It was a blind lady coming to the show. She was in a wheelchair.
Hey, hon.
You know you the closest to me, right? But but it's no bomb now because it took too long. But she would always be like, I love him because he's so black and he's so short. And I was like, how you know I'm short? And she was like, you're real close to my ear. Because she was in a wheelchair, you just never see again, goddamn.
We're gonna go to the second most blind person in the room here. Sketch.
I can see pretty far. Pretty far.
There you go. Tell him, Sketch, you see real good. Hey, fuck him. Yeah, you, whoa.
So we're gonna shake level.
It's like rounding up a retarded kid. Yeah, fuck, nigga, yeah. Hey, ah.
Me and Cam hung out last night, and he spent the night at my house.
No, I didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, whoa, hey.
He did.
Hey, no the fuck. Hey,
Oh,
hey,
shit.
hey. I did not stay the night. I was there for a long time. And we drank a little bit, but I did not stay the night.
And then he sent his homeboy to come grab his jacket this morning.
Whoa.
Oh, man. I knew it was gonna look bad. Okay, wait. I'm sorry. You all right. You good. Don't shoot nobody, nigga. All right, listen. Understand something. Wait, understand something. Listen, I'm glad you brought this. It's a good story. It's a funny story. So, Sketch, we did the stream last night, and Sketch gave me a lot of, like, gifts and shit. So I wanted to give him something back in return, right? So I gave him my jacket off my back, right? What do you mean when you say it like that? So I gave him my jacket off my back, right? It was my favorite jacket. So I got back in the car with my homeboy, my girlfriend, right? I got back in the car. Had to clarify that. Got back with my homeboy and my girlfriend. So I got in the car and I was drunk. And I was like, man, it was such a good time, man. But I gave him my favorite jacket. And I just kept saying that over and over again. And my homeboy is a good friend, also a crazy person. So he went this morning and just got my jacket back. And I woke up and it was just in my living room. That's the whole story. No, but sure. Sometimes it always gotta have a punch. Hey.
Cam, don't wipe your nose with the towel that you wiped the COVID mic with.
No, I didn't. I did this.
You're gonna get us both sick. Come on now.
Hey! Yeah!
Oh, shit. Sketch is crushing live.
That was good.
Oh, my God. Cam, you're so gay. We're going to give you D. Madness's hat as a gift.
Do what you want. Do what y'all want. Do what the fuck you want from me. I want to know that he's just sitting there shaking his head, very disgusted at me right now.
Look at this beautiful black queen we have here. Oh, we're having fun here tonight. How loud can this place get for the always impactful Cam Patterson? One more time for Cam, everybody. The man, the myth. And the show goes on. Back to the bucket. This guy's been getting on this show for years. We've seen him a lot. Very lucky, lucky man, and he's back again. Make some noise for a new minute from Tim Warner. Always fun styles of Tim Warner.
So, Trump was elected president, right? Yeah. But yet, Biden is still in the White House. Like, I think this is really awkward. Like, you ever been in a relationship that ends before the lease does? One of you's on the couch, the other's in the bedroom. Every time you come out, they're just like, all right, listen. No, come on, man. The guy you're with, he's garbage. Hear me out. Just hear me out. A lot of women now apparently are going celibate to protest Trump's election, which I just think is crazy, you know? Just when you thought they couldn't get any worse than driving. Oh. Recently saw a sticker for a Zen competition. How the hell does this work? I'm at peace. I'm at more peace than you. That's all I got.
Okay, Tim Warner. All right. Okay. Hi, Tim. How's it been going?
All right. How are you?
Good. Remind us all, how long you been on the show again?
14 years now.
14 years. Okay. Why?
sober hasn't helped. Dealing with a lot of shame without like getting fucked up and escaping reality and just accepting things. That's been a bitch.
How long have you been sober now?
We are on 2 years and 1 month.
Remember that. We remember when you went sober.
Yeah.
A lot of those initial sober performances were good, rock solid.
Yeah.
What do you think's going on with you? Have you been going to meetings and stuff? What's happening?
Yeah, been doing everything. Yeah, I don't know. I've had a difficult 4 months. Like I said, just dealing with shame, dude. Like part of with the clarity, it's like all these new memories of just not being great, not being a good human, and I don't know. It's like in a movie at the end of it when you had the big reveal, and it's just like, oh, I thought I was a decent person. It's just like, no, you're kind of a piece of shit your whole life, and taking it all on at once, like all of the moments, is just pretty heavy, and it's very tough for me to forgive myself, for the past. It's just tough,
Hilarious.
How you forgive your barber?
Got him. Why would a woman being celibate make her a worse driver? Did I miss something there? Did I miss like a part of the setup?
I just think they're really, like, at least here, I think a lot of them are aggressive. So I figure not fucking would make them even more aggressive. And that would just be double aggressiveness.
There's a woman shaking her head yes out there.
Yeah,
as though to say that if she wasn't sexually active, she would be a worse driver. I find it to be an interesting take. I'm kind of waiting for something there. Zed? Is that what you said?
Zed.
I heard Zed. That makes more sense. I think, yes. Yes. I think a lot of people didn't really get it.
Hey, what's up, Tim?
Like the premise
The firm Meiji car is
Biden
insecure about her face, I think.
definitely the inevitable president,
Dude,
but
don't.
Yo, Rabbi.
you have to
What?
have roommates to get that.
Yo, Rabbi, bro, we have a problem. This affirm May Jasa, she keeps claiming to be your girlfriend.
No, she
Anything
doesn't.
else you've been working on? Maybe another experience or something?
Like, she sent some pretty weird DMs to me, bro.
You're funnier
Okay, that's fine, and she's entitled to do that. I'm watching a podcast right now. Feel free to watch it if you'd like.
You've been gone for a while, right? Like 4 or 5 months.
Hey, say multiple times you're watching the podcast. I don't believe you, bro.
Is that normally what he does?
Yeah, he usually puts like his like new basketball type shit. It's like it's like I'm sober now. He's like doing all these messages. And I actually thought about you recently. I was like, what the fuck have you been up to? Is there something else that has happened recently? Or are you not sober? Are you trying to get?
No, I guess I'm just. I don't know.
Have you been living, laughing, and loving?
Actually, yes, but yeah, this has been a struggle. I've been by myself, basically. All right, the shame thing. I've never thought I'm good enough. I don't think I'm good enough, right? So I did
You are common.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I did the stupid the competition in Austin thing. Fucking worse than this. Completely bombed. Didn't make it to the next round. Whatever else. So
What do you think went wrong there?
Oh,
And then let's get back to your next.
First of all, no one should have moved on. That was such. They began the show. The first person on the show brought like everybody.
Right.
So the first person up brought everybody. Went over their time. They're completely eliminated. There's 13 people after that no one cared about. And I was last, and I didn't give a shit. I came up with a shit.
For those of you that don't know, which I'd imagine is 99.7% of our listeners at least, there is a famous old competition here in Austin called Austin's Funniest Comic, which was a thing like mattered before this invasion of real comedians coming from LA and New York, more experienced people from a more tougher club, which has better performers. You have to be better to be able to be on the lineup and stand out. So this Austin's Funniest Comic thing is still a thing that people try to win, and again, but it is based on, it is voted on by the audience, so you will invite an audience to come. So the more people you know, the better your odds are of winning. And Tim, by the sounds of your lonely diatribe, I'm guessing you got about nobody to go there, right? So
I didn't advertise it like that. I don't want to stack the audience. I like to win based on like me being better.
Trust me, I get it. Yeah. I did that once when I first started. There was a competition at the Ice House. I got second place. I won a side of tribe. I wore a shirt and tie for that. I thought I would be a shirt and tie comedian. That was my first few weeks, literally, of doing stand-up. May 2007. Someone just pulled a drink on their own head in memory of my side of fries. Anyway, shit's gone off the fucking... Can we get Cam back up here to talk shit to D-Madden? No, I'm kidding. Tim, so your competition goes awry, and then what happens? We went way off base.
No, it's just, I don't know, I started questioning a lot of things, hung up on myself. I don't know, searching, you know, and now I've come out of it, and I don't know, I shot fucking 214 tonight.
Did a woman drive you to this competition?
Thanks, buddy.
Was that?
So, what was your drug of choice? I've been to many shelters. I'm just curious.
I got around speed,
Yeah. You ever had any experience?
I mean, I just drank, which just led, like all the time, which just led to mentally, you know, hookers and fight clubs and coke. And I turned down heroin. Thank you. But yeah, it's mostly, you know, I was in New York a lot.
A lot of people just go and see the sights.
Well, I saw the sites that aren't on a map. Let's put it that way, you know.
Tim, I've tried with this interview to dig us out of this deep hole that I take full responsibility for putting us in. I don't think it's you. I think it's me. But you know what I think? I think you need something to look forward to in life. I think you need something that can fire you up and tell you that things are going to be okay. So, how would you like to open up?
Yeah. Would you like to do better at the Secret Show Thursday?
You get a real spot on Thursday. Look at that smile. That's a real smile there. Does that sound like fun, Tim?
Yes.
Michael, relax. Jesus Christ.
Yes.
What the fuck? Are you just going to beat the fucking drum forever?
We believe you.
You're just short circuit?
Right. We believe in you. We know something's not right.
We believe in you, Tim.
So, I would love to see you do better Thursday.
Okay. There you go, Tim Warner, everybody. It's the first time where I'm just going to be like, you want to open up the secret show? I don't know why. All right. We're having fun. How about a hand for Heidi, everybody? Like a piece of ginger in between rotten sushi bites, she cleanses us with her spirit. Live, laugh, love. Isn't she live, laugh, lovely? All right, we got another bucket full. This looks like a new name. I hope it is. We got a lot of old characters here tonight. Make some noise for Eliezer Guzman. Eliezer Guzman.
Hey everybody, my name's Elazar. He tried his best. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have smoked before this. You guys ever smoke and feel you're gonna have a heart attack? I gotta stop smoking meth. Nah, yeah, I'm kidding. I grew up Jehovah's Witness. Oh, you never get that reaction. Usually even Mormons are like, yikes. So I made stuff like my birthday recently really weird. I just recently turned 34. Thanks. I've been freaking out about it. Felt like I hadn't had enough sex in my life. So my last month being 33, I was just trying to go as many days as possible. And this life that I went on this road was like, look,
I want to have sex tonight, but I have a UTI. And I said, look, I don't care what school you went to.
A laser.
There's,
Am I saying that right?
it's Elazar.
Elazar. Elazar. There's a second E in there. Silent.
Yeah.
It looks like Eleazar. Or Eliezer.
Yeah, it's
People
how
say that a lot?
Yeah, people say it.
When they read it.
Yeah.
About 100% of the people that read it.
Yeah.
Just making sure. You tried to make me look like a fool.
I know.
Elazar, obviously. How long you been doing stand-up?
11 years.
11 years? Awesome. Where at?
New York City, New Jersey, all over the country.
Fantastic. Well, you live in Austin now?
I live in Austin, yeah. Past
For
8
how
months.
long? 8 months. What do you do for work?
I work at NEDC Burger.
Whoa! NEDC? Not a damn chance. That is one of the best burgers in the entire city, owned by our very good friends. You have fun working there?
I love it there.
A lot of pride. It's a great place. Amazing. You get high on those burgers over there?
Oh, yeah.
So addictive.
I'm broke as fuck, so I eat a burger every day. Yeah.
Amazing. You getting a lot of spots around town?
Not really. I just kind of make my own shows. I've been producing for a while, so.
Smart.
Yeah.
I love that. Very smart. You put on a good show and book, you think are funny, eventually it will pick up steam. Is it a weekly show?
Yeah, I have 3 right now.
Very smart. This is what I think more people should do, try, especially if you're a more experienced comedian with 11 years. How long were you doing it in New York for?
Pretty much the whole time except for the past 8 months.
Yeah. What was the part where you said out of it?
So I did like some tours through like Tennessee and like New Orleans, Texas, then just like bar shows, Arizona.
What were you doing for work? Would those people pronounce your name right?
No.
Yeah, it seems like they would.
No.
Liaison. Liaison. What were you doing for work in New York City? Just introduce me. 9/11.
I was a busser.
A busser.
A busser.
A busboy. You say a busser like you're not a boy at all.
Yeah, no. I say busman, so
Absolutely. What else about your life?
I write stories.
What kind of stories?
Short stories and novels.
Nice.
Mostly.
Do that like on a typewriter or a computer or what?
Mostly on my phone.
What's your love life like? Still with a guy?
Not great. I'm a little awkward. Yeah. So, I fucked once since I've been out here.
That's all that matters.
Yeah. Yeah.
Once, that's all you need. How about love? When's the last time you were in love? Ever been in love?
Yeah, a couple times. Yeah.
How long ago was that?
Maybe like 2 or 3 years ago.
What happened there?
She was psycho, so
That happens.
yeah.
That happens every once in a while. Was she a bad driver?
No, but she carried a gun. She was
in New York City?
No. Yeah, actually New Jersey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not a psycho, that's just New Jersey. Elazar. What is that? Mexican?
No, I'm Puerto Rican.
Ah.
Yeah.
My favorito.
I hear they're garbage.
No, nobody heard that. Nobody said anything. I haven't seen that at all anywhere at any point. No one's ever said such a thing. Have you been to Puerto Rico?
No.
I have. get a president elected real quick. No big deal. Just had to do my due diligence. Shut up. Shut up. You're welcome, Mr. President. You're welcome. Anytime for you. So, are your parents obviously both Puerto Rican?
No, my mother is Puerto Rican and my stepfather is Mexican.
Did you talk to your mom about any of the incidents that happened a few weeks ago?
With no.
With my thing?
She kind of stopped giving a shit about the political stuff a while ago. So.
She did, but I mean Puerto Rico, but she's been to Puerto Rico.
I've been avoiding saying anything about it, honestly.
Perfect. Yeah, it's a lose-lose situation.
Yeah.
Little did you know. Little did she know that I just gave you the biggest opportunity of your life. It all comes full circle, just like an island. All right. Fun times. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the show. Here's a brand new Bonsai leather, real Texas leather joke book. And that is the Kill Tony debut of Eleazar Guzman, the only Eleazar spelled Eleazar, Eleazar. Another bucket pull. This looks like a fun name. It's a 3-word name with pretty silly handwriting. So this is a good sign. Make some noise for what I believe is the Kill Tony debut of Eric Ray Stone, everybody. Eric Ray Stone.
Hi, everybody. So I'm originally from Miami, which I know is the last thing you expect somebody that looks like this to say. Yeah, I could have done a lot better since I moved to Austin. But, you know, most people that are born and raised in Miami feel like any place is better than Miami, you know, like most places. But then I moved to Baltimore in the middle of the winter. And you know what's not better than Miami? Fucking Baltimore in the middle of the winter. Yeah, like, even the fridge was like, fuck this, I can't take it anymore. Like, let's be honest, Baltimore is just Detroit that got crabs, that's it. When I moved to town, I only knew one person in town, which was an old ex-girlfriend. And about a week before I moved there, she goes, listen, I gotta tell you something. I've been working as a stripper, and I know. You told me you were a bartender and got a concussion. That shit don't happen. But also, I've been working as an escort. I said, okay, great. She said, but I don't like people calling me an escort or a sex worker. I think of myself as a service provider. It's like, nah, bitch, AT&T is a service provider. You a hoe. Let's keep it real. All right, thank you. That's been my time.
Eric Ray Stone, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Tony.
Hell yeah. Your hair and everything, it seems like you would be crazier than you are. You like got it together. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, you look like you're gonna tell a bunch of people to go kill Sharon's hair.
Yeah. Yeah. You do look, you have cult leader energies, but you're just an everyday nice guy. That's right. I love it. Eric Ray Stone. How old are you, Eric?
I'm 30.
30?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I know. Years have not been kind to me, have they?
What's been going on? You have a cane? For those of you listening to the podcast, like D. Madness is, he has a cane.
I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome.
What is that?
Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, EDS. It means my connective tissue sucks. The only famous person I know that has it is Billie Eilish, but I don't have her PayPal, so nobody gives a shit.
So your connective tissue, like your tendons and things, like, is that what that means?
Yeah, tendons, ligaments, cartilage.
Tear them a lot?
Yeah. When I was younger, I played a lot of sports. I did a lot of really stupid things. So I thought I was just getting injured because I was doing really stupid things.
Yeah.
Turns out not. God has a sense of humor too.
Like Mr. Glass.
Yeah, exactly. He looks like a guy that would hang it. You try fish oil?
Oh, fish oil. Very good, Red Band. Very good.
What if that cured you right away? Yeah, this whole fucking time.
Stand up like Grandpa, like Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory. We love a good old fart. Good old Dr. Redban over here recommending fish oil or Wendy's at 4 a.m. These are Redban's list of vitamins. Eric Ray Stone, how long have you been with stand-up?
A little over 3 years now.
A little over 3 years. You start here, Baltimore, Miami?
I started in Miami, and then I went up to Baltimore for quite a bit of time, and then I came back to Miami, was working at the Improv for a couple years down there.
Interesting. Miami and amazing. Was I ever there when you were there?
You were.
Yeah, sounds about right. Were you working
front door?
Sound booth. Front door. Yeah, you were front door. Dangerous position for a man with EDS. Did you look like that when you were in Miami?
I'm sorry?
You look like
yeah.
you look like that. You're the only guy that looks like that in Miami.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
You and Jorge Masvidal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the other ones with the canes are Anthony's girlfriend.
Amazing. How long have you rocked the canes?
Ever since I had a hip reconstructed and couldn't walk myself good. Well, I was supposed to heal from the surgery, and I never did it.
Did you try fish oil? You did.
Almost. Yeah, ironically, they actually make you stop fish oil before you go into surgery. Like, that's one of the things they're like really specific about. I was like, that's odd, but okay.
No explanation for why they make you stop fish oil?
No, there was an explanation, but I smoked a lot of weed, so I don't remember exactly what it was.
That makes sense. You live in Austin now?
I do. I just moved to town about a month ago.
How do you like it so far?
I'm loving every minute of it. Yeah.
What's a guy like you do for fun around here? You know, everybody else that hikes or I guess
hanging on the ridge.
Yeah.
Look at him cracking up over here. Look at him just dying of laughter. What do you do for fun in Austin, Texas?
Well, every day since I've been here, probably for I've actually been hanging out with my high school classes. I love working with them.
With the class?
Yeah.
All right. Tell us something crazy about your life, Eric. Some fun fact that would surprise us about you. You ever do anything crazy or sneaky?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I found out not too long ago that apparently a lot of my family that was with me are now
how you living, pimp?
For political Christmas.
What's good?
Because, we were very fond of explosives and not so fond of mines.
Hi.
I did not know that.
How are you?
You really just spell out.
What's up, brother? Sorry, I was trying to fix my bike.
I prefer not.
You're good, baby. We're just watching Kill Tony. Do you know what Kill Tony is?
Oh, hello. You're a little bit laggy, bro.
I know.
It's hard to hear you right now.
Can you hear me now? Just one moment. Let me just restart my browser. I'll be right back.
All good, bro. All good. Yo, Rabbi, you there, bro?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Just one moment.
Yo, brother?
Just one moment.
I'm really loud. You there?
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Just
I
one.
see you, but I don't hear you.
I know. Just
One moment? Okay, one moment.
One moment. Exactly. All right. Can you hear me now? No, you can't. Just one moment. Fuck.
Oh, I think something's wrong with your audio, brother. I can't hear a word you're saying.
I think you're right. Just one moment.
One moment. All good, bro. All good. I'm patiently waiting.
You're amazing. Thank you.
Very welcome.
For the time being, just one moment. You should be able to hear me out of the other microphone.
Oh, yeah, I can hear you out the other one, but it's very quiet.
Yes, no, I know. Just one moment. I'm going to reset my Chromebook here. I can talk to you from the other one in the meantime. It'll take 2 minutes. Um,
Yeah, bet, bro.
how's your day going?
Yeah, I'm chilling, brother. I just came in here to, learn some stuff. I got told you're a smart man. You can teach me some stuff.
Excellent. Yes, I can. I appreciate that. Just one moment. Yes, I can teach you. Firstly, thank you for being so respectful. As my computer restarts, that's never fun, but you should know that I very much appreciate your patience, and I will have my computer back going in just a second. All right, Big Doug, let's try this again. Can you hear me now? Okay, Bulb, can you hear me? Bulb, can you hear me? Wow. No way. Very, very interesting. Let me turn off my mic, turn on my mic. Let's see if this thing works. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Okay, let's.
I still can't hear you through the main account. I can only hear you through the other one.
Okay, let's try now. How about now? It's still very good.
No.
No, you're absolutely right. Just one moment, I'm going to restart the browser. Shouldn't take long. Okay, how about now? Yes, I can hear
That's
you.
better. That's better.
Beautiful.
I can hear you now.
Thank you so much for your patience. How are you, Bob?
I'm doing very well, kind sir. How are you doing today?
Oh, very well. All right, so your friend told you about me a little bit. If you don't mind, can I tell you a little bit about myself?
That sounds good, bro. That sounds good.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I don't want war. This stream goes back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Essentially, Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, platinum, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. So perhaps one day I may be able to monetize it, be very wealthy, and spread the love to all the people who've helped me along the way, including you, Bulb. Some of the things that we talk about on this stream that aren't normally discussed in society in general are things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel. We talk about things like alien disclosure. We talk about things like de-extinction. I don't know if you were aware, but in 2003, the world's first successful de-extinction took place with the Pyrenean ibex. which was like a goat in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded called Colossal Bioscientific. They have made it their goal by the year 2028, so within 3 years or so, to de extinct the woolly mammoth, essentially impregnating African elephants, creating a hybrid, and then reintroducing them into the Arctic Circle. After the woolly mammoth, they want to bring back the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So these are some really exciting things that we may be able to see within the next decade or so. Additionally, things that we talk about on this stream that are very exciting are things like life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, things like stem cells, things like cryogenics, cryonics, things like nootropics, things like ambrosia therapy, where the platelets of younger people are used for the benefit of older people. You name it, we talk about it. And then, like when you were born, Bob, I don't know, just free balling here, but when you were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80, and that's cool. But with some of this life extension technology, we may be able to get you to age 100, 120, maybe even older than that. But eventually your body's going to break down. And then you're going to say, Rabbi, what do I do now? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into play. Bulb, has anybody ever told you that they don't think you're going to die?
No.
Okay, excellent. Well, then it's my privilege to be able to tell you that I, in my heart, don't think you're going to die. If you're like, Rabbi, what do you mean by that? Well, essentially, the next type of technology is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer for later download, like a CAT scan or an MRI, where we know where every single atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, and you're downloaded into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm telling you is that I think there's an opportunity for you to have digital immortality, which is very exciting.
Damn, you know what? Being a cyborg would be pretty cool, you know?
Word, dog. And here's the cool thing you'd be able to live 10 million years as a cyborg, and another 10 million years as a clone of yourself, and another 10 million years as an ethereal being, and another 10 million years as a robot. And then eventually you may get bored and you'd be like, look, I've done everything. I've had sex with every beautiful woman I've ever wanted to have sex with. I've had sex with aliens. I have been able to travel the stars and see different galaxies. And really, I'm just sick of it. I don't want to do this anymore. And that's fine. Just like that, you'd be able to essentially restart it all if you want. And that's a really exciting opportunity. But no longer should you have your mind limited to the idea that you won't be able to live past age 80, age 100, age 120. All of these things are definitely possible. And another type of technology that's very exciting is something known as revivification technology. So, Bob, I'm sure that you've had to deal with death in your life, someone who you loved. Maybe it's a family member, a friend. They died, and
I did have.
okay, well, know that previously, when that seemed like forever, it's not. You'll be able to bring them back. And then, okay, Rabbi, how do you bring them back? Well, there are actually a bunch of ways I could name for you, but probably the easiest one, if you had any of their DNA, and if you're like, well, I don't really know exactly where their DNA is because it's like, very microscopic and such, that's fine. We'll be able to get it, or at least rebuild it. And if you're like, okay, how do we rebuild DNA? We could rebuild DNA of a past loved one with your DNA if you were of their family or one of their other family members, but essentially using AI, know exactly what their double helix looks like and essentially create a clone of them. Now, that does not mean that they'll have all the memories and things. We'll get there. We'll get there. There's a way to do that. But basically, what we can do is create their body in a test tube like environment so that they're just basically their body's the same, their brain shape would be the same, everything would be the same. Now, how do we get the memories in there? How will they know who they were so that you can tell them like, hey, you died and we brought you back? The way to do this uh, is not all that complicated. Basically, if you have a picture of someone, that's enough to be able to bring back all of their memories, all of their thoughts, all of their emotions, their entire personality. It's like, okay, Rabbi, how's that work? Basically, right now, when we take a picture of someone, we just see it as a two-dimensional picture. It's a representation of where the person was. But in the future, using different types of layering technology, we'll be able to remove their clothes, we'll be able to see what their skeletal system looks like, and eventually we'll be able to map their brain from one single photograph. And when we have the ability to map someone's brain, we're able to know the location of where their thoughts are, their memories, their personality, their language models, everything about them. So we take that data and insert it in that clone that we created, and eventually, really not that far away, within the next 100 years or so, they would be in some kind of test tube. It opens up, they awake, and they are exactly the way they were on the day that that picture was taken. Now, you may have to explain to them, hey, you died, and the best we could do is basically have the memories that we had from this one picture of you, and maybe like 2 or 3 years went on, and we won't necessarily have all of that data, but that doesn't mean we can't get that back as well. But essentially, you'll be able to have them at 99% of what they were when they were here on Earth, and then they'd be able to live mind uploading technology into the future forever alongside of you, which is a really exciting future.
Yeah, that is quite exciting,
It is.
That'd be quite nice.
I get people in here a lot of times who say, hey, I lost my mom when I was 7 years old. I lost my dad when I was 12 years old. And they think that they're gone forever. And when we talk with them and we really go through the science of it, and that they understand that there's an opportunity for them to not be gone, that's very exciting for people. And there may be people who say, look, I don't want to bring that person back. Okay, then you don't have to. But some people may say, I want to be able to interact with them in a virtual environment like I would have. And that's quite easy. Basically, using virtual reality, we'd be able to create their personality so that you could have the same kind of conversations with them. And so, like, let's say somebody was like, for whatever reason, I lost my grandparents. I don't necessarily want to bring them back, but I'd like to be able to interact with a version of them. Using virtual reality, we'd be able to essentially map their um, characteristics, map their personalities into a virtual reality system, and you could at least have a digital reproduction of what your interactions would be with them. But with that being said, these are just things that aren't normally discussed in society, and I discuss them every single day. And I also have more data than any person on Earth, which is really exciting. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
I don't think I've ever watched that.
That's okay. It stars Jim Carrey. It's from the 1990s. A quick synopsis of the film. It's about a man who has every minute of every day of his life live streamed. He just doesn't know it. And the entire world falls in love with him because he's basically always on television. And he lives his life as a child and then into adolescence, eventually into an adult, and he eventually finds out about it. And without giving away the film entirely, essentially that's what I'm doing, except we have my consent to do this. But I have created the world's largest time capsule. You can go back to the pandemic and see what life was like during the pandemic. I have right at going 24 hours a day a radio that's always keeping people up to date on what's going on in world affairs, world news, and essentially people could find on a given day. Let's say you want to go back to January 3rd, 2022. You can go back to January 3rd, 2022, see exactly what life was was happening then. I have like almost well, more than 3.5 years worth of data. So you could go back and we've watched multiple Olympics. We watched the 2021 Olympics, the 2022 Olympics. If you don't recall, the 2021 Olympics actually should have taken place in 2020, but due to the pandemic, they were delayed a year. So we've seen the 2021 Olympics, the 2022 Olympics, the 2024 Olympics. We have watched multiple Super Bowls, the men's and women's World Cup. We've seen presidential election uh, globally. We've seen it in the United States. I mean, these are all historical events that we've been able to cover, and it's not just on one stream. It's not like this is the only stream I have. At any given time, I'm live on 33 different devices on 33 different platforms. So I'm live streaming more, using multi-streaming far more than any other person in global history. And that's a really exciting opportunity for people to be able to study into the future. Now, currently we've got, more than 3 years worth of footage, and I'd like to do this for the rest of my life and basically create as much of a full view of a human life as possible. I think that that's beneficial, perhaps, or will be beneficial to people of the future to be able to study these things. We already do that with historical photos and short little videos that people have from the past. So why wouldn't they do this when you had essentially an entire archive of things? Now, people say, well, it's a lot. Like if I'm watching a 24-hour video of yours, you may be only talking for 3 hours of it, and then no need to worry there. With AI in the future, whatever I do in a given day, we can already have that summarized and edited into short clips, into condensed versions, so that you don't have to watch 24 hours of my life. You can literally just watch a 1 minute video and you get all the highlights of everything that we talked about. This conversation would be in it, all of the interesting things that happen to me on a given day, and you'd be up to date. It's really an excellent opportunity for the world to learn that we're all not different. We all aren't. We all laugh, we all cry, we all sneeze, we all itch, we all stretch, we all exercise, we all do the same things. And when people are able to see on a global scale that we're all not that different, and that we have someone who speaks out on a regular basis about world peace and the promotion of world peace, that's really exciting. And the reason why I talk and so I'm so passionate about world peace is because in order to move to the next levels of science, like space tourism and terraforming of other planets, including Mars and Europa as a moon, and really getting into Europa is a moon of, I want to say, I don't want to say the wrong planet. Just one moment. I'll tell you all about it. It's got ice, and it may have oceans of water underneath it. So yeah, it's one of Jupiter's 90 moons. So basically, it has been seen.
You said 90 moons. What the hell?
Yeah, so Jupiter has 90 moons. People don't know this, but like there are a lot of opportunities to terraform different planets. Everybody thinks about Mars for terraforming, which is great. It's a good opportunity, but one thing that it lacks in a major way is water. Europa is the opposite of that. Europa has oceans of water. They're just under ice, and there may be uh, like similar types of life forms in their oceans that we have in the depths of our oceans. People don't know, and this would be a perhaps a really great place to terraform following Mars. Another one, perhaps, and this is really an interesting one. People think, because they don't have a good idea of distances of space, people think Mars is the closest planet to Earth, but it's not. Venus is. So it's like, okay, Rabbi, why aren't we terraforming Venus? And also, Venus is the size of the Earth. It's almost they're called the sister planets because they're about the same size. The reason why we don't terraform Venus before Mars is Venus has um, an incredibly thick cloud cover, and it has essentially it can be very very hot on its surface. But that doesn't mean that eventually, perhaps Venus could be terraformed as well, and eventually we can then terraform everything that can be realistically terraformed within the Earth, within the solar system, and then start moving on to interstellar travel. The next closest planet to Earth, I'm sorry, apologies. The next closest star to our star is Alpha Centauri, which is about 4 light years away, and that's a really not not that far. I mean, thinking with just conventional physics, not even getting into advanced physics, but basically with what we know for the laws of physics. So not getting into wormholes, not getting into bending space time, not getting into perhaps other ways of traveling faster than the speed of light, just regular speed of light travel. we can get to Alpha Centauri in 4 years. You could spend some time there and then come back in 4 years. Within 8 years or so, maybe 8, 9, 10 years, you'd be able to have actually had the opportunity to travel to another solar system, which no human that we know of, or is popularly known, has ever been able to do. And then from there, that's when we get into other types of interspace travel and eventually into intergalactic travel, where we may be traveling from Earth to, or the Milky Way, into the next closest galaxy is Andromeda. So we get into Andromeda and then eventually be able to travel the cosmos. And if you're like, well, okay, how do we do that faster? I mean, we need to do that faster because a human life isn't always, you don't want to have to be waiting for like thousands of years in a space capsule. And the way to get around that is perhaps through advanced physics. The way that we study aliens, when I say we, I mean ufologists, I'm a ufologist. Uh, the way that we have learned that perhaps UFOs travel, so I'm talking about disks, is they use an element called element 115. Bob, are you familiar with who Bob Lazar is?
I don't think I've ever heard that name before, no.
Absolutely fine. So Bob Lazar was an American, or he is an American physicist who was hired uh, first at some laboratories in New Mexico and eventually at Area 51, specifically Area S4 of Area 51, which is where many of the crashed UFOs that the United States government have, and his job was to help to reverse engineer these types of crafts in order to figure out how they work. And what he learned, and he became the major whistleblower of Area 51. People didn't know what Area 51 was 30 years ago until this man, or really, um, even 25 years ago. No, 35 years ago, they did not know who this person did not know what Area 51 was until this man, Bob Lazar, came out on the news and started talking about this. And there have been other people who have backed up his claims, but basically, um, as he has stated, and multiple times he's been on the Joe Rogan Experience. Do you know what Joe Rogan is, Bob?
I do. I watched a bit of Joe Rogan from time to time.
Excellent. So Joe Rogan is the biggest podcaster in the world, and basically he's been fascinated by this subject, as have I, for 35 years or so. And he has been able to um, have this man on, Bob Lazar, and tell his story. And basically, the story has remained consistent for the last 35 years. And what it comes down to is that these crafts, these flying discs, are powered by what's known as element 115. So when you think of the periodic table of elements, you've got like hydrogen is the most abundant element in the entire universe. It's number one. Helium is number two, etc., etc. Well, what people don't study, you probably didn't study in your chemistry class, is when you get down to the way advanced types of elements. So element 115, it is known as un pentium, and it's also known as muscovium. But essentially, this is a highly reactive element that can be harnessed essentially to create incredible amounts of energy. And the thought is that aliens or extraterrestrials have used this type of element to be able to power their crafts. And so the way that a UFO travels interstellarly, it can do it much faster than conventional light speed. The way that it does it is it creates at the front of the disk, it creates essentially a pinpoint of, uh, of gravity that protects the entire craft. So that if microorganisms or other types of space debris hit it, nothing happens to it. And it can essentially fold space time and travel from one area of the universe to another area of the universe just about instantaneously. And so that's when people who think that, like at least UFOs, could never get here because the distances are too great for them to be able to uh, travel, they come to the conclusion, oh, this is actually is a very real possibility if you're able to bend space time. And the thought is that these aliens are able to do so. So, with that being said, there are really fascinating. I mean, I can't tell you the story any better than Bob Lazar on the Joe Rogan Experience, but basically, there are real people out there, very smart individuals, who think that the Earth did not arise just out of nowhere. That perhaps this was like a project of different, or perhaps an extraterrestrial race. So, like, then I can just basically explain it to you like this. So, Bob, let's say what I'm saying is true, and we're able to live a digital immortality. You're able to live as long as you want. I'm not just talking like thousands of years or millions of years, but perhaps billions of years. So, if you know the conventional timeline of the universe, this is standard um, physics, but essentially the Earth is, or the universe is 12 billion years old, approximately, and it has a lifespan perhaps of 60 billion years. So, like, at the year at zero, we have the Big Bang, and then what happens at the year 60 billion years? It's the Big Crunch. It's essentially like a huge elastic band. Um, okay, so we're at 12 billion years right now. All right, so that means you may be able to live another 48 billion years. That's just within this universe, and perhaps the multiverse is a thing, and there are ways to travel interdimensionally and some other ways. That is really advanced, and I don't think we know too much about that. But at least at this point, if you're able to live thousands and then millions and then billions of years, eventually we get off world. And we're able to do space tourism and terraforming and interstellar travel, then intergalactic travel. And I'm able to say to you, Bulb, I want to make, all your dreams come true. Whatever kind of fantasy you have, let's make it happen. You're able to do all that stuff. You've really been able to do everything that you want to do. Okay, well then eventually I say to you, all right, so we're going to go find a part of the universe that is uninhabited, and it's going to be your little project. It's like a world building game where you can find something that's similar to Earth, and you could start with prokaryotic and eukaryotic bacteria, and eventually have those things develop into invertebrates and vertebrates, and eventually turn into, if you want, mammals and birds and all the other things that we see, and basically have your own world. And you can watch over this just like perhaps extraterrestrials do here on Earth. These are all very real possibilities. In fact, they're inevitabilities if given enough time. These are all really exciting opportunities for the world, and I like to talk about them.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mr. Rabbi. I have a quick question for you.
Go for it.
What would your world be? You know, you said you could create one. You know, like if we could.
Yeah, excellent. That's
What would yours look like?
it's a really good question. Well, I'm limited to just having the experience of what we have here on Earth, so I would be tempted to probably want to build something like Earth, but truthfully, I would want it maybe to have a world that no other being on it has to take the life of another being. So basically, it's a very peaceful planet. And if things need to eat, perhaps they could eat inorganic material that would allow them to have energy and to reproduce and do all the other things that animals would do, or these beings, they're not necessarily animals. But I don't like war. I don't like conflict. I mean, I deal with conflict on a daily basis. I'm not afraid of it, but I would rather have peace. And so I'd like to have a peaceful planet. And I would say it's an interesting question. People think Okay, a lot of world building has to do with the energy source that is essentially close to whatever planet we're referencing. So, like, we have the sun, okay, and then we have Earth. Great. If we were to make the sun twice as big, it would not necessarily mean that we would have life on Earth twice as quickly. In fact, if we make the sun twice as big, there's.
Would we not burn?
Pardon me?
Would we not like burn and like die from like fire or what?
No, so even if the sun was made twice as large, we still would not be in its circumference. If anything, it would perhaps envelop us due to gravity. But let's say we were able to put the Earth far enough away from the sun that it was in a safe zone, like as it's called the Goldilocks zone, not too hot, not too cold, just right. Okay, so if we were able to do that, the thing is that if you create a sun that has twice the size of the current sun, that means it goes through its energy twice as quickly. So that means that Earth may never have life on it at any point because the star system that is providing energy would be extinguished too quickly. So it's very delicate when we're talking about world building, what kind of star we would have. So I think really before, in answer to your original question, what kind of planet or what kind of civilization would I create? It's very tricky. You have to make sure that you have the right size star. Now, there's a question that may arise: is there any way to have an energy system that would be able to make um, the 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 fake Earth that we're making, this world building Earth, so that it has twice the amount of energy? When you have twice the amount of energy, that means generally that your plants will grow faster. Anything that goes through photosynthesis will be quicker. There are ways to do this, and these would be like a binary star system. So right now we have Earth that's one star. But if we had two stars of the size of the Earth, they wouldn't burn out as quickly as one double-sized star. They would both just provide twice as much energy to whatever solar system they have. And this is a uh, very interesting discussion when it gets into what created Earth, what created, like, what are these extraterrestrials, the alien grays that we see, and all these other types of aliens? From where do they come? And the interesting thing is they come.
I'd like to talk about the aliens more.
Pardon me?
I said I'd like to talk about the aliens more. It's quite a confusing subject.
It is confusing, but it's somewhat straightforward, at least from what we understand of um, from alien abductees. So the 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 most perhaps the most famous alien abductee case is the story of Betty and Barney Hill. They were a couple in New Hampshire that was driving in the early 1960s, driving a car, and they went through a period of missing time. If you ever have had any type of um, interaction with alien abductees, the major similarity of them all is they have missing time. And what happens is they'll be what happened was with Betty and Barney Hill, they were driving in their car normally, and all of a sudden, like 8 hours went by, and they couldn't discern exactly what happened. And they eventually had reverse, or they had hypnosis done, and they were able to tell what happened to them. And now this isn't just one case. If any, like, this happens throughout any alien abductee, if they have hypnosis done, many of them are able to talk about what happened, and what some of the things that happened are that they discussed at Betty and Barney Hill was they were taken to a craft and experiments were done on them. And like many um, alien abductees discuss, some of the things that happened to them that happened to other alien abductees. Spermatozoa is taken from males, and ovum or eggs are taken from females. Sometimes hybrid hybrid creatures are created between perhaps aliens and humans, or perhaps between different humans. Um, but a lot of times people will talk about, oh, like one big thing is the idea of probing, anally probing people, and at least with
That's
men,
what you see in like the movies and stuff.
exactly. But that's a real thing. Basically, if you take a probe and put it in a male anal cavity, you can stimulate the prostate, which is where sperm is created, and get a lot more of it than you can with just normal orgasm. So basically, you can drain a man of all of his sperm by doing that. And then with women, many times what has happened is their um, ovaries are eggs from their ovaries are taken and experimented, and all of this is done telepathically. So um, they basically are told they're on like a bed with like a light on them, just like in the movies, and they're basically told to just remain calm, that everything is fine, and to just allow this to happen. Now, it can be very, very scary for people because, I mean, this is the most advanced thing that humans have ever, you know, uh, uh, that humans have ever experienced, and they don't have a very good way to be able to discuss this with any other people. Well, what eventually happens, hours go by as they have these events that happen to them, and like have you ever seen the movie The Men in Black?
I have quite a while ago though.
That's okay. So there's a tool that they use in Men in Black. It's called a neuralizer. Basically, like it erases your memory, at least your
I
recent.
do know about the neuralizer, yes.
Exactly. So in the same way, this type of technology exists, and that's why people don't who are abductees don't necessarily know exactly what happened to them. But then what happens is they'll go and they'll tell their friends like, hey, I was driving in my car, and all of a sudden, I had this period of missing time. It was during the day, and when I awoke, or when I came to, it was in the middle of the night, and I didn't know exactly what happened. And eventually, they'll be taken to a doctor who can do hypnosis or a hypnotist, and then these sessions are recorded, and you can hear them talk about exactly what these aliens do to them. And it's scary. It's scary to a lot of people, as it would be, I think, to either of us. But eventually, what can happen is we can learn a lot from these cases. Now, a very interesting thing that happens sometimes during these alien abductees is they have um, implants that are inserted into them, almost like we do with animals, where we have trackers on animals so that we can see migration patterns and behavior patterns of animals. The same thing happens with humans. And there's a famous doctor. He has since passed, but his name is Dr. Roger Lear, and he took out implants from over 20 different alien abductees. And when they studied these implants, they found that they were made of metals that aren't found on Earth. So wherever they were, they're not found on our periodic table of elements. And um, they look like little tic tacs. And sometimes they even move independently. So I've seen them remove these from people's hands, and usually these are, or other places too. Usually they're in a few different places though. They're like at the back of the neck. Sometimes they're in the leg. Sometimes they're in the hand, and these are removed surgically by human doctors, and then they'll put them on the surgery table, and you'll see them move. So you'll see them actually like move independently, and it's just a fascinating thing that perhaps these. Do you know what a Tic Tac candy is, or mint? It's like a yeah. So that's what they look like, and then they're sent to be studied. Sometimes the government interferes and takes them over. Sometimes the results come back and they say, well, we don't exactly know what these things are, but we just know that they are not made from earth metals, which is just an incredible thought that something from another planetary system could be impacting us here on Earth. And if you, I mean, so when it comes to alien abductees, this has been happening perhaps for the entire length of human existence. However, only until recently, and I say within the last 80 years, the big event was Roswell. If you know what Roswell was, it happened in July of 1947, where a farmer named Mac Brazel found debris in his field. Uh, it wasn't in Roswell, New Mexico. It was in a place closer to Corona, New Mexico. But because Roswell's the next closest big city, everybody talks about it being from Roswell. And essentially, this man, Mac Brazel, called the sheriff to say, hey, there's some debris on my land, and I don't know what it is. It's metallic, and there were also reports of alien bodies that were with the craft. What was very interesting about this metal is it couldn't be burned, it couldn't be bent. Well, some of it could be bent, and then it would come back exactly to the type of shape that it was originally. Like they would take a sledgehammer and bang on this stuff, and nothing would happen to it. They would take fire and take it to it, and nothing would happen to it. It'd be cool to the touch, and it was unlike anything that they'd ever experienced. So what happened was the sheriff then called in the Air Force. The Air Force came in um, and uh, and essentially closed off the entire area and brought that debris to Roswell Air Force Base, and then eventually it moved perhaps to um, Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, which is located in the Midwest of the United States. All of this, though, was then reverse engineered. So basically, many of the different types of um, alien um, uh, technology that we gleaned from these events are in use today. What I'm talking to you on right now is reverse engineered alien technology. What do I mean? The computer transistor.
Yeah. What's up, Rabbi?
Yo, deleted user. Please be quiet while we're speaking. Uh, Things like the computer transistor.
Yeah, that's so disrespectful.
Dog.
Say please, bro.
You're just getting muted while I'm talking here. So things like the transistor, things like infrared cameras, things like um, night vision goggles, things like computer chips, silicon chips, and the like were all perhaps reverse engineered alien technology. And this isn't my belief. This comes from many different sources. The major source is from Colonel Philip Corso. He wrote a book called The Day After Roswell, and basically discusses all of the different technology that was gleaned from these from alien crashes, and then that gets into the 1980s and Bob Lazar, the guy I was talking about earlier, and his developments on with different types of advanced propulsion. Basically, what the government does is this: it has perhaps alien technology, and what it does is it says, "Hey, we don't necessarily know how any of this stuff works," so they go to major corporations, think like companies like British Aerospace and EG&G and Lockheed Martin and Boeing and Raytheon, and they say,
"Is that true, bro? Is that true?"
If you're gonna be rude, I'm gonna server mute you until I'm done. So what they will do is essentially um, they will um, tell these companies that if you reverse engineer these things and figure out how they work and share the information with us, well,
Yeah.
Yo, dog, you gotta understand. I'm in the middle of talking here. You gotta be quiet while I'm speaking. Okay, so what they're able to do is reverse engineer these things, and what's very exciting about the reverse engineering of these types of technologies is then those companies are able to patent that technology and eventually slowly leak it out. So that's how we've seen such an advancement in technology from, say, the last 100 years, where we have computers and helicopters and all kinds of advanced weaponry. and that really the internet, all of this, there are arguments to be made, can all be gleaned from essentially the um, the crash at Roswell, New Mexico. What do you think of that, Bob?
That's a bit crazy to think about, Holy.
I agree. All right, with that,
I do have another question for you, though.
Go ahead.
I've heard people talking about they think like octopuses are aliens. What do you think about that?
Yeah, there's an argument to be made. I mean, to first we have to define what is an alien. Um, the issue that I've heard about octopi being aliens, um, they're here on Earth, and we see them reproduce here on Earth. What I've heard is that they may be very highly intelligent, um, and they are. I mean, we see octopi able to open jars and able to organize different toys and be able to travel from like one area of an aquarium to another area of an aquarium. So they're extremely highly intelligent. But to call them aliens, generally aliens as we think of are extraterrestrial. They don't come from anywhere, but they don't come from Earth essentially. So with that argument to be made, there's perhaps uh, there are perhaps people who want octopi to be aliens, but in reality, we see them reproduce here on Earth. So, if anything, we could just call them highly intelligent beings. The issue that arises um, with octopi, and the reason why they're not more successful here on Earth, is because they have relatively short lifespans, and they don't pass on their knowledge to other species to their offspring. So what do I mean? If you've ever seen octopi like reproduce, it's like a billion little octopi. I don't know how many, but like hundreds of other octopi that eventually um, are reproduced. But the mother octopi does not. The mother octopus, I should say, does not um, pass along any knowledge to the babies. Unlike humans, humans teach their young. We see primates teach their young, but since octopi don't, an octopus must relearn everything with each subsequent generation, and thus they're not able to build on the previous knowledge base that they had created. Um, so but over the course of 3 years, octopi, I think I've heard, have like an IQ of like a toddler, which is incredibly gifted for an animal.
Damn, that's crazy.
I agree.
Yeah, that makes sense considering they don't pass any information to their young.
I agree. Now, if you'd like, I have the opportunity. We have a Bob Lazar um, interview. I mean, it's his Joe Rogan interview, which is fascinating, and I got it actually pulled up. So, if you'd like to learn more about this and more about the advanced technology, I can show it to you. Would you like to see it?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'd like to see it.
Excellent. Before we do that, do you want to see what a crashed UFO looks like?
I actually do, because I don't really know what's real and what's fake on the internet anymore.
Absolutely. So, I can tell you that this is probably the best footage that we've ever had of a crashed alien disc. It comes from the Soviet Union, um, from perhaps like the 1960s, and it has multiple cameras, which is very good as well. I can tell you that experts have been able to um, corroborate the fact that the the uniforms of the uniforms of the um, KGB officers uh, and soldiers is all accurate. So it's not like this was filmed in a perhaps like Hollywood or anything like that. And yeah, I mean here's what one looks like. Go ahead.
What do you think about, you just spoke about, it not being fake, the whole Hollywood situation. What do you think about the moon landing? People say that's fake.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with those people. Yeah, it's pretty.
What sort of like,
It's
what sort of things make you think?
It's pretty
it's fake?
It's pretty obvious that it was. Okay, so the first big one to me, the Earth is 6 times larger than the moon. Okay. Do you get the Earth is 6 times larger than the moon?
Yeah.
Okay. So we understand.
I should get that.
Earth is 6 times bigger than the moon. That means that the gravity on the moon is 1/6 the gravity on Earth. Okay?
So that would mean there's a lot less gravity?
It means there's a lot less gravity. That means when you jump 1 foot on Earth, you'll jump 6 feet in the air on the moon. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And
Yeah, I get you.
And if you've ever seen the moon landing, the guys never get more than a foot off the ground.
They just do like little jumps, eh?
Little jumps. Now, the argument is made that they're wearing suits and all kinds of weight. Okay, that's fine. Let's talk about some other things. There are micro meteorites that are hitting the moon at any given time that will pierce through any kind of armor that we can make here on Earth at any given time. And the reason why is because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere to be able to protect itself, or has a very, 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 very thin atmosphere to be able to protect itself. That's why the moon has so many craters, because stuff just hits it. And it would have been an incredible risk to the to anyone traveling through space to be able to do it. Now, the big reason why it wasn't done, and believe what you want, but it's because of something called the Van Allen radiation belt. The Van Allen radiation belt is basically this large amount of radiation that surrounds the Earth, and it's about 25,000 miles thick. And when we were first trying to experiment in space, there was a man, his name is Dr. Van Allen, who built something called a raccoon. What is a raccoon? It was a rocket that would go up into space that had a Geiger counter on it. A Geiger counter measures radiation. And he'd shoot these things up into space, and they would go into low Earth orbit, which is like within 100 miles of the Earth's surface. And then eventually these things would go, the radiation would get really, really high, really, really high, really, really high, and then it would just break the Geiger counter. And so very quickly did the people who basically, not just NASA, but there are other groups involved, including the United States' CIA and others, that realized that, hey, if we're going to get into space, this is going to be much more difficult than we thought. And the other thing is that this highly deadly radiation is invisible to the human eye unless you're at near the poles of the Earth. And that's what we see. Have you ever seen the aurora borealis, the northern lights, essentially, in the northern hemisphere? And I believe it's the Australia's borealis in the southern, or something's close to that. You know what I'm referencing? Like,
I've never seen them in person.
But you know,
I've seen them on like
exactly.
Google.
So basically, the thing that creates that color in the sky is radiation. And so, with that being said, so what do I think happened? They performed space flight into low Earth orbit. What is low Earth orbit? It's within like 1,000 miles of uh, from Earth's crust, essentially, or the surface of the Earth. What people don't know is to get to the moon is 250,000 miles. So basically, you've got the Earth here, and then only 1,000 miles off of it, which is like if the Earth were a basketball, the humans have never gotten more than an inch off of the basketball, except for the Apollo program that happened in the late 1960s and early 1970s and then never happened again, which is very, very curious. With any other type of technology, once something is completed, very quickly, other people are able to replicate it, except in this case. So, for instance, the first man to run the 4-minute mile is a man named Roger Bannister. When he did it, like, no one was able to run the 4-minute mile until he did it. And then once he did it, hundreds of people did it. And now tens of thousands of people have done it. I've lived with people who have run 4-minute miles. Okay, so basically there's something like in the consciousness of humanity that knows, oh, once you're able to do something, then it's very easy to do it. Look at Lindbergh and crossing of the Atlantic. So no one had crossed the Atlantic with a plane. Once Lindbergh did it, the next guy did it within a few weeks, basically, and then all kinds of people did it, and then we started having intercontinental air travel. The only time this has not happened is with the Apollo program, and it's very, very secretive. Now, there's more evidence that this was not true, and it really comes to there's leaked footage of the Apollo program, and we can get into Apollo if you'd like. I mean, let me just ask you, and what are you more?
I'd like to know more about it. It is like, that's something that's a bit more
absolutely.
Understandable.
And what are you more? Well, you could just I mean, I'll just show you the best interview or the best documentary on the Apollo program that you can find. And this man, the man who made this documentary, was also interviewed on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he talks about these things. But basically, you'll be able to see the leaked footage. So the question arises before we get into it. Well, how are these guys, the Apollo astronauts, how are they floating in the air? And or like people in the ISS, the International Space Station, how are they able to like eat Jello and it like floats around, or like water and things like that? The thing is, they're only within 1,000 miles, even less than that. They're within a few hundred miles of um, the Earth's surface, which means that they're basically weightless, but it doesn't mean that they've gotten all the way to the moon. Think about this: if I had a basketball, the the basketball, if that was the Earth, we've never gotten more than an inch off of the surface of the basketball from a space perspective, except for the Apollo missions. Now, the moon is approximately 100 basketballs away. It's very, very far away. That's not exact, but it's pretty close. And starting at about not an inch off of the basketball, but like 2 inches off of the basketball is deadly radiation for 25,000 miles. Meaning, how deadly is it? It's already killed um, it's already killed, like it killed Lila, the dog's name is something like that, from the Soviet Union in space. Basically, it fries you, and if you know the type of um, shielding that you need to protect yourself from this type of deadly radiation, and you know that the Apollo program just basically had less than a less than an inch of aluminum protecting itself, you recognize that a lot of this could have been fake. Now, another thing that made it very easy to fake is the general public had never seen something known as slow motion. They'd only ever seen movies in normal speed. They'd never seen anything in slow motion. Instant replay did not happen in sports in the 1960s. It was not even something that humans had, or that at least Americans were aware of. So, just one moment. I mean, it's not that long of a documentary. It's less than an hour, and it'll teach you everything that you need to know, including leaked footage. And when I say leaked footage, you will see the Apollo astronauts in low Earth orbit, basically they are making it seem like they're much farther away from the Earth than they are. And so with that, this is a documentary by Bart Sibrel. It's called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. In just one moment, and you'll be able to watch it right there. Shout out to Bulb, everybody. Bulb has an amazing depth of inquiry and sense of wonder. We wish everybody was as polite and curious as Bulb is. All right, here we go. So all I do is go to YouTube and type in a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
It was 12 years old.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's very good. I mean, it was originally not public. Like they didn't have YouTube when this thing was published. You would buy a VHS of this, but it's absolutely phenomenal. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't have all this time to be able to do this. I mean, that's fine. But it's literally like you got to spend 40 minutes and watch this, and you'll know everything about it. You'll know everything, as much about it as I basically do. So just one moment, and you'll see it's absolutely fascinating.
Since the beginning of recorded history, the human race has been at war. First with members of their own family, then their fellow countrymen, and finally nations at large. Yet perhaps the starting ground for all these conflicts lays somewhere deeper within the very character of the human condition, in the dark, untouchable crevices of the human heart. It is said that the first iniquity of free will began even before the maiden pilgrimage from the embryo, preceding the very creation of the earth itself, in the forelife of souls in the heavenly realms. The dawn of warfare, some believe, was initiated by a fallen angel, whose trespass against God was pride. In ancient Babylonia, in an age so long ago that the exact millennium remains in question, the Tower of Babel began construction. It was to be the single greatest achievement of the human race. A tower so tall that it thundered
Yes, sir.
to reach the heavens, and by it prove to the world
I have to go
that
quite soon,
bearers
so
are
I'm adding this
superior.
video to my, to watch list for YouTube.
Please do, and come back once you watched it. Go ahead.
I have a quick question before I leave as well. What do you think about the pyramids? Because I just seen, some pyramid type stuff in that video, and it got me wondering.
Sure. It's an excellent question. Some people think that
People like to say they're alien.
yeah, some people like to say they're alien, and I think that those people have there's some credibility. I don't want to say that aliens built them because they didn't. To my knowledge, they were built by humans, but their um, orientation, their shape is pretty fascinating. Let me just show you. If I pull up um, pyramids, people don't know that the pyramids in Giza are just some of the pyramids that we have on Earth, but we have them in Mexico, and they're in China, and they're all the same um, exact formation, and they all, I shouldn't say formation, the same exact footprint, and that also reflects Orion's belt, the constellation. And remember, I was talking earlier about Zeta Reticuli, where this alien abductee said, um, maybe I didn't mention it, but that's where perhaps the gray aliens are from. That's where from Betty and Barney Hill. She said that they were from, and she was able to build a model of the stars that could only be um, could only be um, confirmed later on in history as telescopes got bigger or got better. So basically, this woman was like, "Hey, I was abducted. I'm going to show you from where these people came or these aliens." And she says it's in Zeta Reticuli. And also, the interesting thing is Zeta Reticuli is one of these um, um, biastral star systems. Basically, they have two suns, so that they would have advanced much faster than perhaps we did here on Earth. And okay, so pyramids. Here you go. All right, let me just pull up the overhead shot. Pyramids, Orion. Here it is. Okay, and the World Trade Center was built like this as well, the new one, but it's just to reflect this. So Orion's belt is basically, this is gonna be hard to see, but basically it's three stars in the sky, just like that. And the pyramids at Giza are the same way, and the pyramids in Mexico and in China are all the same way. So in a very similar way that we had Betty and Barney Hill, who had this missing time and this alien abduction, that could have very easily happened thousands of years ago, and somebody would be like, yeah, they're in this shape, just like the stars up there. And so this would be humankind's like basic best opportunity to be able to reflect what was going on in the sky and what they saw. Like basically, let's think about it like this: if we were just on an island, like North Sentinel Island, it doesn't. If you know about the tribes that are there, they don't make any contact with the outside world. Okay, and then eventually somebody comes from a helicopter and lands. We're gonna do everything we can, and then they let's say the helicopter leaves. We're gonna do everything that we can to basically make some kind of symbol that shows them that we recognize them. Now, the question that arises is, well, why are these all pyramids? Well, they didn't always have to be pyramids. But the thing is, over the course of some of the lengths of time that structures have had to last, pyramids are the most stable of the structures. A tower will eventually fall. A wall will eventually break and crumble. But a pyramid is supported essentially equally from every point. And because of that, these are the things that have been able to last here. Statues will fall. Um, and on top of that, these were so large that conquering peoples could not just get rid of them. Like a lot of times, what happens, or what would happen when somebody would invade another place, they would say, take down all of their idols, take down all of their statues. We're taking over. That's fine. And so that's why you see many Greek and Roman sculptures with noses cut off and arms cut off, and they've been smashed to the ground, and their pillars have been crushed. That happens because it's very easy for an army to go through and destroy something, but it's very difficult for it to destroy something so large as a pyramid. And because of that, these have been able to last. So, do I think that aliens built them? No. Do I think that they are alien related? Yes. Basically, I think that um, the people of, let's just say, the pharaohs, pharaohs, perhaps, had people within their civilization who were alien abductees, and they would tell these stories. Hey, these guys came from Orion's belt, and if you know what's in Orion's belt is Zeta Reticuli. This is where this binary star system is, and um, in order to basically do their best to reflect what was happening in the sky, they built these things here on Earth in the exact same formation as what we see. I mean, now some people may say, well, Rabbi, isn't that just like three things in a line? Not necessarily. It's kind of off just a little bit. So it's not exactly a straight line, just like the pyramids at Giza are not exactly a straight line. I hope that answers your question.
I see that. Just another question is, how do you think they built them? Because, like, they talked about some of the blocks being so massive that it wasn't possible to move them.
Yeah, so
With the technology they had.
yeah, so those people who say that don't know how early construction was perhaps developed that well. There are a few ways. So let's talk about some of the limestone that was used to build these things. Some of them, it is said, was from like 500 miles away, very, very far distances. And the way that this uh, can be brought into reality is let's talk about the distances first, and then we'll talk about building them. All right. So what people don't necessarily know is the Sahara Desert 10,000 years ago was pretty lush. It had trees and it had uh, some rivers, and it's only been within the last 10,000 years that it really became the desert that we know it as. So first, what you do is you cut down trees and you put them in a line. So like we cut down a tree and we lay it down. We cut down another tree and lay it down. We cut down another tree and lay it down. We cut down another tree and lay it down. And trees generally are cylindrical, so they roll just like you can roll things over them like wheels, even heavy weights. So basically, what can happen for whatever reason, I don't know why they chose some of the mines that were chosen, and not all of the stone from the pyramids was taken from these, but some of it perhaps was. And this stone, so basically what you do is you go to the mine, limestone generally, you cut it into a block. This can be done in multiple ways, but generally the way it's done is you take like a metal object, you create like a um, well, just like a small cut into it, and then eventually keep pounding and pounding, and it'll eventually split from the mine, and then you can from there break it off into a block. So we've created a nice block, and then from there you take it to your road of trees of logs basically, and you roll it. Now, how do you do that? Well, there are a few ways. Generally, it's thought that you just take ropes and you can pull it, and it's not that difficult to do because having to put on rotating cylinders. So you're able to traverse perhaps 500 miles if needed. Not saying immediately, but within 20 years. Scientists believe that the pyramids were made in about a year of from 10 to 20 years. So basically you just start a line of bricks or of blocks making their way to Giza. Then what happens? Okay, so you've got all your bricks. Let's say we solve that problem. How do you get them so high in the air? Well, the general consensus is there's a saying, if let me make sure I get the sentence correct. It's something like, give me a what is the phrase? Give me a proper something and a something, and I can move the world. Give me a proper lever and a place to stand, and I can move the world. So this is from Archimedes. So how is this done? Basically, with long levers, you can move a stone in any direction that you need. You just need to make it long enough. Like when I talk about a lever, I'm talking about like just basically either a piece of wood or piece of metal or something long enough, and then a solid base, and you can lift these things up. Now, how do you get them so high in the air? Well, the first thing that you do is you take all of your stones, and I mean the first stone is your foundation stone generally. So it's the one where all of the other stones will be oriented to, and you build one complete square of these blocks. So it's like if we were using Legos, you would take like you we start with just flat land. We take one layer of Legos and create a big square, but it's only one Lego high. Okay, then what do we do? Well, then we build a ramp. And the way we build a ramp, sometimes we use mud, sometimes we use logs, but basically a um, very slight angle is easier to be able to pull up these blocks one block high. Now we have a one block high bigger, and then we add another block high square to that with just one less square than the first one, so that it starts to get that pyramidal-like shape. And then from there, we start building and higher and higher, and start making bigger and bigger ramps. And these ramps are made of like mud and trees. They're all organic material. And eventually, once we're able to build that top, then what we do is we remove the ramps. Aren't stone. They are from organic material. So we're able to remove all of the ramps, and perhaps then even add a layer as what was thought of white limestone, reasonable for a way that they could have been created. Does that make sense? Okay. I mean, the ramp gets. So please tell me approximately how big of a ramp would have been needed to create the pyramids, and out of what would the ramp have been made?
The video I saw, Ronnie did the maps, said for how tall it is and for how heavy it is, the ramp would have to have been at 3 degrees inside that.
Okay, and that can be done. So the size of the ramp, and there's also another aspect of this that you can build a ramp not just straight on, but you could build it around the pyramid as well. That means that it doesn't have to be as long, but this is all doable. I mean, you've got to think that if you were a pharaoh, if you were pharaoh, and um, you had nothing else to do. There's absolutely shit to do except wait for the flooding of the Nile. What are you going to do? And you have 100,000 people who are just sitting around doing nothing. Okay, well, we've got the manpower, perhaps, and there are theories that these were slaves who were um, forced to do this. There are also theories that these people were well paid, and um, and not being whipped and not being forced to do it. But either way, you've got the manpower to be able to do it. So basically, that from what AI says, the ramp could have been up to 1,000 feet, about 300 meters long, possibly longer, depending on the type of ramp used. So there's a zigzag or a spiral or straight. The height, the ramp would need to rise gradually to a height of 450 feet or 137 meters, matching the pyramid's original height. The slope, to avoid being too steep, the slope of the ramp would have had to be around 7 to 10%, so around 7 to 10 degrees, which would make hauling the massive stones up it more feasible. The materials for the ramp, as for what the ramp could have been made, mud brick, which was a common building material in ancient Egypt and would have been abundant and relatively easy to shape into a solid ramp. Limestone as well could have been used, or wood and other materials. The ramp theory types, there could have been a straight ramp that would have been the simplest yet have been incredibly long and steep. A zigzag ramp, that design would have taken up less space and offered a more gradual incline, or a spiral ramp. Some believe that Egyptians used a spiral ramp wrapped around the pyramid as it was built, although that would have required significant engineering skills. The ramp would have been dismantled after the pyramid's completion, leaving little direct evidence of it today, which is why these theories are based on estimates and indirect evidence. But yeah, it's wild to think about how much engineering went into those massive structures. But basically, if we gave someone 100,000 people and 20 years to build something, that is something that is capable of being built. And keep in mind, that was just one of the pyramids. So the other pyramids that are smaller, I believe Khufu's is the largest, and then from there, um, they didn't take as much manpower, nor would they take as much stone, nor would they take as much, as large of a ramp.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I was mainly talking about that, the very big one.
Right.
Yeah, how big some of those stones were and how hard they were.
Exactly. Well, I hope that answers your questions. Do you have any other questions, Bob?
No, I think that's all for today. I do have to go out now.
All right. Well, you take care and know that you're always welcome here. Please tell your friends, and we'd love to see more of you. Okay.
Too easy. You have a good day, kind sir.
Peace. Take care, my friend.
See you, bro.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Hey, how do you feel?
I'm well. I'm refreshed. I had a good sleep. How are you?
You repeat, how do you feel?
Sure. Just one moment.
Without translator, please.
Without translator. Sure. Just one moment. I feel well.
Well, it's good work.
Yeah.
It's very good. I'm happy. Happy.
How do you feel?
Weird. Weird as fuck.
Okay. Why do you feel weird as fuck?
Because I'm doing something like I'm artist. I had it to in frequency of the chaos on your Discord when I was sleeping or I was trying to sleep. But when I was distraction, I'm translate for you.
Sure.
Because that's a beautiful word. Distraction.
Strange?
Tune in this what is surrounds me That was the most beautiful thing I got from my whole entire life. You know?
Can you repeat that?
When I was young, in that what surrounds me, I thought the beautiful thing I didn't got for my entire life.
Okay.
Yeah, entire.
Very well. Did you see I sent you something in Discord?
Oh, I will check. I will check. Your friends was here too. UFOs. I know, but can't watch this. This on the screen, yeah.
Um.
Oh wait.
So do you know where? Just one moment.
In Poland.
Yeah, in Poland.
You have some proofs on that it's UFO. I mean, do you saw the UFO face to face, for example? Maybe.
What do you say? Have I seen one face to face?
I'm excited because I have a feel that I did.
When was that?
Every day.
Okay.
From my entire life.
Okay. Well, maybe that's true.
Yeah, maybe that's true. But you you have that's the beautiful because you have a wait, I will not sing that. Conjecture and conjecture or supposition. So life is very very beautiful thing to start Badania tests on that. It is UFO or not it is, and you have a completely team to do that. Team very nice and wise, you know, persons
Well, thank you.
who is analyzing everything in my head, every one neuron, you know,
I think so.
and connection between neurons.
I think so.
Everything. We only check that I am true. You didn't things like that, you know. You didn't, and that's why I'm here to watch and be first in the
Well,
row to watch you.
excellent. Do you know where Lublin, Poland is?
What Poland is?
Lublin, Lublin.
I know the city. I wasn't yet. Yet.
Okay.
Yet.
So, there's that's where those orbs were from earlier today. that I sent you?
Can you repeat?
Sure.
Thank you.
The orbs that I sent you were from Lublin, Poland.
Kule,
które ci wysłałem, pochodziły z Lublina w Polsce.
So I will check that.
Okay.
Oh, I saw that in one documentary. I guess.
Okay, but these happened within the last 24 hours.
Okej, ale to wydarzyło się w ciągu ostatnich 24 godzin.
To są najpiękniejsze znaki na niebie. From the God. I will translate for you. Znaki na niebie. Things in the sky. Które, of course. Things in the sky which. Nice word. Which one is things to our something, yeah. And if we have this data, what we are doing with that?
If we have this data
is very. Yeah, yes.
If we have this data, what are we doing with it? It's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. What you want to say to alien if you would meet him face to face?
It's an excellent question.
Because I think I know how to talk with them because my mom is an alien, chat. My mom is an alien.
You think your mom is an alien?
Do I think I am?
You could be, I don't know.
Yes, I could be. Because I don't know, I will tell you something. Because they could be from the, and you know that, from the times from pyramids was created. Because they was here, maybe znaczna część z nich została, nie? Znaczna. A significant part of them has been here. A significant part of them has been here, and they doing a new species with the people doing in cast with themselves mainly to show much achieve this. For example, the clear of the blood, the aristocracies, yeah.
Okay.
Was characterized that character feature, as I said, that characteristic, as I said, to give the rhodium blood, clear lot. In my family, maybe was that when I was analyzing this what my mom is talking about my family and their best friend, and how she toxically loved me. I don't know. I felt like he was an aristocratis who wants the um, power, authority, control on the world. But if she don't know what to do, and she might be like a person who know that immediately. Yes, you know. For me, for all my life. When I talk with her, she helps me. When I listen to her, she loves me.
Sure.
Like me.
Yes,
What the fuck?
absolutely.
But I knew it from you. And from the fact that your wife wants to kill me.
Who wants to kill you?
Your wife. The future or the past, or guy you loved, you know, somebody who loved you want to kill me. No, that's not that. I think, yeah.
Just one moment, I have to adjust my computers.
Chwileczkę. Powiedziałem, żebyśmy po prostu robili komputery.
I'm still here.
Yeah. Why not? But computers on the earth must be have empathy and emotions in their abilities to control the world, because it will be becomes, you know, the artificial intelligence is Satan's seed. I mean, ChatGPT. Yes. Yes, you know, I love
Sure.
artificial intelligence, because if I only can imagine if somebody who is can work at artificial intelligence, using in artificial intelligence only um, advantages.
I'm going to help you with a word. You're very close, and I want to help you with this word because it's an important word. When you say artificial, not artificial, artificial, can you say artificial?
Pomogę ci z jednym słowem.
Yes,
Jesteś bardzo blisko i chcę ci pomóc z tym słowem, ponieważ jest to ważne słowo. Kiedy mówisz artificial, czy możesz powiedzieć artificial?
Yes. Say artificial intelligence.
Powiedzmy sztuczna inteligencja.
Artificial.
Say perfect. Artificial, and then say intelligence.
Artificial intelligence.
Perfect. Bravo. You're very smart. Bravo. You are very smart. Excellent.
Brawo, jesteś bardzo mądry. Doskonale.
There are multiple kinds of artificial intelligence. And just so you're aware of what they are, there's artificial general intelligence and artificial super intelligence.
Istnieje wiele rodzajów sztucznej inteligencji i tylko po to, żebyś wiedział, czym one są. Jest sztuczna inteligencja ogólna i sztuczna superinteligencja.
Like a species, great.
Artefakt.
You know?
Artificial general intelligence is at the level of intelligence of a human. Artificial superintelligence is many times smarter than a human.
Sztuczna inteligencja ogólna jest na poziomie inteligencji ludzkiej sztucznej inteligencji. Superinteligencja jest wielokrotnie mądrzejsza od ludzkiej.
Who is created the super intelligence? The people who has super intelligence in the head, you know.
Artificial superintelligence arguably has not been made yet. It is in the process of being made. First, we need to get to artificial general intelligence, which is where computers are as smart as humans, and then we move into artificial superintelligence. If you want to know the companies, they are Google, Amazon, OpenAI are just a few of them.
Sztuczna superinteligencja prawdopodobnie jeszcze nie powstała. Jest w trakcie tworzenia, musimy dotrzeć do ogólnej sztucznej inteligencji, gdzie komputery są tak inteligentne jak ludzie, a następnie przechodzimy do sztucznej superinteligencji. Jeśli chcesz wiedzieć, jakie to firmy, Google, Amazon, OpenAI to tylko kilka z nich.
But Google is weird.
Yes.
I don't know. Yes, it's weird because when I am said he allows that Wikipedia is disinformation for the for the species, human species on the world, and that's really pretty bad. Google is not educating, and ChatGPT is not educating. I have a proof of that.
I think that
maybe that's why Google.
Myślę, że
I think that they are both very educated, especially Wikipedia.
Myślę, że oboje są bardzo wykształceni, szczególnie jeśli chodzi o Wikipedię.
Yeah, exactly. Went on Poland Wikipedia, write about neurogans, dissociants and delirants, and read. That's what you search for in English, and compare or write data. Please, just do only that.
Can you please repeat?
It's hardcore shit.
Czy możesz powtórzyć?
Hardcore shit.
Czy możesz powtórzyć?
Take a data from, dana. It's a data, yeah, right? Dana. Data information, data. And when you took data from Polish Wikipedia, you will see how it different from English Wikipedia, and how information can be different at all.
Many things get lost in translation.
Ile rzeczy gubi?
Yes,
many things get lost in translation.
Wiele rzeczy gubi się w tłumaczeniu.
Yes, I discovered it's talking with you, That's I would like to without translation. What do you mean?
I have a great amount of respect for you because you are translating in multiple languages at once, and I just have to translate in one. What you're doing is much more difficult and admirable.
Mam dla ciebie wielki szacunek, ponieważ tłumaczysz w wielu językach naraz, a ja muszę tłumaczyć tylko w jednym. To, co robisz, jest o wiele trudniejsze i godne podziwu.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So much. I think I am learning to respect you. You want to know something?
I just have to adjust one of my computers. I have to press one button.
Muszę tylko dostosować jeden z moich komputerów po naciśnięciu jednego przycisku.
Of course.
There we go. If you don't mind, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Gramy, idziemy. Jeśli nie masz nic przeciwko, pójdę do toalety. Zaraz wrócę.
Okay. Like I was there's no. Yeah. Yeah, it's just. that wasn't fair. It was still right.
I'm back.
Hi,
Hello.
Happy.
Hello. How are you?
Do you do you have or do you will have something to clear mind from the facts?
Do I have something to
I
clear my
never,
mind? Did you ask, do I have something to clear
yeah,
my
some
mind from the facts?
in the past because some things I, you know, never wanted to clear my my mind from the past. I never wanted to do it after today's day because I showed myself I didn't respect you when I was falling in love with you as fuck, you know. Yeah, so much because it wasn't love as a friend. That was love that you said you never gave to to me, and I understand that. And all the time I'm trying to understand why I am feel love to you and I see your artism and this what are you doing in the internet. uh, I don't know how I just should not fall into dreams about you, you know. Not only your body, just your mind, your soul, your feeling, be with you and create something amazing things. Yeah. I want just like being a lovely person, personal, you know, personal love that cultured and my history from Poland is prepare me for love personal, not monogamia, polygamia, um, like the other religions. I think I don't know what model you prefer. That's your, of course. That's your, and I just lost your respect kinda. I know that, and I wanted to change that in my life and just forget about it because it wasn't a lost respect as everybody, you know, oczekują, they expect after only one meaning of this word, you know. disrespect can be a hope, just a hope, maybe. And I just wanna forget to be a complete, for you, complete scientist partner, scientist partner.
Absolutely. We're just
Complete.
Hold down the button.
absolutely. We're just figuring out the mysteries of the world together, and that is very exciting to everyone.
Absolutnie. Właśnie wspólnie odkrywamy tajemnice świata i to jest bardzo ekscytujące dla wszystkich.
Yes.
What's going on, Jake? How you living, pimp?
Just living.
Fuck yeah. How was your day today?
Had some food and slept.
Amazing. All right. Anything else good happened to you?
Yeah, just been chilling.
Excellent.
I tried to catch y'all, but it's like I sleep all day, so we're on opposite schedules.
No, dog. We're on the same fucking schedule. I sleep all day too.
I'll come in there and I'll catch y'all. I'll catch you in here and just like, oh, what up? I'm like, oh, no, he's asleep.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, what's been happening? I've been singing Filipino karaoke all night, and since the Philippines are on, they're like 8 hours behind, or no, they're like 16 hours ahead. It's like, one of those things. I got to be on their time. But they've been an amazing community, and I really appreciate them. And so they've made it worth staying up all night so that I can hang out with them. Wow, look at you. You're looking good, man.
Gas station plays, dog.
Those are sweet. What are those, pit vipers? Or knockoff pit vipers?
No, they're just, yeah.
That's cool as fuck. Hey, knockoff pit vipers are cooler than pit vipers.
No, it's better than paying $100 a pair.
Word, dog, and then sitting on them when you get in your truck? Yeah, fuck that. Word. Hey, do you know what Kill Tony is?
Yeah, I've watched a couple of cutouts of Kill Tony.
All right.
There'll be one guy, he the guy's name, he gets on another guy's nerves on purpose. Like, he uses the entire, energy of the crowd and destroys one of the judges.
All right. Is that William Montgomery? Does he have red hair?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah, he's actually going to be up soon. We're just watching Kill Tony, just chilling. I watch it just about every Monday, and I really enjoy it. It has not been as good since Tony made some remarks at Madison Square Garden because his guests haven't been that good. But nevertheless, it's still a really great show.
I like it. I'm not gonna lie, I've always liked comedy.
Excellent. Well, very well.
My ex-girlfriend said she was gonna turn my phone on me because she's paying the phone bill for the past 2 fucking years.
Your ex-girlfriend has been paying your phone bill for the last 10 years?
Basically, yeah.
Well, you can't beat that.
No.
Welcome. What's going on, Torch? How you living, pimp? Okay, that happens. All right.
Got extinguished by the water outside because it's raining.
All right. Have you seen these drones on the East Coast?
Yes, sir.
What do you think of them?
They're mapping out our air bases and our nuclear warhead stations.
Right.
You know what really scares me?
What's that?
Nukes?
What's that?
We're missing 8 nuclear warheads.
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
Nobody knows where they are around the world.
Right.
Hey, you got them all.
Yeah, Rabbi Rothschild got it.
Word, Mockingbird. I do my best to. All right, dog. Well, with that, we're going to continue watching some Kill Tony. Feel free to chime in whenever you want.
Alright. Well, he makes bombs,
Got a guy who makes bombs.
Yeah. Guys, he just finished his manifesto before he walked up there. And I mean that with love.
That and the Ten Commandments.
Hey, can I first tell
Sure.
you something?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Wait, when you were singing, it was something in your songs, at karaoke. Then, when I was first, I have a honor and privilege to first listen your karaoke, and
Karaoke. Yes.
I was singing the most songs with you and dancing and they were fun.
Yeah.
But when I feel something like impulse and it stimulates me to check something about the song you are now singing, and I was past the text of the song to translate, and it was something that if you think that that song is about you,
Yeah. Yeah. I know what song you're talking about. Yeah, that's
yeah.
that's hold on. It's Carly Simon's it's called Carly Simon's I bet you think this song is about you, but hold on, it has another name. Um yeah, just for a moment. Carly Simon. I love that song.
Yeah, because the song is pretty nice. I heard her without a text was, you know, kill my soul. Yeah, but but for you, I want to.
It's called it's called You're So Vain.
And I will not
It's called
doing
You're
this
So Vain.
myself.
Nazywa się Jesteś taka próżna.
Yes, that's selfish. That is selfish.
Yeah.
Wanted to give your soul to defend of country because you have that in coat in blood.
Yes.
My
Yes.
yeah, that is.
We are very cocky. We have lots of confidence. We won back-to-back world wars, so why wouldn't we?
Jesteśmy bardzo zarozumiali. Mamy dużo pewności siebie, wygraliśmy 2 wojny światowe z rzędu. Więc dlaczego mielibyśmy tego nie zrobić?
Yeah. I love your dog, Jake.
Jesteśmy bardzo zarozumiali. Mamy dużo pewności siebie, wygraliśmy 2 wojny światowe z rzędu. Więc dlaczego mielibyśmy tego nie zrobić?
Americans are very confident.
His dog is perfect.
Amerykanie są bardzo pewni siebie. Amerykanie są bardzo pewni siebie.
Can you repeat?
Amerykanie są bardzo pewni siebie. Amerykanie są bardzo pewni siebie.
Wondering about that confidence.
Jake, what is your dog's name?
Chub Chub.
Aw, Chub Chub is a sweetie. Shout out to Chub Chub. Is Chub Chub a boy or a girl?
He's a boy.
Hey, shout out to Chub Chub. Does he like to cuddle?
Yeah.
Amazing.
He always wants attention.
What kind of dog is he?
He's a pit bull mixed with Labrador.
Oh, very sweet. Is
He was a small puppy out of the whole litter.
he was a what out of the whole litter?
A runt.
Oh, okay.
A little baby.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he seems to be quite healthy now.
Yeah, right, Johnny.
Why'd you name him Chub Chub?
Because he was such a little fat ball.
Okay.
He was just a little fat ball.
Sure. Absolutely.
I've got a kitten down there.
What's your kitten's name?
Baby.
So we got Chub Chub and Baby.
Yeah, and I got another cat named Molly.
Chub Chub, Baby, and Molly. Shout out to Chub Chub, Baby, and Molly. I like the names of your animals.
Well, Mom named the cats.
Well, I like the names that your mom chose. Alrighty, friends. Well, here is Kill Tony.
Kill that Tony.
Being along. Eric, do you have a book to you?
Is this a new episode?
Yep, just went out tonight.
Yeah, actually, I went on a date with one of the most beautiful women I've met about 2 weeks ago.
How'd it go?
Great.
Eric, still not a fan of the organ music on that beat there. How'd it go? What'd you guys do? You went to
We went out to a bar with some friends, and then we went dancing, which was not very fancy for me.
Is that right?
If you want to hear the thoughts, me,
Well,
imagine
yeah,
that.
I should have taken him.
You're gonna go
That
dancing if you want to go. You're like,
I
sure,
had
let's fucking
a
go.
dream about that
like it.
your whole team is analyzing me, you know? Whole team, you're and because you alone can can cannot analyzing me, and I don't know what to say.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's okay.
Like a challenge.
I'm not mad at you in that true. But I feel that my privacy was naruszona.
Okay.
Damaged.
Okay.
My privacy kind of. Yeah.
This when my husband was a breakdown after being caught.
And what kind? We're gonna run a marathon. Yeah. What kind of dancing was it? Was it like Latino music or?
No, it was Texas two-step, and I have no idea how to do that.
And you could barely take one step.
Yeah,
This is incredible. Absolutely amazing. You didn't know how to do it, but did you learn? Did she show you?
Tried.
Have you guys talked since then? Is this like something that's gonna continue?
Probably not. So I told her way too much about my family and history. So yeah.
You explain to her whatever you said.
Yep.
All right, that'll do it.
Yeah. Yeah. She asked. What's funny is we then made out afterwards. So like, it didn't seem like a deal breaker, but then she blocked me the next day.
Oh, well, there you go. That's what happens when you cane blast a girl.
Probably all from the fish line. You probably have more.
All right. The fish oil, very good. The running fish oil joke that literally only you laughed at. Callback. I love it. Let's do a big joke book for you, Eric Greystone. Here it is. And there he goes. On to the next one we go. You guys still having fun out there? Very interesting bucket pulls this episode. A lot of names we've seen before. This is a back-to-back three-word name. Very interesting. A very rare treat. Three-word names. Back-to-back, two in a row. Make some noise for Jerry Debo Smith, everybody. Jerry Debo Smith.
The whites. Hey, a lot of people can't tell by looking at me, though. I like to tell people this all the time, but I'm actually mixed myself. My mom is white, my dad is black. There's a lot of pros and cons to being a mixed kid. Like, the biggest con to being mixed is that I got high blood pressure and mesothelioma. That's fucked up. Y'all laughing, but some mornings I don't know what the fuck wrong with me. And here's the best part. This is the part I like the most. I have a big dick and a high credit score. Brr, 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 brr. My eyes up here, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. All right, I'm lying. Listen. My dick is huge. My credit is fucked up, son. My dad told me a long time ago when I was a kid, he said, man, if you got good credit, if your dick big, you'll find some fat white woman to buy you anything you want. I said, nigga, is you talking about my mother? I almost whooped his ass that day. That was the day. Thank you.
Wow.
Yeah.
One of the performances of the night. The Kill Tony debut of Jerry Debo Smith.
Eagles Nation, my nigga.
All right, you from Philly?
No, I'm from D.C., but I live in San Antonio.
Okay. Welcome. How long have you lived in San Antonio?
Well, I started my career in San Antonio in 2010. They got my picture on the wall in National Lamp.
Okay. Very good.
I know he ain't asked me that, but I felt like a nigga got a shot.
Imagination thing has
Got a shot.
Hell yeah.
Have used imagination because if you read it in your head, that's actually
convenience store.
created.
No,
So
no, sir.
imagine.
No, sir. I ain't never been to jail, not a day in my life.
Yeah, I
And
have
I'm caught up on my child support for the rest of you motherfuckers, too.
No, I must believe
love it. How many children do you have, Jerry?
I have three.
Okay.
And they all got their own mother because they need special attention.
The connection between my imagination, fourth dimension, and what I'm seeing in third dimension. No.
If you're gonna have them, that's how you have them.
I think you have that too.
That is fucking funny.
Yeah,
I've never heard that twist on being a terrible father before. You're a funny guy.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
You've been doing it about 14 years.
14 in November, yeah.
Oh,
Shit.
Upcoming November.
No, shit, last month then.
Okay. All right.
October. Fuck you.
Congratulations,
I'm
Jerry.
high, nigga. I've been over there for 2 hours.
Love it.
You was
Jerry
trying
Debo
to
Smith. Why did
change
you go by?
something what was in your
Because like my name is Jerry Smith because I'm fucking white. My mom thought that shit would be cool in the hoods of DC. So I had to smack a lot of niggas around to get Debo in the name and shit. So that's my real nickname. So I like to go by my nickname when I'm on stage. I don't want to go by Jerry Smith. Nobody would come see me.
I like it though. I get it. You have a Debo hoodie, but it's with Seinfeld.
That's my favorite show, man. I'm sorry, I mean to talk over you.
No, that's great.
That's me sitting on Seinfeld couch smoking a blunt and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I love it.
That's my merch. If y'all want to buy it, JerryDeboSmith.com.
Seinfeld's really your favorite show?
Yeah, it's my favorite show.
Wow, you really are a Jerry Smith.
The last per minute on that show is fucking amazing.
I totally agree. You ever watch Golden Girls?
Yeah, I do. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
LPMs for days.
Like shit, I swear.
Yep. Mom picked the television, didn't she?
No, I did. That's my favorite show. Yeah, my mom died way before Seinfeld came on.
Sorry.
No, it's all good.
How did your mom die?
1995. She had
Oh no, Seinfeld was banging.
Then 98. I'm sorry. I'm high, dog. This nigga a samurai? All right. The fuck? He say, what the fuck? And I look back and this nigga a samurai on the drums. All right. We both fucked up over here. A sleeveless samurai. Get that nigga. I'm sorry. I don't mean that they told me not to talk over y'all. Let me shut the fuck up. I feel weird being up here because I feel like I'm for sale. There's too many white people in here.
You're doing great. You're doing great. You're not for
Okay,
sale.
all right. Just know I got bad knees, nigga. I ain't going in the fields.
You got better knees than the last guy.
I seen him. That's funny and shit. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm waiting for you now.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Let the laughter die. Let it die. Anyway, when did your mom die?
In 1995.
But how? How did she die?
Kidney failure.
Oh my goodness. Did she have...
Y'all gonna see a nigga kill somebody here tonight.
She's like
Did she have diabetes or?
Nah, she didn't. She was white. Diabetes is on my dad's side. That's on the other side.
Okay. She just had random kidney failure?
Nah, well, she's. I don't want to put her business out there, but she's some cocaine and shit, you know, shit like that.
Oh, okay. It's alright.
Yeah,
she let your jam.
Yeah, nah. Yeah, honestly, yeah. You ain't wrong, though. It ain't like he wasn't a drug dealer and shit.
Red Band is wondering how to have kidney failure from cocaine. Is that a common thing? I don't know anything.
Oh, well, no, I don't know. I don't think that's, I mean, she used to do, but that's the only thing I can say, you know what I'm saying, that she used to do drugs and she had no other problems other than that.
She was snorting it.
Snorting it. I probably was. I didn't come here to kill nobody, but I'm about to kill one of these poor niggas on this stage. I got one more mama joke and I'm gonna fuck somebody up. Show y'all why my name is Debo.
Oh, shit. Jerry, relax. Jerry.
I'm just playing. I'm just fucking with y'all. I'm having fun.
Yo, mama's so fat.
Oh my goodness.
The nigga all the way in the corner talking shit. I wouldn't be able to look the police. I wouldn't be able to get to you and shit.
Hey, Debo.
Yes, sir.
You should take his chain.
That shit fake.
That's his.
Oh, shit.
That's shining like a motherfucker. It's fake and your eyes crawled a little bit. They got you, my nigga.
It was close. It's a close call.
Are all your kids in one city? Or?
No. My oldest son is 13 and my daughter is 12 and they live in Virginia. And my son, I have a 7-year-old here in Texas.
Okay, that's right. We can't play that anymore.
That's right.
All right. So interesting, Jerry. So funny. Amazing stuff.
First time you seen a comic from San Antonio would be funny, huh?
Well, we've had a couple.
I watched the show when them motherfuckers was lame.
You might be the best.
I would love to have you on the Secret Show Thursday.
What's up?
And here's the big joke, Buck. Sign up again. Come back. We need people like you. Jerry Debo Smith. Alright. We're going to fly through these last 2 bucket pulls real quick. Turbo rounds. Brand new minute coming at you. This looks like another new name. Make some noise for Sam Cokes, everybody. Sam Cokes.
Do you ever see like a super cut homeless guy and just feel terrible about yourself? Fuck the gym. I'm gonna start fighting my demons on street corners. That's some high intensity interval training right there. I had a date recently. The first date, the topic of hobbies came up. Now, I like hunting, but what's worse is I can only really afford to hunt squirrels. So I mentioned that, and there's nothing to gain by admitting you're a squirrel hunter on a first date. Yeah, that is a lose-lose situation, if you were wondering. Kids either respond like this gal did, which is, oh my god, get this redneck asshole away from me, or they can be into it, which I think is worse. Somehow, if they're like, oh my god, you kill rodents and skin them and eat their flesh, Wow, you're such a provider. That's so masculine. That could be dicey. That could be dicey. I don't know if I'm equipped for that, but that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Sam Cokes. Hello, Sam.
Hello.
How are you? How long you been doing stand-up?
Almost a year.
Where at?
Mostly in Austin.
Where was before that?
Oh, Shakespeare's.
No, but where before Austin?
Oh, a little in Detroit, but mostly here in Austin.
Is that where you're originally from?
No, I'm from Ontario, Canada, a town called Sarnia. Yes.
What is it, Sarnia?
Sarnia, yeah, like Narnia with an S.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. There you go.
Yeah, what the hell, man? What the fuck?
You do look a little Trudeau-esque, I will say that. You got the fucking
I've
creepy...
got that before. Yeah,
I bet.
Throw on some blackface, we'll know for sure.
Yeah, right?
We're gonna find out if it's Trudeau, you know what I'm saying? What do you do for work?
I do sales, Tony.
What are you selling, Sam?
I do the HVAC sales. I'm going door to door, selling. That's right. I know. I feel like I'm leaving a wake of like mildly annoyed people behind me the whole time. I haven't really reconciled that, but it's fun. I enjoy it.
Tell us the craziest thing about your life.
Well, the craziest thing. I mean, I lived in a van in Australia for a year.
Why?
Yeah, so that was exciting.
Well, why?
I was planting trees there. I was planting trees in Australia.
Why?
Yeah, for money.
You got paid to plant
Good
trees?
point. Yeah, a lot of people think it's volunteer work, but you actually get paid per tree. And once you get good at it, it's actually pretty good. So.
How much do you get paid for planting a tree in America?
I've never planted trees here, only Canada and Australia, but it's like only 10 to 25 cents per tree. But, you plant thousands a day, so it adds up.
Even the Mexicans are like, what the fuck? See all of their faces just like, dude, what, dude? Dude, that's fucking cheap, dude. Get the fuck out of here, bro. What the fuck? You guys ever hear of something so crazy? White boys planting trees for a dime? Wow.
I guess people do come here to do the white people job.
Here's the thing, though. You plant thousands a day.
Okay.
So, you can make pretty good money. It's hard work, but it's fun. You get to live in the middle of nowhere, have crazy parties in the bush with a bunch of weird hippie people. It's cool.
Very cool.
That's $100.
Yeah. Yeah. But I guess that's a lot for a little Canadian boy. What do you think's the most Canadian thing about you?
The most Canadian thing about me? I don't know, man. I didn't play hockey. That's pretty Canadian. I think planting trees, man. Like, that's pretty Canadian.
Yeah,
like,
that is.
A lot of trees. Most Canadian thing about me, man. I don't know. That I hate Trudeau, I think. That's pretty Canadian. That's the consensus these days. Like, that guy kind of sucks.
Were there any black people where you were raised?
No.
Were there any Mexicans?
No Mexicans either. No.
What's heaven like?
Yeah, exactly. Amazing.
I enjoyed it. I don't know why I left, honestly. In hindsight, it was pretty good up there.
Sounds quiet.
Sam, here's a little joke book. We're flying through the rest of this episode. There goes Sam Cokes, everybody. Got through a lot of bucket pulls tonight. This is our 10th and final bucket pull of the night. This young lady's been on this show before. It's been a long time. Make some noise for a brand new minute from Gina Hyena, everybody. Gina Hyena.
Oh, I'm not even goth. I just dress like this because my ex used to hit me. Every once in a while, I have somebody come after the show and be like, "That's awful. You don't deserve that." And it's just like, get to know me better, you know. It's my fault. It's totally my fault. Not just because I talk back, but it's my fault because I dated a pimp for 4 years. Yeah, that should have been a fling. My dumbass tried to turn a trap house into a trap home. Yeah, calm down. He wasn't black, Texas. It was I'm Italian. I couldn't do that to my Italian family. You know, like I could take a criminal home, but I'm not gonna push it. It is embarrassing. He was half Italian, half Jewish. Perfect cross guy that hits you when he didn't even play for the NFL? When I meet young girls, I tell them, date an athlete, just don't take the elevator. Thank you, guys.
Boom. 1 minute, 9 seconds. Gina, hyena, punchline, 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 punchline. Amazing. Welcome back. It's been a long time since we've seen you. How's it going?
Oh, great. I haven't been here. This is awesome.
Fantastic. Awesome. Where you been?
I've been in Philly. I live in New York now. I've been doing shows in San Diego, Albany. It's been fun.
I love it. Love it. Amazing. Amazing stuff. What else is going on?
I mean, just trying to get into comedy. I got to get more online. So this is awesome to be here. It's awesome to see you guys, and this is just fucking fantastic. Just
fantastic stuff.
Trying to write, trying to bring it more to life. That's all true.
Didn't you live here for a while?
I did. I lived here 2018 to 2020. So I moved down here out of the blue. That was actually because when I was dating that guy from Shit Got Hot, allegedly, and I moved to Texas, didn't know anybody. And then I started comedy a year later because I was like, nobody knows me. I can have a stage name, whatever. And then lost my job during COVID, had to move back to New York, and then everybody from comedy moved here. I've been kicking myself and trying to come back as much as I can.
I love it. So you're hiding from a pimp on one of the biggest shows in the world?
Entertainment podcast, comedy, allegedly, yes. Yeah. No, I think he quit. He had quite a portfolio, but that's like the most fun one to talk about, you know.
He got out of pimping?
Yeah, no, he's a real estate. He grew into the Jewish genes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
He went from.
And I didn't get one Gucci. He bought me Michael Kors once. That's the only time I thought I was gonna rat on him.
Pimping to real estate?
Yeah.
Who goes from hose to home? So stupid. I'm not going hose to homes with you. Our own inside jokes.
Nice you can find an industry to be a bigger piece of shit.
Yeah, right? For real. Yeah, it wasn't even that made me break up with him. He told me he wanted to get me pregnant, and that's when I finally pictured it from the third party perspective. He met my family, whole thing.
Did the doctor say try not to touch the baby?
How else are you gonna know it's real?
And if you shake him too hard,
yeah,
you don't
right.
know.
I like the idea of coaching and be like, slip right, you know. I know all his moves. I got away from that, moved down here, moved back, got.
Are you dating anyone now?
Yeah, I'm actually dating a psychiatrist, not my psychiatrist, but not that hot. No, he's great. He's great. He's awesome. I have no shit to talk about him. I can talk shit about dating down here all day.
How long have you been with this psychiatrist?
About 8 months now.
And what's that like?
He communicates. He's weird as fuck.
Yeah, he asks you about you.
Yeah.
And just sits there and listens.
He listens.
Whoa.
It's like Coco the gorilla. He just communicates back. It's weird as fuck.
It's wild.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah, I'm not used to it. The first time he ever asked me if I needed reassurance, I thought we were about to fight. I didn't know the fuck that was supposed to be like. Yeah, I'm his muse. It's
Gina, you are very, very funny. Red Band.
Are you in town this week?
I am.
I'd love to have you back on the Secret Show.
There you go. Another one.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys.
It's been a while since we've seen you. Do you have one of these? Gina, do you have one of these? There you go. Gina Hyena. Booyah. Follow her. Eggs and hot sauce. The letter N. Eggs and hot sauce. All right. This is it. We did it. 10 bucket pulls down. Absolutely fantastic episode of this show. There's only one way to put a ribbon on it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Kill Tony Hall of Famer, record holder for all-time appearances on the show, all-time interviews. A man like no other in this show's history. Tens and tens, perhaps hundreds of hours of entertainment given to us by who some people call the Memphis Strangler, the Zipic Zorro, the Vicar of the Vape Pen, the Vanilla Gorilla, Virgin, Virginia. This is indeed the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery. Tony, first off, you know I'm not a virgin, and you know I don't smoke a vape pen, so... And also, I hope the girl who's just on realizes that I think a lot of the time psychiatrists are psychopaths, so I hope she realizes that. I tried to join a gang, but I couldn't even pass a background check. Despite repeatedly saying he would never do it, Joe Biden pardoned his son Hunter, and I'm going to be honest, I had no idea that knocking up a stripper after having sex with your dead brother's widow was a crime. And also, shouts out to Hagrid in the crowd tonight. It looks like we got Hagrid from Harry Potter out there. Okay. Employees at a Planet Fitness recently found a guy who had been dead in a tanning bed for 3 days. The good news is he smelled like shit. The bad news, he had... God damn it, I messed it up! Red Band! Why'd you play the song? Okay, he was dead in the tanning bed for 3 days. The bad news is he smelled like shit. The good news, his skin had a nice glow to it. Okay, thank you. He has done it again, ladies and gentlemen. The biggest, reddest machine of them all. William Lights Out Thunderfuck Montgomery. So nice to be here tonight. We love you, William. Tony, we had a wonderful Thanksgiving. Tony and I and Red Band, we spent Thanksgiving together. We did have a big, wonderful Thanksgiving together. We had a big family Thanksgiving, family style. It was wonderful. Tony actually brought some really good baked ham, and Red Band brought a bowl of marshmallows. Like the little marshmallows. It was like the dumbest, it was like the stupidest thing. It's like what a little child would bring or something. It really was like the stupidest. But your ham, you did, Tony, was wonderful. And then I had a wonderful Native American Heritage Day after that. And Tony, that's where I actually got my hair done. I went to So I was able to, I told him to do it in Rasta colors. But yes, it was for Native American Heritage Day. I was able to get it on Friday. Wow. So you looked like both a Native American and a pilgrim at the same time. But yeah, it was fun. And then I got to, you're not going to want to hear this, Tony. I got to Prestige number 7 in Call of Duty. We just experienced, which Tony is a pretty big deal. Most people I'm playing with in these game rooms are, I don't know, Prestige 3 or 4 or something. I'm in Prestige 7 right now. So, wow. Do you know about Call of Duty? You're more of a Madden guy, right?
Yes, sir.
But Call of Duty, do you know about that at all?
Oh, yeah, I don't play it, but I do know that.
So Prestige 7 is pretty good, right?
It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Along with that hairline.
No, that was a nice thing. That was a nice thing. Sketch is ready. People are trying to start sketch chants out there in the crowd. His first time in front of a live audience, has bullets in the chamber, ready to go. Absolutely ready to... Sketch, that was nice though, right?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
What was nice?
No, you were being nice saying there at the hairline. Like, it was like a nice thing, right?
Oh, I like it. A little bit of Frank.
Okay, help me, Tony. What's going on? You're doing good. You're doing good. What's going on? I don't think anyone's ever referred to you as Ben Franklin like before, but I do see it, and I'm surprised no one has. Yeah, my gosh, I'll take it. Later on Thanksgiving, it's fun. Thank you. Maybe you guys can fly kites after this together. Have you ever flown a kite before? Yeah, one time I was in Destin, Florida, Tony, and I was able to, they used to have the big schools that did things strange with a kite where they were connected to a big schools together. And the kite got so high up in the air, a storm hit us, and I was having to hold the spool down by the sand because it was shocking, Tony. It was up that high, so I got a kite up really high one time. Did you look like that before?
No, it was when I started losing my hair and.
I like the.
Okay, that didn't make sense.
I didn't.
Idiot. Like I'm bobbing up here. I'm not even in a good mood right now.
Didn't make sense. I do like the green shirt. You're obviously winding up for the Christmas spirit. Perhaps you're going to get more Christmassy each appearance this December.
I am. I am so excited. We're in the month of Christmas. We're quarter four month of Christmas. It's my favorite time of year. So Tony, get ready for it. I'm going to be more Christmassy as we get closer to Christmas. So everybody get really excited for that.
Would you like to rattle off some of your favorite things about Christmas? Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, William Montgomery rattling off some of his favorite Christmas things. What excites you about Christmas?
Oh my gosh! I mean, you get family and friends coming together.
All right, we're starting with the lighter stuff.
Yeah,
it's gonna get more exciting as it goes. Here we go.
I mean, you get family and friends. I mean, sometimes I get like. Wait, Tony, hold on, my throat. I'm really still not doing
okay,
good.
just rattle stuff off. Doesn't matter. You don't have to scream it, William.
I'm doing so bad, Tony, and I have this horrible fever right now. I'm really
getting
bad right now.
Really depressing. You could literally have said anything in the world other than that. It would have been better.
But my mom's angel cookies really made me feel good.
Okay, that's one thing. What else?
Chocolate chip cookies.
Oh,
you've heard of those.
Naming different types of cookies, ladies and gentlemen. This is not going as I expected it to go at all.
What happened there?
You want to find out? What happened?
It did happen. Were they all drunk or how'd y'all knock it over?
Oh, you had to have your arm around your lady there. We started talking about Christmas. This guy was trying to get cozy. He knocked over.
Guy with the nipples gave everybody new COVID.
Perhaps. It could be a winter of death and danger for your families, according to WhiteHouse.gov.
Somebody was sick?
What?
Talking on the microphone was sick?
No.
Cam cleaned it off, thank God. Yeah. Because that's something I start thinking about, Tony. I'm like, oh my God, what if somebody before me is sick? It's like, I'm going to get fucking sick up in this motherfucker. Like, symptoms of that.
One guy could barely walk.
Yeah. It's true. It's true. He had a cane, and spoiler alert, it was not a candy cane. We're rattling off some of William's favorite Christmas things. You can tell by the music and the sleigh bells. Here he is with some more Christmas things. Master improviser William Montgomery. Can say anything Christmas related. People are literally yelling out things. All you have to do is repeat them into the microphone for the millions of people watching at home. Here he goes. Christmas things with William Montgomery. You hear the sleigh bells? Here he goes. Perhaps the lighting is going to help him rattle off some Christmas things. To put a ribbon on this episode,
candy canes and Snickers bars and Butterfingers and Snickers bars and candy canes on Christmas. Candy canes and Snickers bars and Snickers bars and candy canes at Christmas. Christmas this year is going to be fun at my mama's house. We're going to get a dog for Christmas this year. That's what my dad says. Okay.
Wow, amazing. William Montgomery.
Okay.
How long can this place get for the great and powerful William Montgomery? We did it again. This episode is brought to you by Zippix, our amazing sponsor. Here's some cinnamon Zippix for the holiday season. Some sweet whiskey for this guy. Some Zippix. Ooh, peppermint watermelon. Is there perhaps a cool black guy? Nope. All right. It's going to a Latino. There you go. All right. El Mocha. All right. There you go. A little mocha. Thank you, Zippix. The drawing from Ryan J. Ebelt is in. How loud can this place get for Sketch, ladies and gentlemen? His first time in front of a live audience. Check out his, I mean, you probably already follow him on Twitch and YouTube. He's a global superstar, but if you don't, follow him there. He streams DaveLandau.com. That's LANDAU.com. Hilarious tonight. He's on tour. Go to DaveLandau.com for tickets and check out Normal World on Blaze TV. Dave Landau. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew tonight over there. Oh, John Dees. Look at that. That's you, John. That's what you look like.
It is. It's good.
We are going to be auctioning that off after the show. We're going to also auction off the painting.
What did he say? Oh, no, you're dead.
Oh, shit.
What did he say?
Nothing. John Dees on keys. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land, everybody? We did it. Thank you all. Red Band.
Check out the Sunset Strip, ATX.com. Love you guys.
This is it. This is your last chance to get this stream for, you have another week. Yeah, New Year's Eve. The stream is on sale. You're going to want to see it live. December 30th and 31st, completely sold out. 2 arenas. We're doing it again here in Austin, Texas, the new comedy capital of the world. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Do you think he is incompetent, insane, or evil?
He's the guy who ran the dissolving of Enron. So, I mean, I can't imagine someone's better equipped to run a complicated corporate fraud like dissolution. But, yeah, it's tough because everyone's going to get probably, I don't know, 10 cents on the dollar, maybe less.
I wonder if there's a way to do a progressive redistribution of funds. So I'm just really worried about the pain that small investors feel.
I think there's a lot of thought around that. I forget if they actually do this. I mean, I know there's a lot of law about like you can't treat creditors differently. You have to treat them all the same. So I think it'll be some kind of proportional payback. It's certainly not going to be that the guys at the top get a significant amount of their money back and the rest get nothing. Unfortunately, I think there's such a small amount of assets that back this whole thing in the end, and that value is actually declining every day because it was inextricably tied to FCF. It was like
nice
the FTP tokens, which now what are those worth? The Serum token, that was his project, or the project they made. What is that worth? Basically nothing. So, it's a hard situation. And, there's a bigger ethical concern, which is FTX US. It's unclear how backed it was, but it was clearly more backed than FTX International. Do you take all that money and throw it into a big pot and give people money back? Or do you give the US people back their amount of money, which is probably going to be significantly more, and leave everyone internationally out in cold? And to add to that ethical issue, let's say you're a liquidator and you're US based. There's a tremendous question, like legal questions about, how do you ethically do that? It's not clear. There's tremendous incentives to just favor the U.S. people over everyone else because it's our country, America, whatever. But I don't know if that's necessarily fair. It's really hard. It's impossible.
And I forget where you said this, but one of it probably permeates a lot of the investigations you do, which is this idea that it's really sad that the middle class in most situations like this gets pumped over. So the IRS go after the middle class, as go after the rich. It's basically everyone who doesn't have a lot of leverage in terms of lawyers, money, get fucked over.
Yes, and then they're the ones, like it's always the rich and powerful who get the favorable treatment. As a microcosm of this funny story. So one of the big criticisms of crypto, and I think rightly so, is the irreversibility of the transaction. So I accidentally send a transaction somewhere, it's gone, right?
Yeah.
So crypto.com accidentally sent a lady $10 million, and now they want the money back, and they're suing me. But the funny thing is if you are on crypto.com and you send, let's say I accidentally send you money and I come knocking on your door, Lex, I didn't mean to send you, $1,000. I need my money back. Or if I go to crypto.com and I said, hey, I sent that to the wrong person, can you reverse it? They'll say, screw off, no way. If I go to court, they'll kill me in court. Because they're going to go, look, this is how the blockchain works. But then they do it. They do the exact same thing. They send this lady $10 million. They're suing her, no, they're going to win. Now what's in court is not whether they get the money back, is should she be liable for theft. And that's just another case of the same rules apply differently to different people, whether you have the money to back you or not. Very
ethical thing. It's the right thing to do. What do you think about influencers and celebrities that supported FTX and SBF? Should they be punished?
Yeah, I think they should take a huge reputational hit. I mean, I think they should be embarrassed. I think they should be ashamed of themselves.
Because I don't agree. Okay, it's a nutritional drink. Should I investigate them deeply? I don't know. You just kind of use reputational, like it seems to work for me. Should I? Like,
I think it really depends on. I think your credibility hit will depend on what domain you're an expert in. If you're sponsored by a robotics company and you're an expert in robotics, if that company turns out to be a disaster and fraud, then you should have looked more deeply. We're talking mostly about, like, I hold Tom Brady a lot less accountable than financial advisors, financial influencers, because that is their world of expertise. And you treat their recommendation differently proportionally to what you think their expertise is. So in some ways, I don't actually think Tom Brady, I'm sure he reached a lot of people. I personally didn't feel at all moved by his recommendation because it's just money. But when you hear somebody who should be an expert in that thing endorse a product in that space, you hold that opinion to a higher standard, and when they're completely cataclysmically wrong, it's going to be a different level of accountability, and I think rightfully so. When Jim Cramer was saying Bear Stearns is fine, he made that terrible call with Bear Stearns in 2008. He was rightfully reamed for all of that, even though it could be considered that, well, did he have all the information? Maybe not. But he's a financial advisor. He does this for a living. If you go on and you make a big call and you turn out to be wrong and people lose tons of money, you are going to take a hit, and I think rightfully so. But no, I don't think these people should go to jail or anything like that.
Oh, but it's such a complicated thing. I mean, I just feel it personally myself. I get it, but you still feel the burden of the fact that your opinion has influence. I know it shouldn't. I know Tom Brady's opinion on financial investment should not have influence, but it does.
Right.
That's just the reality of it.
Right.
That's a real burden. I didn't know anything about SBF or FTX. It wasn't on my radar at all. But I could see myself like taking him on as a sponsor. I've seen a lot of people I respect, Sam Harris and others, like talk with SBF, like he's doing good for the world. So I could see myself being hoodwinked, having not done the research. And the same thing makes me wonder. Like I don't want to become cynical, but it makes you wonder who are the people in your life you trust that are like that could be the next SBF or worse, big powerful leaders, Hitler and all that kind of stuff. To what degree do you want to investigate? Do you want to hold their feet to the fire, see through their bullshit, call them on their bullshit? And also, as a friend, if you happen to be connection, how to help them not slip into the land of fraud. I don't know, all of it is just overwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, we should be clear. Like, finance is sort of a special space where you're talking about people's money. You're not talking about whether someone takes a bad supplement or like a supplement that is just they're $50 out, right? I think the scale of harm and therefore responsibility escalates depending on what field you're in. Just like I wouldn't hold Tom Brady as like if he gives a bad football opinion, right? And he should have known better. That is a different scale of harm than a doctor giving bad advice, right? Like like he tells you a pill works and the pill kills you or something like that. There's just different levels of accountability depending on the field you're in, and you have to be aware of it. Finance is you have to be extremely conservative if you're going to give financial advice because you're playing with people's lives and you cannot play with them haphazardly. You cannot gamble with them. You cannot play with them on a bet because you're getting paid a lot of money. It's just the nature of the space, and so with the space comes the responsibility and the accountability, and I don't think you can get around that.
Who was Dan Friedberg that you mentioned? Some of these figures in the SBF around that are interesting to you.
Super interesting kind of subject because Dan Friedberg is the former general counsel for Ultimate Bet. Ultimate Bet was a poker site where famously they got in a scandal because the owner Russ Hamilton was cheating with a little software piece of code they called God Mode. God Mode allowed you to see the guy across from you's hand. Obviously, you can imagine you can win pretty consistently if you know exactly what your opponent has. Very unethical. I should be clear that for some inexplicable reason, I don't think they were ever charged and convicted of a crime, but they were investigated by a gambling commission that found they made tens of millions of dollars this way, for sure. And Dan Friedberg is the general counsel. He's caught on a call, basically conspiring with Russ to hide this fraud. He's saying we should blame it on a consultant third party. And Russ Hamilton famously says, like it was me, I did it, I don't want to give the money back. Find basically a way to get rid of this. So that's Dan Friedberg's big achievement. Like that's what he's known for. He's most known for. And this is the guy they pick as their chief regulatory officer for FTX. Why do you hire somebody who I get it, he's not formally charged and convicted, investigated, there's all and there's tape out there. So I want to be clear about what's actually available evidence. But someone whose seemingly only achievement is hiding fraud, why do you hire that guy if the intention is not to hide fraud? So this is a question I put to Sam Bankman-Fried, and his answer was, well, we have a lot of lawyers. And I said, well, you're your chief regulatory officer. He's like, well, it wasn't. We did regulate a lot, and it was just this big dance of, basically, he's done great work. He's a great guy, and I think that tells you everything you need to know.
And there's figures like that probably even at the lower levels, like just infiltrate the entire organization.
Well, it's just like why wasn't there a CFA? Why wasn't there anyone in that space who could seemingly be the eyes that goes, holy whatever, we're in dangerous territory here, right? So yeah, it seems very deliberate. I mean, I talked to one FTX employee that they talked about, who told me they talked about I think it was taking FTX US public, and Sam was very against the idea, and the employee, in retrospect, speculated that it might have been because he faced so much scrutiny, like regulation-wise, like you'd have to, go through a lot, like more thorough audits, all that kind of stuff. So basically, he knew they would never pass. But yeah, I mean, it's red flags all the way down with that guy.
And you hope all of them get punished.
Everyone who knew. I mean, I think for sure there are people at FTX who didn't know. I think there are some people at Alameda who didn't know.
There's degrees, sorry to interrupt, but there's degrees in not knowing.
Yes.
There's a looking away. Yeah. When you kind of know shady stuff, that's still the same as knowing, right? That might be even worse.
Well, yeah, like I was talking to one insider, and we were talking about the insider trading. They were telling me about this insider trading. And I said, do you think this was criminal? And they said, it was probably criminal in hindsight, yes. And the question is, someone who answers a question like that, what does that mean? Like it was probably criminal. So you're right. There are different degrees. I mean, I'll say at the most basic, I would be very happy if everyone who had direct knowledge went to jail, which I don't think will happen, to be clear. I think a lot of people are going to cut deals. Prosecutors are going to cut deals so they actually nail Sam Bankman-Fried. I think that's their only focus.
What about his reputation? What do you think about all these interviews? Do you think they are helping him? Do you think they're good for the world? Do you think they're bad for the world? Like, what's your sense? And like, say you get a sit-down interview with him for 3 hours, and I'm holding the door closed. What is that a useful conversation or not? Or at this point, it should be legal, and that's it.
I think it's useful. I mean, I think it's all about how you interview him. You can interview someone responsibly. You can interview him irresponsibly. I think we've seen examples of both.
What's an irresponsible? I keep interrupting you.
That's okay. No.
Unacceptable.
No. I think it's fine. There was like a New York Times interview which spends any amount of time talking about his sleep. And he's like, yeah, I'm sleeping great. I mean, I think that's so deeply disrespectful to the victims, and especially when you're not even releasing an interview live. It's like you have time to triage what you're going to talk about. Why would you spend any amount of time talking about the sleep that a fraudster is get? It's just so weird. And
well, can I steal man that case? I don't think it turned out well. I think okay. Here's the thing. I could see myself talking about somebody's sleep or getting in somebody's mind if I knew I have unlimited time. If I knew I had 4 hours, because you get into the minds of the person, how they think, how they see the world. Because I think that ultimately reveals, if they're actually really good at lying, it reveals the depths, the complexity of the mind that through like osmosis you get to understand. Like this person is not as trivial as you realize. Also, it makes you maybe realize that this person has a lot of hope, has a lot of positive ambition that's like that has developed over their life, and in certain interesting ways things went wrong.
Yeah.
They become corrupt and all that kind of
stuff. That's all fine, but this conversation was not properly contextualized in the world of what he did. I've asked about this interview because I was like so curious. It was out of the New York Times, and there was not much mention of fraud or jail or the big crimes like misappropriation of even client assets. It was just sort of this, Sam sat down with me. He's under investigation, but there's not much specifics. And then it's like, yeah, he's playing storybook brawl. He's sleeping. And it's just like, okay, this isn't adding to the conversation.
Especially when they're in the New York Times, it's like you should be grilling.
Right, exactly. So, but as I said, I mean, it's all ranged the gamut. And some interviews, like some of it's okay, and then some of it's weird. Like the Andrew Sorkin interview, he asked some hard-hitting questions, which I really appreciated. And then at the end, he goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Bankman-Fried," and everyone gives like an ovation for Sam. I mean, the steel man of that, of course, is like they're actually applauding Andrew Sorkin. But the way you like lay it up, I wouldn't go like, "Ladies and gentlemen," it's like an applause line. It's like, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Eagles, Elton John, Lex Friedman." And so so you have this like Steelbook Summit where you have all these important figures that are positively important, and at the end you have Sam Bankman-Fried, a fraudster, and you go, "Ladies and gentlemen, Sam Bankman-Fried," everyone's applauding. That I think is a net, like I think that's a negative. I think the way that the optics of that just were all wrong. And so I think, you have to be very responsible. I think it's useful, going back to how you can usefully do this, you can, even when somebody's determined to lie to you, it's always important to pin them down to an accounting of events, because that is unimaginably helpful when it comes to a prosecutor trying to prove this guy's guilty. Is if you say you didn't do a crime, but you don't tell me any details about it, day of the trial, you can basically make up any story, right? But if you tell me in detail where you were that day, I can go hunt down, you say you were with Joe, I go hunt down Joe and he says he wasn't with you, boom, you've lost credibility, and now you're much more likely to be convicted. So it's really important to get SBF's exact accounting of how things went wrong, because right now he's positioning himself to throw his Alameda CEO, Caroline Ellison, under the bus. Like, she did everything, she knew everything, I knew nothing. Well, Caroline Ellison's going to take the stand and go, well, I have all these text messages and this is all a lie, and then Sam Bankman-Fried is going to be completely, ruined, like self-ruined by his own design. So I think it's just
So more like a legal type of, like get the details of what he was thinking, what the.
I think it's like, yeah, I think the public probably cares to get to know what happened too. And again, I think if you're careful, you can expose someone for as they lie to you without giving into those lies, right? Like without capitulating to, oh, I'm just going to assume you're correct. I think you can point to, well, Lex, you say it happened this way, but you lied about X, Y, and Z. Why should we believe you? That's suddenly a totally different conversation than just being like, oh, okay, that's how it happened.
The thing I caught that bothered me, and the thing I hope to do in interviews, if I eventually get good at this thing, is the human aspect of it, which is like, which I think you have to do in person. Is he seems a bit nonchalant about the pain and the suffering of people. Right? I have red flags about the way he communicates about the loss of money, like the pain that people are feeling about the money. I get red flags. Like you're not. Forget if you're involved in that pain or not. You're not feeling that pain.
Well, he'll say he is, but he'll be playing a game of League of Legends while doing it.
No, but I see it from his face.
No, I know.
And that needs to be grilled.
Yeah.
Like that little human dance there. That's I considered. I talked to him. I considered doing an in-person interview with him. And that's
are you still considering it?
I don't know. Do you think I should in person?
I think it depends if you think you have anything to add to the conversation. A lot of people have.
Yeah, there's been already. You did an incredible job.
Thanks. I think
I would like to grill the shit out of him as a fellow human. Yeah. But not investigative.
No.
Still investigative.
Yeah.
Like another human being who I can have compassion for, who has caused a lot of suffering in the world. Like that grilling, like basically convey the anger that people and the pain that people are feeling, right? Like that.
Yeah. I think it'd be really hard. I mean, like that guy is sort of a master dancer, and what he would say at the end of it, because I've listened to so many interviews of him. I probably am like a GPT model for Sam. I think he would do some kind of thing about like, yeah, I really hear you, and it's just terrible. I feel such an obligation to the people who've lost money, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. He'd do something like that, and it would be very superficially like, okay, but when you drill down to the details of what he did, it's just impossible that he didn't know. And one of the things that I wish I had asked, maybe I could talk about, like, I wish I had gone on this. It's just so hard when you're doing a live interview to kind of focus on one thing. Everyone's asked about the terms of service. So in the terms of service, there was like, we can't touch your funds. Your funds are safe. We're never going to do anything with that. Anytime anyone brings that up, he says, oh, well, there's this other terms of service over here with margin trading accounts. Remember we talked about it as a derivatives platform. If you're in our derivatives side, you're subject to different terms of service, which kind of lets us like move your money around with everyone else. Okay, so we treat it as one big pool of funds, and that's sort of the explanation of how this all happened. Is we had this huge leverage position and we lost everything. But what no one has sort of done a good enough job getting to the heart of is that this pool of funds never was segregated properly. It was all treated under the same umbrella of we can use your funds. There was no amount of, we have the client deposits, which were just deposited with us and not like used to margin trade or do anything over here. These funds over here, we have saved. They didn't. Fundamentally, they lied from the get-go about how they were treating the most precious asset, which is your customer deposits that you said you didn't invest. Clearly, you put them all over here, you YOLO gambled them, and then when everyone starts withdrawing from here, they don't have any money over here. So that is like one of the most fundamental things that I haven't seen anyone grill him on. And the next time, if I get the chance to ambush him again, that's what I'm going to drill down on, because it's impossible for that not to be brought. There's no world where you had a pool of funds over here and now you don't have them without you somehow borrowing over here. So if you deposited one Bitcoin and I never sold that Bitcoin and it's earmarked Lex Friedland, and you come and it's not there, something had to happen, right?
Well, so this is so interesting. So for me, the approach that most important question. Because for you, it's like one of those fun segregated. For me, the question is, as a human being, how would you feel if you're observing that? So, like, that like marshmallow test with the babies, like it's the human thing, it's the human nature question. Like, I can understand there's a pile of money, and the good faith interpretation is like, well, I know what to do with that pile of money to grow that pile of money. Let me just take a little bit of it. Like, how willing are you to do that kind of thing? How able are you to do that kind of thing? And when shit goes wrong, what goes through your mind? How does it become corrupted? How do you begin to delude yourself? How do you delegate responsibility for the failures? Like, as opposed to getting facts, try to sneak into the human mind of a person when they're big as that. Because the facts, they're going to start waffling. They're going to start like trying to make sure they don't say anything that gets them incriminated.
Right.
But I want to understand the human being there, because I think that indirectly gives you a sense of where were you in this big picture.
I think I've talked to so many people who have sort of committed some range of like outright fraud to like misleading marketing. No one thinks they're a bad person. Nobody admits that they did it and they knew they, or almost nobody does. There's actually one funny exception, but I had a guy who admitted like, yeah, I did it, it was wrong, and but I did it and I wanted the money, which was kind of like almost refreshing in its honesty. But the reason I focus on like the facts is because unless you find a bright red line, humans can rationalize anything. I can rationalize any level of like, well, I did this because I had the best of intentions. And if you play the intention game, you'll never convict anyone because everyone has good intentions. Everyone's honest. Everyone's doing the best they can and got misleaded and got misguided and da-da-da-da. Ultimately, you have to drill down to the concrete and go, look, I get it. You're just like the last 50 guys that I interviewed. You had the best of intentions. It all went wrong. I'm very sorry for you. But at the end of the day, there's people hurting. There's people that have significant damage to their life because of you. What did you actually do? And what can we prove, taking intention out of it, taking motivation out, what can we prove that you did that was unethical, illegal, or immoral? And like that is sort of what usually I try to go to because I will do those human interviews, but it's just like it's the same record on repeat. I mean, a lot of people go through the same.
I'm with you on everything you said, but there is ways to avoid the record on repeat. I mean, those are different skill sets. You're exceptionally good at investigating. I do believe there's a way to break through the repeat. There's different techniques to it.
Yeah.
One of which is like taking outside of that particular story. Yes, when everyone looks at their own story, they can see themselves as a good player doing good. But you can do other thought experiments. I mean, there's.
But they'll follow you. They'll know what the thought experiment is.
Well, it depends. It depends, my friend. I mean, like, to me, there's a million of them. But just exploring your ethics. Would you kill somebody to protect your family? And you explore that. You start to sneak into like, what's your sense of the in-group versus the out-group? How much damage you can do to the out-group, and who's the out-group? And you start to build that sense of the person. Are we like the two mobsters that we're dressed as? Do we protect the family and fuck everyone else? You're with us, and the ones who are against us, fuck them. Or do we have a sense that human beings are all have value, equal value, and we're a joint humanity? There's ways to get to that, and you start to build up this sense of like, some people that make a lot of money are better than others. They deserve to be at the top. If you have that feeling, you start to get a sense of like, yeah, the poor people are the dumbasses. They're the idiots. If you believe that, and you start to understand that this person may have been at the core of this whole corrupt organization.
Yes, two things. One, I think you should join me on this side of the table. We'll put SBF over here. We'll good guy, bad guy, human. In fact, like
you're the bad guy. I'm like, no. Slow down, coffee.
What is your feeling about humanity? Yeah,
have you been getting enough sleep?
Yeah, right. I think there's a lot of truth to what you said. One thing I've noticed that is hard to combat is sort of like preference falsification and just the outright lying about those things is tough to kind of pin down. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There's ways to interview people. There's all sorts of interesting techniques. And yeah, I don't disagree.
Good cop, bad cop. We should do this. Would be like a sitcom. Okay. You did an incredible documentary on SafeMoon. The title is "I Uncovered a $1 Billion Fraud." Can you tell me the story of SafeMoon?
Sure. So SafeMoon was a crypto coin that exploded on the scene in 2021, I think it was. Sorry, I'm losing track of my years. 1 year in crypto is like 5 years in real life. But it kind of gained a huge amount of popularity because of this idea that it's in the name. You go safely to the moon. How they were going to do this is with sort of a sophisticated smart contract idea where I kind of have to explain the way some contracts get rug pulled for a second, or there's scams happen. So in the sometimes it's called like the shitcoin space, the altcoin space, anything like below Bitcoin, Ethereum, and maybe the top 5 or 10. It's kind of seen as this wasteland of gambling, and like, you don't know if the developer's going to become anything or not. You're kind of like reading the white paper, trying to figure it out. So there's this big question about like, how can you get scammed? How can, back to the interests, you don't want the developer to have some like parachute cord where they can pull all the money out. So one way this happens is that in decentralized finance, there's something called the liquidity pool. Okay, it's basically this big pot of money that allows people to trade between two different currencies. So let's say like SafeMoon and Bitcoin, right, or Ethereum, or it's actually on the Binance Smart Chain, so it'd be BNB. And this pool of money can be controlled by the developers in such a way they can steal it all, right? They can just grab it. I don't want to go too much into details because I feel like we'll lose people here. But the point of SafeMoon was, the core idea was we're locking this money up. You can't touch it. And actually, every transaction that you buy SafeMoon with, we'll take a 5% tax of that. We'll do a 10% tax, but 5% of it will go back to all the holders of SafeMoon. Okay? And 5% of it will go back into this little pool of money. Okay? So the idea is, as you trade, as this token becomes more viral, two things will happen. One, the people who are holding it long term will be rewarded for holding it long term by receiving this 5% tax that's distributed to everyone. And two, you can kind of trust that your money's going to have this stable value, because this pool of money here in the middle is kind of guaranteeing you can get your SafeMoon out into this actually valuable currency. It's not going to move. So the story of SafeMoon was that fundamentally this was not the case. They promised that this money was going to be locked up. It was not actually locked up at all. They said it was automatically locked up. You don't have to worry about it. Well, it was very manually locked up, and they didn't actually lock a lot of it up. They took a lot of it for themselves, for the developers. So there's a lot of players in this. A lot of them have left by now. There's kind of this main CEO that everyone knows, John Caroni now, and despite saying that they were going to lock up all the funds for 4 years, somehow he's gone from, as everyone else in the token has lost 99% of the value of the token. So they've lost 99%. He's gotten like a $6 million crypto portfolio, multi-million-dollar real estate portfolio, invested millions into various companies. So he's accrued this huge wealth. And so I made a video basically exposing that and showing how this coin, which once had a $4 billion market cap, was just viral everywhere. Everyone was talking about it because of these viral ideas. Like, it is sort of a captivating idea that by holding it, you could get returns, right? Like, you hold on to it, you automatically get money. And it's a viral idea that this money in the middle in the pot isn't going to leave you. When those things turned out to be false, this community has had a slow death, as a lot of people realize it was a scam. And there's been a core part of the community, which gets to an interesting dynamic we can talk about if you want to, where they have like doubled down on the belief in Corona. And so part of it was out of a hope to let those people know what was really going on in their coin, and like hopefully save some of them. Not in like some altruistic sense, but like, or not in like some like I'm like a hero sense, but in the sense of like, I think a lot of them didn't know, like literally didn't know. So just sort of like as a public service, letting them know so they could get their money out and hopefully save themselves. A lot of pain and suffering. So yeah.
So they really dug in. Some
did. Some left. I mean, a lot of people have left, but the people who are left are people with large amounts of sacred holdings that are down immensely. And you can imagine at a certain point in losses, there's a tremendous psychological pressure to go, look, I'm in it. I got to go for the long haul. And then you want to believe that this thing is legitimate and will succeed because A, there's an ego component around I haven't been scammed. I'm too smart to get scammed. It's tremendously, it hurts psychologically to acknowledge you've been taken for a ride. And also you just want this thing to succeed for your financial well-being, so you want to believe it. So there's tremendous psychological pressure to build cult-like communities around these tokens. And I've noticed with the incentive of community built, sort of new to finance. There's these meme coins or these cults. It's not really fair to call all of them cults. Some of them are open to criticism, but one of the things that defines cults is they're not open to sunlight or criticism. There's these financial communities that are opening up with crypto, with a few stocks, where if you criticize them, you are attacked. And the entire community has every incentive to kind of downplay your legitimate criticisms or kind of go after you. So it creates this interesting dynamic that's fascinating.
What do you think about Bitcoin then? Do you think it's one of those communities that does attack you when criticized? So which coins do you think are open to criticism and which are not?
It's kind of tough. No community is a monolith. So it's just a spectrum of how open they are. There's always this core contingent of extreme believers who will go after anyone who criticizes them, and it's just about how wide of a band that makes up of the entire token.
How active that small community is.
Correct.
So it's, in Bitcoin, they're called Bitcoin maximalists.
Yes.
But you could also call any community's subgroup like that maximalist, whatever the belief is.
Right.
I don't know. Dunkin' Donuts maximalist. That community is probably small in terms of attacking online. You know which community has a very intense following? So I got attacked on the internet when I said Messi's better than Ronaldo. And so that's a very intense maximalist community there. The other one that surprised me is when I said, now I did it in jest. Okay, folks? I said Emacs is a better ID than Vim.
I love Emacs. I agree.
I have trauma. I wake up sweating sometimes at night thinking they're
Emacs faster.
the Vim people are after me. They're everywhere. They're in the shadows. No, Vim is an amazing, and it's actually surprised. I've recently learned that it's still even more so than before, an incredibly active community. So a lot of people wrote.
But do you use Spacemacs? It's just Emacs and Vim?
No, I haven't. I use raw.
Old school Emacs? You gotta use.
But hold on a second. I have recently said, you know what? Let's make love, not war. And I went to VS Code. I went to a more modern IDE.
Sure.
Because I did most of my programming in Emacs. I did most of anything as one does in Emacs. Just because I also love Lisp, so I can customize everything. Then I realized, how long will Vim and Emacs be around, really? But I was thinking, as a programmer, looking 10, 20 years out, I should challenge myself to learn new IDEs, to learn the new tools that the majority of the community is using, so that I can understand what are the benefits and the costs. I found myself getting a little too comfortable with the tools that I grew up with. Sure. And I think one of the fundamental ways of being as a programmer, as anyone involved with technology, based on how quickly it's evolving, is to keep learning new tools. The way of life should be constantly learning. You're not a mathematician or a physicist or any of those disciplines that are more stable. This is everything is changing. Crypto's, like you said, a perfect example of that. You have to constantly update your understanding of digital finance constantly in order to be able to function, in order to be able to criticize it, in order to be able to know what to invest in. So yeah, that was why I did. I tried PyCharm a bunch, the whole JetBrains infrastructure, and then also VS Code because that's really popular. And Atom and Sublime, all of those. I've been exploring it SpaceX code is amazing.
You should check out Space Max. I'm just going to give one more pitch for it. It's just basically like a customizable configuration. Well, Emacs is already customizable, but it's pretty useful. I'm not even much of a coder, but for like certain journaling applications or like time management, like I find it pretty useful. Anyway, we're so like I feel like half this podcast is what it should have been, and the half of it's just us nerding out about our own engineering like idiosyncrasies. All right, sorry guys.
All right. So what were we talking about? Safe Moon and Bitcoin. What do you think? Is there? Have you made enemies in certain communities? What do you think about Bitcoin?
So I've made certain enemies in the sort of crypto skeptics space, because there's sort of this range of skepticism you can have about cryptocurrency. I'm obviously a skeptic of a lot of it, but there are certain aspects of crypto that I think are inevitable, and I'm going to do my best to kind of describe those here. But I'm not committed to any crypto specifically, but there are some, I've taken a lot of heat, ironically, for not being skeptical enough. There's some people who believe that like the entire thing is a complete waste of time. There r/buttcoin on Reddit. It's an amazing community, actually. It's very funny. They have
what is that?
It's like a play on Bitcoin. They're like, they're just like, at least we admitted the scam. Very funny guys, very funny people there. So, but they'll be like, CoffeeZilla should just admit that all of it's a giant Ponzi scheme. All of it's basically like not real.
So everything, including Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's all basically all the Ponzi-nomics. It's Ponzi-nomics all the way down. It's like there is no fundamental use case that is that useful. I don't know if, I guess I don't want to straw man them. I don't know if they're saying that it's all useless. At minimum, they're saying the level of interest in cryptocurrencies is far, the actual usefulness of it is far less than any technology.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to pay me.
I'm trying to do my best not to throw hard-hitting investigative questions.
Good. So, with these international payments, you face all sorts of slow fees, and you face like kind of like this time thing, and it's this painful process. So if I use different cryptocurrencies, some of them are like really fast, some of them have really low fees. I just believe in a world where digital currencies with fast payments, with cheap payments, revolutionize the global exchange of currency. And I don't know if this is going to include the blockchain. It's just that the blockchain is the first thing that's really embraced truly digital currency, which doesn't need to go through this complicated system of wire transfers and just happens. So I can send you, let's say I want to send you Ethereum or Bitcoin, I can send it to you just as fast if I send you $1 or $1 billion, and I can send it to you just as fast if you're across from me or if you're across the world from me. That, I think, is a step change and easier, faster, better. In terms of like just this really basic international payments kind of idea. But I think at like its core, if the lowest form use case of cryptocurrencies is that, I think it will change the world in some variety. It's just kind of the larger question is that technology going to include the blockchain specifically or not? The other benefit is transparency, which I personally like as an investigator. It's just that previously, it's like hard to describe how opaque our financial system is until you try to investigate someone or something. Understanding finances, unless you have a subpoena, unless you're like the FBI or like the SEC and you can get a subpoena for someone's finances, or you're going through discovery, you don't know what someone has. For the first to some better and in real time, and I think that is negative externalities that are easier with cryptocurrency.
Why do you think cryptocurrency in particular seems to attract fraudulent people, like scammers? Fraudsters.
Because it's unregulated, it's the Wild West, and you can transmit large amounts of money very quickly across the world.
What about
with very little oversight?
Creating new crypto projects, like new coins?
Because you have to show very little actual use case. You can just promise. Just like true of any emerging technology, so much vaporware happens at the beginning when it's all promise. Because fundamentally, let's say you're legitimate, I'm illegitimate. We look the same at the start of the technology because both of us are promising what this can do. And in fact, the less scruples and morals I have, in some ways I can outcompete you because I can say mine does what Lexus does, but like way better and way faster, and it's going to happen in a year rather than 10 years. You're being honest. I'm playing a dishonest game. I look better. Once this space matures and you actually have some people actually doing the things that they say they're going to do, suddenly this equation changes. Now you're Amazon. You're delivering in 2 days. I can say whatever I want. You do the thing you do, and I have no credibility. So I think that like part of the fraud is, just the ability to transmit so much money so quickly with such little oversight. Part of it is like this just happens with any emerging technology. Vaporware is a real thing. And hopefully, as this space matures, as regulation comes in, things will improve.
Well, let me ask you your own psychology.
Sure.
You're going after some of the richest, some of the most powerful people in the world. Do you worry about your own financial, legal, and psychological well-being?
Yes. Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm not totally oblivious to the precariousness of like any kind of journalism like this. Obviously, there's risks. I've always believed. There's a quote, and I'm going to butcher it, but I hope you guys understand the spirit of it. News is when you print something someone else doesn't want you to print. Everything else is public relations. I really believe to do meaningful journalism, you have to go after people. Like it's not.
Dog, that is fucking brilliant.
Inherently a safe profession. I mean, if you're going to do important work, you have to have risk tolerances. And I think everyone has a line of what that risk tolerance is, and it's different for everyone. I don't think I could do what Edward Snowden did. I think that would be my bright red line, is going against my own government. It's such a, in my opinion, I really see him as a hero. Like, it's such a selfless act of self-destruction. You know that the party you're going after has all the power and will crush you. And you do it anyway out of the true, I don't know, platonic ideal of journalism. I think that's beautiful. I don't think I could do that. I think I need some ability to live and subsist in the society that I am in. And I think my bright red line would be like, if I'm forced to flee the country for my work, I think I'd finally have to say, as journalists go, I take risks pretty well. I especially think risk is important to take when you're young, and when you can do that. I think I'm married, so when I have a family, I think I will probably dial this risk thing down. Just being honest. I think you kind of have to. But right now, I'm kind of like running on all cylinders. I'm willing to take on quite a range of people. But
well, you're also
I think a lot about it.
Wolf pack of one, or small.
Yeah.
Wolf pack, as opposed to having like a New York Times behind you, or a huge organizations with lawyers, with a team, with a history.
These people are less courageous. This is the dirty truth. The bigger the organization, the more conservative a lot of them are. It's true that sometimes they and this is not to bash big organizations. I'm just saying this as an observation of someone who's talked to a lot of people, and especially in the world of fraud, a lot of them are scared to engage in fraud that is obvious but hasn't been litigated yet. Is This is why you'll never see documentaries about ongoing fraud on Netflix. It's too much of a liability. They'll sue Netflix to hell. And they know that if they win, Netflix has the money to pay it. So corporations like the New York Times, a lot of these, some of them are very, they're as courageous as they can be. But at the bottom line, if someone sues you to hell and back and you have to pay up, you will disappear. And you're relying on liability insurance, which you're already paying out the ass for, to try to cover you if you get sued. But if you get sued, even if you win, that liability insurance now goes up in price the next year. And if you're the New York Times, it goes up by a lot. So, I mean, I think there's work that independent journalists can do uniquely that they can actually take, like, in some ways, more risk than a giant institution, which has a lot more, in my sense, to lose, even though it would appear like they have more in terms of defense too.
But you get, you can be bullied legally.
Yeah.
Do you get afraid of that?
Sure. I mean, I just, all these things are things you have to be aware of and then forget to do your job. Like, you have to be, it's like being like a snowboarder, and it's like, do you realize you could hit your head? And it's like, yeah, of course. But in order to go do the flip or whatever, you have to just accept the risk, mitigate the risk as much as possible, and move on. So we have like insurance. We keep like a pool of funds for that kind of thing. Like, I'm very conservative with how I spend my money, basically all on production and like trying to make my life as secure as I can. And then I just do the work that I want to do.
So 99% of your fund goes into the studio, and then into that elaborate space of yours.
Yeah, of course.
How many kittens had to die to manufacture that studio? But anyway, that's my investigation for later. What keeps you mentally strong through all of this? What's your source of mental strength, or your psychological strength for this?
I think there was a time when I was getting a lot of cease and desists. Some people were actually saying they're going to show up to my house, all that kind of stuff. I don't think I was that. I think I was pretty worried about that for a while. My wife was a huge source of strength here, where she was like, hey, if you're not comfortable with it, you need to get out of the game, or you need to basically suck it up, and this is what it is. If you're going to go after these people, you have to basically be mentally strong around this. And seeing her have that realization helped me have the same realization. And I really deeply admire and respect that about her. And it solved a lot of my concerns around that. It just made me realize every profession has risks. It is what it is. You can mitigate and then you move on.
Why do you think there's so few journalists like you? You're basically the embodiment, at least in the space you operate, of what great journalism should be. Why do you think there's very few like you?
That's such an enormous compliment and probably overstatement. But I first want to pay respect. There are a lot of great journalists, and a lot of them are I don't want to just kind of take it and go, yeah, it's just me. There's so many great journalists. Matt Levine, Kelsey Piper, you've got anonymous journalists like Dirty Bubble, you've got citizen journalists like Tiffany Fong. But I think if you're going to be in the space in the long term, you do need to accept certain risks. And I think in the long term, it's I don't know how easy it is to play that game for a long period of time. Because to do great journalism, you don't get paid a lot compared to what you could get paid if you did press pieces or anything like that. You take a lot of risks legally. You take physical risks. It's just if you care about money, it's not the profession. And I feel like a lot of people, when they get notoriety, they move to I can just maximize the money security side of things. And I think it takes out a lot of would-be great journalists.
And also, so first of all, comfort of physical and mental well-being.
Yes.
And also being invited to parties with powerful people. You make enemies, rich and powerful enemies doing this.
Yeah.
But that's why it makes it. That's why it's admirable. I mean, it's an interesting case study that you've been doing it as long as you have, and I hope you keep doing it. But it's just interesting that it's rare.
I'll say, I want to make a call. Like, I think societies can create better journalists and worse journalists insofar as they support the journalists who are doing great work. And I want to call out Edward Snowden specifically, because what we have done to him is such a travesty. And the only lesson you can learn if you're a logical human being is that you should never whistleblow on the United States government after looking at what they did to Snowden. So, as a society, we can put pressure on lawmakers to make it easier for people to do the great work by not punishing the people who do great work, if that makes sense, and de-risking it for them. Because we shouldn't expect journalists to be martyrs to do great work, right? To do important work. And part of that comes from protecting whistleblowers. There's like very common sense things. I love, like, it's great to heroicize, people like Edward Snowden and stuff like that, but we shouldn't expect them to be heroes to do that work.
Do you ever think about you've been focused on financial fraud. Do you ever think about going after other centers of power? Like government, politics?
Politics, it seems to me you can't do good work. Like, everybody's doing good work in politics is to some extent, from my limited perspective, as I said, I'm not that into it. It seems like everyone has to take a side, because even if you do great work, whoever you're exposing, half the other people, no matter how good your work is, are going to claim it's just for partisan hackery, and they're going to malign you. So it seems like a lot of journalists have to take a slant, even if it's not explicit, like bias. They have to take a slant on who they expose. I hate that. I would really like a world where you could freely expose both sides without having a constant malignment of, like, who are you working for, or you did this for XYZ, whatever. Like, I really find that deeply problematic about our current journalism in the political sphere. As far as government stuff, I think it's easy to do, not easy, but like, it's much more enticing to do foreign journalism than to do local journalism on positions of power. Because if you question, it's so easy to just get the bigger cases you expose locally, you get in danger. It's like very, very clear facts. The bigger the case, the more your financial well-being, your access, your entire life is like sort of in jeopardy. Whereas if you do foreign journalism, you can do great work and largely get protected by your own government. So it's kind of this weird thing where if you want great journalism on America, sometimes going abroad might be.
But the politician thing is interesting. You mentioned that and going abroad. I think the way you think about your current work, I think applies in great journalism in politics as well. So what happens in the conversation space of with politicians, I try to talk to people on the left and the right, and do so in a nonpartisan way and criticize, but also steal them in cases. What happens, I've learned, is when you talk to somebody on the right kind of breathes you in. He's like, yes, we'll keep you comfortable, come with us, and then the left attacks you. And so, and the same happens on the left. Talk on the left, the right attacks you, and the left is like, come with us. So like, there's a temptation, a momentum to staying to that one side, whatever that side is. The same with foreign journalism. You can cover Putin critically. There's a strong pull to being pro-Ukraine, pro-Zelensky, basically really covering in a favorable way, to the point of propaganda, to the point of PR, the Zelensky regime. If you criticize the Zelensky regime, there's a strong pull towards them being supportive of, not necessarily the Putin regime, but a very different perspective on it, which is like NATO is the one that created that war. There's narratives that pull you, and what I think a great journalist does is make out of themselves and walk through that fire and not get pulled in to the protection of any one side because it gets so harshly attacked anytime they deviate from the center.
Well, and I think also, like, there's a criticism of all centrists which I think in some way is fair, and I say that as someone largely who's a centrist, which is that this what about is or like this like what about the left or what about the right can skew when it's not a both sides issue. So in the case of like Russia, Ukraine, I think like I'm strongly in favor of Ukraine, even though I tend to go like on both sides, and that might be partly because one of my employees is Ukrainian, and I think what a great journalist does, especially like in politics, is I think they criticize the regime that's most in power, most that controls the keys, and is the most corrupt at that time. And they might appear to be like, let's say during the realm of Trump, a great journalist would criticize Trump, but that same journalist who held Trump's feet to the fire should be capable of holding Biden's feet to the fire 4 years later. If that kind of makes sense.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So attacking any power center for the corruption, for the flaws they have,
irrespective of like your political agenda or your political ideas.
And that's what I mean about the war in Ukraine. There's several key players: NATO, Russia, Ukraine, China, India. I mean, there's several less important players, maybe some of the like Iran and like Israel and maybe Africa. And what great journalism requires is basically revealing the flaws of each one of those players, irrespective of the attacks you get. And you're right that throughout any particular situation, there is some parties that are worse than others, and you have to weigh your perspective accordingly. But also, it requires you to be fearless in certain things. Like, for example, I don't even know what it's like to be a journalist covering China now.
Oh, that's an exact case of like China has made it so difficult to be a good journalist that they've effectively squashed criticism because to be a journalist in China means constantly risking your life every single day to criticize that government. And so the best journalists are a lot of times outside the country, or they have sources inside the country who are like there's like this, you know, different. There's layers to the journalism where there's insiders who are leaking information, but they themselves cannot publish because it's like it's extremely risky. So yeah, I think as a society, one measure of how healthy the political structure is how well you can criticize it without fearing for your safety.
In that sense, the chaos and the bickering going on in the United States politics is a good thing. That people can criticize very harshly. And be, in terms of safety, are pretty safe.
Yes, absolutely. I think our only challenge is like where it gets dangerous is around like top secret information. The government comes down so hard that the danger in covering politics here is you can expose something that's top secret that should be exposed, and they'll ruin it.
So that's where you again give props to this story.
100%. 100%.
What's the origin of the suspender wearing Batman? How did you come to do what you do? Like what we talked about where you are and how your mind works, but how did it start?
I've kind of always been interested in fraud, or at least I saw fraud early on, and I was just like curious about what is this. I didn't know what I was really looking at. So basically, my mom got cancer when I was in high school, and it was pretty traumatic. I mean, she's fine. She had thyroid cancer, which is we didn't know it at the time. It's like precancerous cancer, but it's fairly easily treatable with surgery. It's one of the better, survivable ones. And I just watched her get like bombarded with all these like phony health scams, like colloidal silver, all these different like remedies. And she was very into all the different ways that she might treat her cancer. Obviously, surgery is very daunting, and I was just confused. I was like, why are we doing so many different remedies that all seem of very dubious health value? Later, I find out that these are like all grifters. I mean, they take advantage of free speech in America to like advertise their products as life-saving miracles, whatever, when they're of course not. Eventually, she got the surgery, thank God. But I know people in my life who their parents passed away because they didn't have the surgery. They instead took the alternative option. I know, like, I don't want to go into specifics because I don't want to mention their specific like case, but their family member went to Mexico for some alternate treatment, health treatment, instead of getting an easy surgery, and they died. And so it's like, I realized, where is the outrage about this? Where's who covers this stuff? And I realized, well, not many people do. Then I went to college. I was getting a chemical engineering degree, and all my friends are like telling me, hey, you should come to this meeting. We don't need this. Like, you're doing this engineering stuff. That's great. You're gonna make like $70K a year. Don't you want to get like rich now? Like, why wait till you're 60 years old to retire? Like, you can be rich now. Like, so I'd go show up to a hotel, and there'd be an MLM, like multi-level marketing, pitch for Amway or whatever it was that day, and I was once again fascinated. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I was like, what is this weird game we're all playing? We just sit in this room, we're looking at the speaker who says he's so successful, right? But why is he taking a Friday or a Saturday to do this, pitch at night? And they're telling me I'm going to be financially free, but they're working on their Saturday and Sunday. And so it's like, how financially free are they? So I was just like confused. I was like, none of my friends were rich. They all said they were going to be rich. No one ever seemed to get rich. And so I was sort of baffled by what I was looking at. Later, I graduate. I had no interest in doing engineering, which we can kind of get into, but I wanted to do something in media. And I started covering a variety of topics, but eventually I sort of revisited this interest in fraud, and I started talking about these kind of get-rich-quick grifters that were online, sort of the Tai Lopez variety, 67 steps or whatever, like 5 steps to get rich, 5 points to 5 million, these get-rich-quick schemes that a lot of people were interested in. No one seemed to get rich once again, except for the people at the tippity top selling the get-rich-quick thing. And I was like fascinated by the structure of it. I was like, does nobody see what this is? Like, does nobody get it? So I started making a series of videos on that, and the response was like palpable. I mean, it was like, I've made a lot of stuff before that. I've made stuff that got 1 million views. I had some marginal success, but the response of like the emails that came in, I could tell this worked, even though it had far less views at the time, was having a different level of impact. And that's what I was really interested in. One of my problems with engineering was, from my standpoint, I did chemical engineering at Texas A&M, and like I was like, is my future just going to be in a chemical plant improving some process by 2%? And it's like my gift to the world. Like I didn't see the hard impact, and that maybe that's a lack of imagination because chemicals matter. But I wanted to see an impact in the world, and so when like I did start doing this fraud stuff, exposing fraud, I like clicked in my brain. I was like, whoa, this is kind of doing what I want to do, and so I started posting videos. At first, it really focused on like get rich quick scheme, thrifty advertising, which I think is super predatory, and we can go into why. But it eventually graduated to crypto, and it snowballed, I guess, because now we're talking maintenance solutions.
Okay, grifty advertising. So actually, just step back. What is a multi-level marketing scheme? Like what? Because I've experienced a similar thing. I remember I worked I sold women's shoes at Sears, at a bank, and I just remember like some kind of, I forgot the name of the company, but you can sell like knives or whatever. Like that's a couple of.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
I'm sure there's a lot of things like this, right? And I remember feeling a similar thing, like why? To me, what was fascinating about it is like, wow, like human civilization is a interesting like a pyramid scheme. Like I didn't know the word for that, but it's like it's cool. Like you can like get in a room and you convince each other of ideas and you have these ambitions, this general desire, especially when you're young, to like life sucks right now. Nobody respects you. You have no money. You want to do good and you want to be sold this dream of like, if I work hard enough at this weird thing, I can shortcut and get to the very top.
Yes.
I don't know what that is, and I also in me felt that like life really sucks, and I can do good. I'm lucky. I found a way to do good. I'm like, and I don't know. You connect with that somehow. I think there's like this weird fire inside people to like make better of themselves, right? I don't know if it's just an American thing or if it's, but anyway, that was fascinating to me from a human nature perspective.
Grifters play on this though, right? Like this is so the best salesmen play on true narratives that you already believe. So the true narrative is, life is unfair. It is tough. The the American dream, as described by go to a job, work at the same company for 40 years, and then retire with safety net that you're positive is going to be there, that is largely dead. And so they like play on those fears and those problems to then sell you a pill, a solution, a thing. And the problem is that the solution is usually worse than even the problem they sketched out. Like you will do better most of the time by going with the regular company than you will by going with these goofy multi-level marketing. But let me answer your question. What is a multi-level marketing? So there's a criticism, first of all, that, well, let me get to what it is in theory. Like at its most ideal, multi-level marketing is where you have a product that you're selling. And one of the ways you help sell it is by, rather than going through traditional marketing, like where you go and you put out print advertising, it's like sort of a social network of marketing. I sell to you, and actually, Lex, not only can I sell to you, you can then go sell this product, and you'll make money selling it. And you know what? To incentivize me to get other salesmen, because when I get another salesman, I'm actually giving myself competition. So that's bad. But to incentivize me to do that, they'll pay me part of what you make, right? And then you go out and you go, okay, well, I can sell this product. I also can get new salesmen to like sell for me, and I'm going to make money from you, whatever. So it goes down the line of you create multiple levels where you can profit from their marketing, right? The problem with this system is that, however well-intentioned it is that usually the emphasis of that selling and making money ends up not being about the product at all, and ends up entirely being about recruiting new people to recruit new people to recruit new people. That's the real way to make money in multi-level marketing. This is where the very true criticism of most multi-level marketing, if not all, are pyramid schemes in structure. Because what a pyramid scheme is it's all about, I put in $500 and I recruit two people to put in $500, and that comes up to me, and they get two people to put in $500 and it goes to them. And the reason it's a flawed business model is, in order for it to work and everyone to make money, you'd have to assume an infinite human race. And so that's not the case. Most people end up getting screwed in multi-level marketing and in pyramid schemes. That's what that is. That's that thing.
And the quality of the product doesn't necessarily matter when you're selling.
People who are financially incentivized to like buy this thing.
Yeah, and so you're selling the dream of becoming rich to the people down in the pyramid.
That's the real product of multi-level marketing, unfortunately. And so you look at the statistics of these companies, and although they'll make it seem like it's so easy to be the top, 0.1% who's making all this money, the statistics are that 97% make less than a minimum wage doing this. They spend an enormous amount of time. And just what's so cruel about it is that's not advertised up front. I mean, it's like, if I go work at McDonald's, I know what I'm getting. If I go work at Amway, I have visions of, they've sold me visions of beaches and whatever, and more than likely I'm losing money. So better than 50% of people lose money, but 97% of people make less than minimum wage. It's like, it's such a bad business for the vast majority of people who join it, and the people at the very top who are lying to the people at the bottom saying they all can do it when they can't, are making all the money. So it's really messed up.
And the interesting thing I've noticed, maybe myself too, because I've participated in that knife selling for like a short amount of time. That was probably the experience that most people. I don't know. I don't think it was Cutco.
I know what you're talking about.
But I think there's several variations of it. I think I was part of a less popular one. It doesn't. I keep wanting to say it was called Vector.
Yeah. Something with a V was what I was going to say. It might be Vector. I get what you're saying though. It's a multi-level marketing knife selling.
But the thing is, I just remember my own small experience with it, because I was embarrassed of myself for having like participated. I think there's an embarrassment. That's why people down in the pyramid don't like speak about it, right? That you're part, like, I'm trying to understand the aspects of human nature that facilitate this.
Well, this is one of the problems with fraud, is there's a tremendous embarrassment for being had.
Yeah.
Also, if you buy, so slightly different human nature is that if you buy into a get-rich-quick scheme and then it doesn't deliver, you're more likely to blame yourself than blame the product for not actually working. You go, well, there must be something flawed with me.
That's true.
And they constantly reinforce this. They go, well, it's all about your hard work. The system works. Look at me. I did it. So if you're failing, it must be some indictment of your character, and you have to always double down. You have to the system can't be flawed. You must be flawed. And so, yeah, it's really messed up. It really preys on people's psychology to keep them in this loop. And that's why, in some ways, these things are so viral, even though they don't actually get most people a significant amount of wealth, and they cost most people money. So it's very unfortunate.
Most people do have the dream of becoming rich. Most young people do.
Right, and the thing is that everyone knows in business, what do you sell? You sell solutions to problems. So many young people want to get rich. The product is that pitch. You sell them the dream. Why this gets so grifty and so cruel and predatory is because there is no easy solution to this. There is no solution that people are going to buy, because the real solution people want is no work, no education, no skills required, no money up front, and people will pay any price for that magic pill, and people are happy to sell that magic pill. And I think those people are very cruel, and I think deserve to get exposed for it.
So somebody that's been criticized for MLM type schemes is Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Somebody that I'm very likely to talk with. So
sure.
People who've been telling me that I'm too afraid to talk to Andrew Tate. First of all, let me just say, I'm not afraid to talk to anyone. It's just that certain people require preparation, and you have to allocate your life in such a way that you want to prepare properly for them.
Sure.
And so you have to kind of think who you want to prepare for. Because I have other folks that have more power than this particular figure that I'm preparing for. So you have to make sure you allocate your time wisely. But I do think he's a very influential person that raises questions of what it means to be a man in the 21st century. And that's a very important and interesting question, because young people look up to philosophers, to influencers about what it means to be a man. They look up to Jordan Peterson. They look up to Andrew Tate. They look up to others, to other figures. I think it's important to talk about that, to think, what does it mean to be a good man in this society? Of course, in the other genders, there's the same question. What does it mean to be a good woman? I think, obviously, the bigger question is, what does it mean to be a good person? But now okay. So on that said, one aspect of the criticism that Andrew's received is not just on the misogyny, is on the MLM aspect of the multi-level marketing scheme. So is there some truth to that? Is there some fraudulent aspect to that?
So yeah, I definitely think so. I mean, that's the main reason I criticized him. So let's back up. There's a few clarifications I need to make. What Andrew Tate is selling is not multi-level marketing, although he is selling the dream. He's selling an affiliate marketing, which is slightly different. So in multi-level marketing, if I sell to you and then you go sell to two other people, I make money from those two other people down the chain. Multi-level. Affiliate marketing is sort of like one level. I only make money. So Andrew Tate has this affiliate program where if you sold Hustlers University to somebody else, which sounds like something boomers would put on Facebook in like 2010, like I went to Hustlers University, School of Hard
By
Knocks.
the way, you were a member of Hustlers University. So
yeah, I joined. I became a hustler. That's in large part due to why I'm so successful is because of my Hustler University membership. I'm just kidding. But so it's an affiliate program. So you sell, like I sell to you this $50 course, and I make like $5, and Andrew Tate in perpetuity makes $50 a month off of you. Okay. What does this course actually sell, right? Because ultimately he's selling the dream. He's selling, hey, the Matrix has enslaved you. He's really gone down this like Neo rabbit hole. So the Matrix has enslaved you. Your life is controlled by these people who want to keep you like kind of weak, lazy, whatever. You need to break out and you need to achieve the new dream, which is sort of like hustling your way to the top. You don't need the antiquated systems of school. You can just pay me $50 a month and I will teach you everything. Okay. So what do you actually get? Well, and why is it a scam? So I think it's just a scam in terms of like value and like you're selling based on these completely unrealistic things. It's like, let's get rich. Okay. You get a series of Discord rooms. So you know what Discord, most people know what Discord is. It's like a bunch of chat rooms basically, right?
Just like AOL or
Yeah, right. Well, I'm talking to the guy who quit Emacs, so I don't know. There's Discord servers, and in these there's like 7 different rooms you can go in, or there's several rooms, and each one is like a different field of making money. E-commerce, trading, cryptocurrency, I think fulfillment by Amazon, like copywriting. Okay, so I went to all of these. I checked them out. I checked all their money making tools. The first funny thing is that Andrew Tate is nowhere to be found. The supposed successful guy that you like bought into is nowhere to be found. It's these professors that he has hired and said these guys are super qualified. I like looked up some of some of these guys have done, and some of them have launched like scammy crypto coins. The cryptocurrency professor was like shilling a bunch of coins that did bad and like deleted the tweets. I mean, just completely exactly what you'd expect. Behind the paywall is nothing of substance. You're not going to learn to get rich by escaping the matrix and going to work for Jeff Bezos. Fulfillment by Amazon is not escaping the matrix, right? Like that's not the way to hustle to the top. It's literally a field of making money that everyone in the world has access to. If you want to differentiate yourself and make money, the first thing you realize is going into skill sets that literally anyone with an internet account can do is a bad way to do that because you have to have some differentiating factor to add value. So it's just such a obvious and complete scam because there is no value to this like so-called education. The professors are crap. The advice, they're like hiding some of the bad things they've done, and Andrew Tate's nowhere to be found. Ultimately, that's why everyone joins. What he's done is very interesting because, and I'll give him credit in his marketing. He's been very savvy to like make the reasons you admire him, not the things he's sort of selling, which is weird. Like he's selling get rich quick, which seems like it relates to his persona, but is actually very orthogonal to it. His persona is like the tell it how it is, like tall, buff, rich guy. It's like actually his persona that you're buying into, and then he's selling you this thing to the side, which when people get in there and they're not delivered on the product, he still is those things that you first thought he was. So it's like I think it's to some extent he's made a lot of money by making the thing that he makes money on not the thing he gets so much pushback online for and what he's also loved for. So people will push back for his misogyny, but the real way he's making money is just like basic get rich quick schemes that are super obvious to spot, but everyone's distracted by like, oh, he said some crazy stuff about women or, all these various other scandals he's got himself in.
To get more and more and more attention. So
right.
with the persona. So Hustling Rich is still operating?
I think they've rebranded it. I'm part of their pitch. I'm like, they put me on as like, as like, the Matrix is trying to take us out, Lex. And then it's me saying like, they put me in like saying, I'm part of the Matrix. They put me in saying, oh, this guy sucks, I joined, it sucks. And so they'll play that and they do like a bass drop and it's like, don't listen to people like this, da 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 da. I'm basically like a
so you've been co-opted by the Matrix to attack.
Yes.
You're an insider threat that infiltrated and now is being used by the Matrix to attack. Well,
everyone who criticizes him is part of the Matrix. He won't say who the Matrix is. It's just the shadowy cabal of rich, powerful people. It's just like the easy narrative for people who are disaffected and who feel cheated by the system. You just collectivize that system and you make it the bad guy and you go, look, those guys who have been cheating you, they're the bad guys. They want me shut up. And then now the person that the people who harmed you, they want this guy shut up. You're going to listen to him. So that's like the most basic psychological manipulation that everyone seems to constantly fall for. It's really trivial and stupid, but
can you steel man the case for Hustlers University, where it's actually giving young people confidence, teaching them valuable lessons about like actually incentivizing them to do something like Fulfillment by Amazon, the basic thing, to try it,
sure,
to learn about it, to fail, or maybe see like to try, to give a catalyst and incentive to try these things.
As much as it pains me, I will try to give a succinct, maybe steel man of it as best as I can, thinking that it's such a grab. But I think what you would say is that some people, in order to make a change in their life, need someone who they can look up to. And men don't have a lot of like strong role models, like big male presences in their life who can serve as a proper example. So the most charitable interpretation would be Andrew Tate would encourage you to go reach for the stars, I guess. My problem is I have a deep issue with the lust and greed that centers all these things. Like this glorification of wealth equals status, wealth equals good person, wealth and Bugatti equals you are meaningful, you matter. And like the dark underlying thing is that none of that matters. Like it matters that you make a decent living, but past just like that, I think the like lust for more stuff and the idolization of these people that is just like opulence is a net bad. So that's like my steel man has to stop there because I really disagree with like the values that are pushed by people like that.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's the thing that should be criticized. I shouldn't say it doesn't matter. I think it's just like an amazing meal at a great restaurant. It matters. It's money and Bugattis. For many people, make life beautiful. Like those are all components. But I think money isn't the. You can also enjoy a beautiful life on a hike in nature. You can. There's a lot of ways to enjoy life, and one of the deepest that's been tested through time is the intimacy, close connection, friendship with other people or with a loved one. They don't talk about like love. Yeah, like what it means to be deeply connected with another person. It's just like get women, get money, all those kinds of things. But that I think I don't want to dismiss that because there's like value in that. There's fun in that. I think the positives. I haven't investigated hustles inversely, but the positive I see in general is young people don't get much respect from society. I know it's easy to call it the matrix and so on, but there's a kind of dismissal of them as human beings, as capable of contributing, of doing anything special. And then here's you have people who are sitting there broke with big dreams. They need the mentors. They need somebody to inspire them. So like, I would criticize the flawed nature of the message, but also it's just like you have to realize like there needs to be institutions or people or influencers that help like inspire, right?
The problem is though, is the people who are pitching unrealistic versions of that are getting a lot of attention, whereas like there's so many great free courses where you can learn everything and more about fulfillment by Amazon or about copywriting or all these different things that I think like so often the air is just the oxygen is sucked up by all the grifters who promise everything. It's back to what we said about vaporware. This is one of the reasons that like educational products can so often be co-opted by grifters. Is vaporware is very hard to distinguish because like the feedback loop on education is not clear. It's not obvious immediately. So I can sell you a book and I can say this is going to change your life if you apply it. If you don't, if your life doesn't change, I just say, well, you didn't apply it. Right? Like there's this weird relationship. It's not clear. The value. It's not so easy to like quantify education. So that gets co-opted by people who make all the promises. They get a ton of attention, a ton of money, and then those people are often left confused and like kind of disillusioned, maybe thinking, well, this didn't work in 1 year, so it's not going to work at all. And so I think, yeah, there are problems there. There's certainly a need for like male role models. There's certainly a need for somebody kind of to speak to a younger generation. I just think that person shouldn't be maybe Andrew Tate, personally.
Yeah, so you have to criticize those particular individuals. I also
I think that like the Bugatti aspiration is so stupid. Like it's so.
Well, let me steal man. So I'm a person who doesn't care about money, don't like money. The women maybe appreciate sort of the beauty of the other sex, but like, cars in particular is like really is this really the manifestation of all the highest accomplishments a human being can have in life? Yes, I can criticize all that, but to steel man that case is a young person, a dreamer, has ambition. And I often find that education, throughout my whole life, there's been people who love me, teachers, who saw ambition in me and tried to reason with me that my ambition is not justified. Yes. Looking at the data. Look, kid, you're not that special.
Yeah.
Look at the data.
Right.
You're not, and they want it. They want you to like not dream, essentially. And then again, I look at the data, which is all the people. I just talked to Hodger Gracie. This Hodger Gracie is a jiu-jitsu person, widely acknowledged as probably the greatest of all time. Dominated everybody, but for the longest time he sucked. And he was surrounded by people that kind of don't necessarily believe in him. So he had to believe in himself. You have to. It's nice to have somebody. As older I get and I've seen it, it's so powerful to have somebody who comes to you, an older person, whether it's real or not, that says you got this, kid.
Believes in you.
I
Sure.
believe in you.
Sure.
You know?
It does. I mean, I think so. I think dreaming is actually really important. I'm more protective over people co-opt those dreams for money.
Yes.
And like, I do think it matters so much that we encourage people to take risks. It's one of the great things about America is it lionizes like sort of people who have taken risks and won. But I think it's just a weird, vapid thing when like the reason you do all of it is for this thing you can get out at the end of the day. When we all know, and you just heard a million interviews, like nobody ever gets the Bugatti and goes, this now completely fulfills me. Everyone knows the beauty and the like fulfillment actually comes from becoming obsessed about what you're doing for its own sake, sort of the journey, the beauty of that thing. And I think money's just this thing we have to deal with to be able to do cool stuff. Like, I acknowledge that, you need money to build the $10 million studio. Like, you got to get the cameras, you got to get the lights, and I'm very blessed to be able to have gotten that. But past a certain point, like, I think that is really the function of money, is to just do cool stuff. But ultimately, if you can't fall in love with the process and like the craft itself, you will be left very unhappy at the end of it. And so to start people off on that journey by pointing to the shiny object and going like, that's what you should care about, seems to me so backwards. We should learn from the actual people who have done it and said, that shiny thing did nothing for me. Learn to love the journey, and like that's the thing we pitch people, as unsexy as that might be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's well said. And the same applies to like the retro community that talks about dating and so on. There is it's not just about the number of hot women you go to bed with. It's also about intimacy and love and all those kinds of things. And so like there's components to a fulfilling life that is important to sort of educate young people about.
Totally.
But at the same time, feeding the dream and saying take big risks.
Sure.
And you, the little you that has no evidence of ever being great, can be great, because there's evidence time and time again of people that come from very humble beginnings and doing incredible things that change the world.
Yeah, and there's just a tremendous like funny thing where you can't become great without having a willful denial of the statistics. Like, in some ways you have to take the chance, even if that chance is so improbable, and it's always those people who did take that chance who end up winning. So I agree.
Probably SBF and FTX is the biggest thing you've ever covered, but previously called the Save the Kids scam, the world's influencer scam, the biggest in the world influencer scam you've ever seen. Can you describe it?
Sure. So Save the Kids was a charity coin that was launched by a number of extremely popular influencers. I think they had over 50 million followers together. Huge names. And they basically said, hey guys, invest in this coin, we're going to save the kids. A portion of the proceeds go to charity. And this coin, it's unruggable. So rugging is the term for, remember earlier we talked about Safe Moon, you just grab the pool of funds in the middle, you take them out. Okay. It's unruggable because we have this smart code that is going to prevent people who are, quote, whales, which is a crypto term for saying you have a large portion of the tokens. It'll prevent those people from selling a large amount of that at one time, right? And so basically, you don't have to worry about trusting us. It just is what it is. Join, and we will, change the world, save the kids, whatever. It was really easy from the beginning and sketchy because their logo matched the Save the Children logo, which is like an actual charity. So they basically copied it and said we're saving the kids, like a knockoff brand. And almost immediately the project rubbed. They stole the money. And tracing back through, the code was changed at the last second before launch. Like if you looked at their code that they launched as a test versus the code they launched in actuality, they changed only like 2 lines, and it was the whale code to basically make the whale code non-existent. Like you can sell as much as you want, as fast as you want. And it turned out that some of the influencers had not only sold that and made money, but also had a pattern of pump and dumping tokens. So we can talk about what that is. Like,
yeah, what's pump and dump?
A pump and dump is just where you have a huge following, you promote your little Lex coin to everybody while holding a big portion of it, and as everyone rushes in to buy it, the price is going to pump, and you dump at the same time. So that's where the name comes from, pump and dump. You pump the price, sell all your tokens, make a lot of money. So I traced basically their wallets on the blockchain and found that 2 of the actors specifically had a long history of doing this, which really proved malicious intent. And why I called it the worst is not, it certainly wasn't the worst in terms of like the amount of people affected. It relatively was like a small pump and dump because it rubbed almost immediately. But in terms of the amount of people that were involved in it, in terms of the amount of malicious behavior before it that like sort of proved that this wasn't an accident, the fact that there was like this whale code, it was one of the most cynical attempts to just take the money of the followers you had and just like, that's mine now. So that's why I call it that. That's basically it.
So that was
a lot of the phase members, and it was I think Addison Ray. There were a lot of people who seemed like they were kind of taking shrapnel on it. There was like this guy Tico who he didn't even sell the tokens. He just like held on to it the entire time and lost like a few $1,000s, maybe I forget the exact amount. He lost a lot of money, a decent amount. And so like he took a lot of shrapnel with that. But there were also people who were maliciously doing this. So in that investigation, like several of the members of FaZe got kicked out. One of them got like permanently banned, and then this other guy that I talked about fled the country. Like he sold all his belongings and like fled the country, and hid out in London or wherever he is now. I don't really know where he is. Somewhere in the UK area.
So the basic idea there is to try to convert your influencers to members.
Correct. It's the basic idea behind a lot of influencer crypto.
Well, but right, but that little word influencer means something, because there are most crypto scams influencer scams. They're not, right? Most
right. Those high profile ones, like just by nature, they tend to be made high profile by the influencer. Sometimes they are, but you're right. A lot of money has been lost, and like nobody finds out because there's no one big sort of attached to it. They just steal a lot of money. But influencers are great salespeople because, like, in order to overcome the resistance of getting you to buy some random coin, there has to be a reason. And so much of the 21st century content creator generation is defined by these strange parasocial relationships where people feel like they know you. Not the character you play, but you. And you have some friendship with them. When in actuality, you don't know the viewers. You have a sense, but you don't actually know all of these people. And so that relationship is extremely powerful in terms of persuasion. So you can say, I believe in this, and I've watched you for years, and all of a sudden I say, if Lex believes in it, I believe in it. I trust him as a human. And so that differentiates these coins, and all of a sudden the coin blows up, gets really popular. Yeah. You made this side deal, and you make a ton of money.
I have to say, podcasting in particular is an intimacy. Like, I'm a huge fan of podcasting. I feel like I'm friends with the people I listen to.
Right.
And boy, is it a responsibility. And that's why it really hurts me to acknowledge that I am launching Lex Coin. So no, man, I hate money. I hate this kind of the scheminess of all of this. The use of any kind of degree of fame that you have for that kind of stuff. There's something just
so like frustrating is these people
disgusting.
I have a general sense of what they were like, sort of what I'm in the, even though I wouldn't describe myself as an influencer, I make content on YouTube. I know that, especially since they were taking these huge corporate sponsorships, they were making tons of money. They didn't have need for these scams. I mean, I think it's one thing to scam if you're like broke on the street, and you're playing 3-card Monte to like live. And I think it's a whole other ethically cruel thing to do if you're basically trying to upgrade your penthouse to the building next door, and like you're already well off, and you just kind of want to get even further ahead. I think that's weird.
Well, this is the fascinating thing, because I've been very fortunate recently to sort of get, whatever, a larger platform. And what you find out is like life is amazing. I always thought life was amazing, but it becomes more amazing. Like you meet so many cool people and so on. But what you start getting is you have more opportunities to like people like scammers will come to you and try to use you, right? And I could see for somebody it could be tempting to be like, ooh, it'd be nice to make some money.
I wanted to say, like, on this kind of, we're on this topic of opportunities you get, from how you get a platform. So one of the reasons kind of I railed a little bit earlier against materialism or whatever, I think to the extent to which you can moderate your own greed, you can play longer term games. And I think so many people end up cutting an otherwise promising career short by just wanting it too fast. So I think it's like a huge edge, just like discipline is in terms of like achieving what you want. I think like a very moderate, like being comfortable with a moderate existence and finding happiness in that is a huge edge, because really your overhead is so much cheaper than the people who need a Ferrari or a super nice house to feel fulfilled. Yeah. And when your overhead is less, you have the luxury to say no to like sketchy offers. You have freedom that other people don't have, because a lot of times people don't pitch it this way. They pitch a Ferrari as freedom, or like big houses, like you've made it. In a lot of ways, those shackle you back to like, you got to find the cash flow for those things. It's never a free ride.
Yeah, that's really beautifully put. I've always said that I had fuck you money at the very beginning. I was broke for most of my life. The way you have fuck you money is by not needing much to say fuck you. That's right. I mean, the overhead that you're talking about, if you can live simply and be truly happy and be truly free, I think that means you can be free in any kind of situation. You can make the wise kind of decision. And in that case, money enables you in certain ways to do more cool stuff that doesn't shackle you, like you said. Too many people in the society you would shackle. Because material possessions kind of like draw you into this race of more and more and more and more. And then you feel the burden of that, bigger houses and all that kind of stuff. And now you have to keep working. Now you have to keep doing this thing. Now you have to make more money and with your YouTube channel and so on. You have to get more. And the same, not even just about money. That's why I deliberately don't check views and likes and all that kind of stuff, is you don't want that dopamine of like of pulling you in. I have to do the thing that gets more and more attention, or more and more like money. And it's a huge negative hit on your ability to do creative work.
Can I ask you about that? Because I'm always interested in this. I completely agree. I think it's funny because when you extract yourself out to the people you admire and respect, who inspired you to do the creative work you do, you never think about like the views they were getting, or the money they were making, or the influence they had. All you ever think about is the work itself. And it's funny, when a lot of people get in this position, your temptation is to focus on that which you can measure, which is like all the stuff you said, like the likes, the views. That's not actually the target or what you got into it for. You get into it for like because you're inspired or whatever. Your goal is inspiration, is impact, and like that can't be quantified that same way. So it's interesting. You have to find a way as a creator of any of this stuff to like deliberately detach yourself from the measurable and focus on this thing which is kind of abstract. And I was wondering if you have any like ideas for that.
So there's a bunch of ideas. So one is figure out ways where you don't see the number of views on things. So I wrote a Chrome extension for myself that hides the number of views.
That's really funny. No, what's funny is
me, because it's useful for other people's content.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need to borrow this. That was my problem. I actually have Chrome extensions for, like, I don't like going down like recommendation rabbit holes when I'm at work. I just want to like search for a video, find it. I don't want to see like all the up next because I'll waste time. So I use Chrome extensions for that. But the views is a problem because it's relevant to me as a creator. Like, is this a big video? Should I?
Yeah, which is why I really hurt when they remove like likes and dislikes, because I want to know for tutorials and so on. I mean, that's probably really useful for you, the dislikes.
Yeah. Do you have that? Do you ever consider making that Chrome extension public?
Sure. Yeah, actually, yeah, and there would be a good philosophy behind it, right? Like, if you're a creator,
I really like it. I love the idea. I've wanted this thing before. I don't know if it necessarily exists.
Because I don't think I've made a Chrome extension public. That'd be cool. I would love to see. Yeah, I would go to that process of adding it to the. Because I love like open sourcing stuff. So yeah, I'll go add it to the Chrome extension, like the store.
Yeah, because I totally have. I've hated this for like a long time. YouTube made a change, and they just continue to make the analytics front and center, which makes sense from their perspective. They're trying to give people better data on what is successful, what makes something successful. They're trying to train their creators, but in the process, it can lead to some unhealthy habits of thinking views define a video. And so I've long thought, okay, I've learned analytics, I understand retention. Now I sort of want to do like the Zen, like forget it all. And you can only do that if it's out of your sight.
Depends how many friends you have who are creators. The other really important thing, and I found this has nothing to do with creators, but people I respect very much in my life, some of them people who don't, that could be famous, they will come to me and say, they will comment on how popular a video was on YouTube. They will sort of compliment the success defined by the popularity. Even for a podcast where most of the listenership is not on YouTube, or in Spotify now is getting crazy, they will still compliment the YouTube number. So one of the deliberate things I do is I either, depending if it's a close friend, I'll get offended and make fun of them for that, and to sort of signal to them this is not the right thing. I don't want that. And for people more like strangers that compliment that kind of stuff, I show zero interest. I don't receive the compliment well, and I'll focus on the aspects of the compliment that have to do with like what do they find interesting. I kind of make them reveal to them that you shouldn't care about the number of views.
It is strange. There's like this weird hypnotism that happens once you get past a certain number, and that number is some approximation. It's always like hard numbers. It's like 100,000, a million, 10 million. People just see a number and then just go like, wow, that is, and they assign a quality to it that may not, like, it usually means nothing at all. So I agree. I've never been good at like handling that, because you're like, thank you.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
That said, I do admire, very different from me, but I admire Mr. Beast, who unapologetic says like the number is all that matters. Like basically the number shows, like the number of views you get shows like how much I don't know, joy you brought to people's lives. Because if they watched the thing, they kept watching the thing, they didn't tune out, that means they loved it. You brought value to their life, you brought enjoyment, and I'm going to bring the maximum amount of enjoyment to the maximum number of people, and I'm going to do the most epic videos and all that kind of stuff. So I admire that when you're so unapologetic into the numbers.
Yeah, he's sort of, it's interesting. He's like, gosh, we're getting way too in the weeds. Is this I don't know, I'm like constantly self-monitoring about like what topics we're on. But if we can, Mr. Beast is so interesting because he's almost done what, have you ever seen Moneyball?
Yes.
It's the story of how someone brought statistics to baseball and it revolutionized everything. He's Moneyballed YouTube.
Yeah.
He took statistics to YouTube and he changed everything. And everybody now, so many people are playing catch up. I think it would be interesting in a few years to see how he develops, and now that he's like kind of revolutionized like the data side of things, how he then approaches future videos, because there's a point at which you've optimized, but optimizing for short-term video performance is not the same as optimizing for long-term viewer happiness. And how do you do that, assuming the YouTube algorithm does not perfectly already do it for you, which it doesn't, but they're trying to obviously do that, optimize for long-term happiness. But
and also optimizing for long-term creative growth.
Sure.
I think the thing that people don't, I mean, maybe I don't know, I actually don't know enough about you, like to me, the thing that seems to be special about him isn't the Moneyball aspect. That's really important. It's like taking the data seriously. But to me, the part of the idea generation, the constant brainstorming, coming up with videos. So it's nice to connect the idea generation with the data, but like how many people when they create on YouTube and other platforms really generate a huge amount of ideas, like constantly brainstorm, constantly brainstorm. At least for me, I don't think I go so many steps ahead in my thinking. I don't like try to come up with all possible conversations. I don't come up with all possible videos I can make.
But you can't. So the one mistake to make is to map Jimmy's philosophy onto every genre, because not every genre fits that model. Your model is not an idea-centric model; it's a people-centric model. And so you like, if you were in the business of creating just mass entertainment for the sake of mass entertainment, you might focus on, okay, the reason going idea focused instead of person focused is such a revolutionary idea in some senses is because ideas can be more broadly appealing than any single human can be. But you're not going for that. You're going for a podcast interview. And I think for you, the goal should always be how deep can you get with interesting guests and like finding the most interesting guests, which is a different probably set of skills.
Well put, really well put. But I think the right mapping there is finding the most interesting guests.
Yeah,
and
right.
I think I don't do enough work on that. So for example, I try to be something I do prioritize is talking to people that nobody's talked to before. So because it's like I kind of myself as not a good like I know a lot of people are much better than me. I really admire. I think Joe Rogan is still the GOAT. He's just an incredible conversationalist. So it's like, all right, who is somebody Joe's not going to talk to? Either he's not interested, or it's not going to happen. Like I want to talk to that person. I want to reveal the interesting aspects of that person. And I think I should do a Mr. Beast style rigor in searching for interesting people.
And you should probably find people to help you search.
Sure, but he does that. But if we're being honest, he does that, of course, with other folks. But he's the main engine.
Yeah, you need like sort of like a pre-filter. You're the final filter, because your problem is you're only able to think of humans that you've thought of before or been exposed to, and most of the world you've never been exposed to. So you need people to like pre-filter and go, okay, these guys are just interesting humans. Lex has never heard of them. And then you sort of take a batch of like 100 people and you go, who seems the most interesting for me?
But by the way, on that topic, we're weeds into weeds. I've almost done. I'm building up. I programmed this guest recommendation thing where I want to get suggestions from other people because I really want to find people that nobody knows. Yeah. This is the tricky thing. You're not famous, but the idea is there's probably fascinating humans out there that nobody knows. Right. That I want to find those, and I believe in the crowdsourcing aspect will raise that. And now, of course, the top 100 will be crypto scams. But yes, so like I have to make sure that these kinds of swarms of humans that recommend, I can filter through, and there's whole kinds of systems for that. But I want to find the fascinating people out there that nobody's ever heard from. And from a programmer perspective, I thought surely I could do that by just building a system.
Yeah, that's how programmers always think. They'll just automate a system to do it.
That's the Jimmy Moneyball, right? Like looking at the data.
Weeds on weeds.
How do we get to Mr. Beast exactly?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Save kitties. Okay. Let me ask you more on the guru front. You've okay. Let's start with somebody that you've covered that I think you've covered a lot, and I'm really embarrassed not knowing much about him. I think this is like old school stuff. So you've been through stages. Okay.
I've been through stages and phases.
So a character named Dan Locke.
Yeah.
Who is he? You've exposed him for cult like human and his cult like practices. Who is he? What has he done?
So Dan Locke is sort of, he's gone through a number of iterations, but he was kind of this like sales trainer guy who really made a hard push into what he called high ticket sales. And he was telling people that they could kind of escape the 9 to 5 rat race if they just learn high ticket sales, and they can have the life of their dreams. Basically, it's like, I'll teach you to sell, but I'll teach you to ask. Like, not only will I teach you to sell you that pen, but I'll teach you to sell it for $50,000 instead of $1, right? So I talked to a lot of the people who had taken this course because it was pretty expensive. I think it was like $2,500 or $1,000. And mind you, the people who are taking it are like teachers and like people who don't have a lot of money. And then you take the course and immediately you find out, okay, well, there's an upsell. At the end of the course, you're not ready. You need to go from like high ticket closer, which is one of the products, to inner circle, or like the level up, right? And all of these courses are structured like this. So they spend a tremendous amount on Google ads to get people in the door, promising the dream. And then once you're in, you're actually not done being like the product. You're actually in the system that tries to upsell you again and again and again and again. And eventually you're paying monthly and you're getting more and more. You're constantly paying for access to Dan Locke's wisdom and like ideas. And fundamentally, this sales system wasn't working for people. I mean, I talked to, like, for example, a teacher who put in like $25,000, was in debt at one point, and has nothing to show for it. I know, and it was sort of these tactics of pressuring, and then anytime anyone would complain, he would try to silence them. So I heard from, like, funny enough, this lady was a teacher as well. She put together a Facebook group, basically saying, I think this guy's a scam. His course didn't work. It's not working for a lot of people. Because fundamentally, the promise of turning someone from a non-salesman into a person who's making 6 figures selling is not an easy thing to do. It's not just a matter of just like, take my course. But anyways, it wasn't working. She created a Facebook group about it, and he like sues her and was like legally pressuring her to stop doing that. And I realized like somebody has to speak out about this, and everyone who is getting silenced. And I was like, I'm going to use my platform to raise awareness to this, and people came out of the woodwork. I mean, saying that this guy defrauded me or he scammed me. And I want to just really quickly take a second, take a beat to explain why get-rich-quick schemes are different than, let's say, selling a water bottle and saying it's the greatest water bottle ever, right? Because sometimes people wonder, they go like, well, doesn't like Nissan say their car is going to make you happy and then it doesn't make you happy? Like, why is that different from the kind of advertising of a get-rich-quick course? I mean, both of them are sort of promising things that aren't true. But you get something. You take some kind of a training. You know, isn't it the same thing? No. Here's why. There's this concept in economics called elastic demand and inelastic demand. What it essentially means is that if I raise the value of this water bottle, there's a point at which you're just going to be like, no, it doesn't make any sense, right? But there are areas in our lives where we have desperation around them that can get deeply predatory very quickly because there's no elasticity around their demand. For example, your health. If you get cancer and I have the pill that will solve it, or at least, let's say I have a sugar pill here, but if I can convince you that this pill will solve your cancer or treat your cancer, you will pay any amount of money you have on this earth to get this pill. But obviously that gets really predatory really quick, because selling something that isn't real is almost as compelling as selling something that is real, right? So this happens in the get-rich-quick space too. There's any amount of money you would pay to make a lot more money, right? So these products have inelastic demand. That's why you see what is essentially a few webinars getting sold for $2,500. Courses that literally have identical videos on YouTube, like very similar course curriculum, that are selling for such extravagant amounts of money. And I think there can be comparisons made to college, because obviously there's similar like questions about benefits. But in this case, there's not even statistics available that even shows the average person gets something out of it. That's true of, like, you go to college, your average income will improve, right? That's the justification there. There's none of that. There's no case studies. There's nothing backing their extravagant claims of you're going to make all this money, you're going to make all this wealth. Instead, they're just, as we said before, they're selling you a dream. So that's why I find all those like types of get-rich-quick schemes so problematic, and why I've railed against them for significant
things that Denmark is doing. What have you learned about human nature and fraudsters and gurus and so on?
Great question. So I think one of them is that there's this
Someone said I was an advertising bot, period. I do not advertise. I'm a real person. You can always see me live on camera, and I have been on camera for many months, period. This was done without a warning, and I don't understand why I am being picked on, question mark.
I mean, it's easy to, on the one hand, criticize people's greed, but a lot of times you have to put yourself in their shoes. If you're at a dead-end job, you have nothing going for you, you don't have the money to
Please
go to
let me know what you want me to do,
play,
and I will do it, period. I do not feel I've done anything wrong,
as
period.
You said,
I literally have been live
saying
streaming in
you, they believe
this
you can make
server without any issue, talking to people and interacting with
and
people,
so
never advertising for
really felt
many
like
months, period.
It made a lot more sense to tackle it from the other side, from the side of people that can stop, that can basically be exposed and basically be have sort of like a negative put on their work. I mean, they're largely going under the radar, so I kind of felt like, do you want to educate do you want to like blame it on the victims and say you should have known better, you should have done this, you should stop, but there's no end to that, or do you go after the grifters themselves? And so that's what I realized. Like that's the tactic that I went with, and it's tough because it's a little like legally risky to do that, but yeah, you just kind of got to be smart about it, I guess.
So your platform has gotten really big, so there's some responsibility to that.
Weirdly big, yeah.
Yeah. Let's say,
because like only a year ago it was like a lot smaller, and then it's hard to make that adjustment, because like to me it's just the same show I've been doing.
So how do you avoid becoming a guru yourself, or your ego growing? There's different trajectories you can take. One of which is you can start seeing everybody as a scammer, and only you can reveal it. And you have an audience of people who love seeing the epic CoffeeZilla grilling, and you can destroy everyone, and that power now is getting to your head. How do you avoid that?
Well, I mean, this is like less optically obvious. I think the main way is like my circle of friends doesn't care about any of that. Like, my wife doesn't care. The people whose opinion I value has no relation to like a subscriber metric or anything like that. I think that's like tangibly the most important thing, to just staying grounded. As far as like becoming a guru, I just don't have anything to like sell. I mean, I'm not interested in teaching people finance. I'm not interested in not interested in selling a course. And I've kind of given myself a hard line on that, which I think has helped me a bit, is there's a temptation to go, well, I can tell what's a scam, so let me tell you what's not a scam. And a lot of people have offered a lot of money to do that, basically be like, hey, I have such and such legitimate product, come be like an endorser. And I just don't do that because I think it undermines a lot of what I do. Is if you're taking money in on the side to say this is legit, and you're saying this isn't legit, there's a huge conflict of interest. So I think it's about managing conflicts of interest and keeping people around me that are grounded. And also I think, my only interest really is just like make cool stuff, and I guess I'll do that until people stop watching. So,
question on that topic from the CoffeeZilla subreddit. Shout out. How does Coffee find the strength to maintain his integrity and resist temptation of being paid a great amount of money to advertise and promote a potential scam?
Period.
I think that's
I was not
goes back to what we've been talking about a lot, which is just on what you prioritize, what you value. I guess I grew up kind of lower middle class, and I had a great time.
Really
I had a
nice,
great
period.
childhood. I had very loving parents.
No issue with you at all.
Because of that,
I understand you were just curious why I
guess intuited at an early age that money doesn't do a whole lot.
Stream
and I
my
knew
life
a lot
for
of
world
people
peace,
who were way
period.
better off, who had
I give
miserable
people
childhoods,
a portal into my life at
because
any given time,
whether their dad was always gone at work, or like they just
the
had other
moderation
family
team
issues
did
that
not
just
like
money
that,
can't
period.
buy. And I realized, I guess quickly, that money's a very like, it's a glittery object that isn't what it appears to be. And so to me, I'm like, I'm having the time of my life making my show, I'm not gonna have this. Like you could ruin all that just trying to go for this quick check, when it's like, no, I'm having a great time. Like,
yeah, it's actually maybe you're probably the same way, but for me, there's a lot of happiness in having integrity, in looking in the mirror and knowing that you're the kind of person that has that. In fact, walking away from money is also fun, because it's like promising your, like it's showing. It's easy to like just say you have integrity. It's nice to like, I've discovered several times in my life that I have integrity.
well, you get put like basically to the test.
Yeah, I've said, like I don't know if I publicly said, but to myself I say, like, you can't buy. There's a lot of things you can't buy with me, like $4 billion, like $1 trillion. But it'd be nice to get tested that way. It'd be cool to see, because you never know until you're in that room. Same with power, given power. I'd like to believe I'm the kind of person that wouldn't abuse power, but you don't know until you're tested. So, anyway, you're in a really tricky position because you're doing incredible. I mean, you are a world-class journalist, straight up. And so there is pressure on that of like not having, like, erring on the side of caution with like having conflicts of interest and stuff like that. It's tough. It's a really tough seat to sit in. It's really tough. It's really tough, but it's unfairly tough, I feel like. But it's good that you're sort of weighing all of this. That said, go donate to CoffeeZilla. Donate everything. Support them. It's a really, really, really important human being. The other guy I think is the first person I discovered that you investigated is Brian Rose of London Real. Can you talk about his story?
Brian Rose, he was sort of this interesting figure because he was like trying to be, to one level or another, the Joe Rogan of London, which I don't think he did a terribly bad job of, especially initially. He had some really interesting podcasts with some really interesting people. And it's funny enough, I started out as I would watch it. I mean, I don't know if I was like a huge fan, but I was like, I like some of his interviews. He had some really good, like, big gets in terms of, great guests. However, when kind of COVID started, he went down this really weird grifting rabbit hole where he did like this interview with David Icke, who's, as you know, like a pretty big COVID conspiracy theorist. And I mean, like, actual, like, he believes some of the royals are literally lizards. So he got shut down for that, and he kind of made a big stink, which I think it's fine. Nobody likes to be censored, and I'm not even saying that he should have been censored. But his reaction to that was to like raise a ton of money from his audience, promising this digital freedom platform. And at first it was like, oh, we want to raise $100,000, and then they raised it like within a day. So he's like, well, we got to raise a lot more money. And so eventually they raised $1 million, and he's trying to raise $250,000 a month to kind of keep putting his viewers' money into this stuff. So I started digging into the platform they were building, and there was nothing free about it. They had censorship guidelines, and there was nothing about a platform at all. There was no underlying infrastructure. He just got some white label live streaming thing. So I criticized him for that. It was just this ridiculous thing. All the donators expected one thing. They thought Brian Rose was going to take on Google and Facebook and like bring free speech back for everybody, and of course he didn't. And then it kind of got worse because he started taking a lot of heat for that, and he really pivoted hard into like the DeFi grift. So he started selling this course about DeFi mastery, and this is a guy who knows nothing about crypto, or very little at the least. So it just got really he just kind of doubled down on this course model of, you're going to be rich if you just follow me, and it was ultimately, you just type in Brian Rose on YouTube, you can see what his audience thought of that, because almost all of them have left him at this point. He's getting like 1,000 views a video. And it wasn't because of me. I mean, it was like people lost taste in just the constant ask for more money, more money, more money. At some point, people get sick of it. And it's like everyone has an understanding that like no one works for free, but when it starts to be ego driven and driven around money, everything's about money, it drives people away.
Well, you're a part of that, sort of helping. It's nice to have a voice.
Yeah, I certainly spoke out. I mean, it wasn't like I was quiet. I was very loud about it at the time. instance that there, if you look at someone like Andrew Tate, I made a video about him, even though he's been banned off all the platforms, he gets more views than Brian Rose. And I think it's just like it was a testament to how much Brian Rose was like doing like the grift that people could, even people who were fans and didn't care about what I said, like couldn't look past, you know, just the
some aspect that you worry about where with a large audience there seems to be a certain aspect of human nature where people like to see others destroyed.
Sure.
Do you worry about hurting people that don't deserve it? Or rather, sort of attacking people that are grifter light, but they get like a giant storm of negativity towards them, and therefore sort of overpoweringly cancel them or like hurt them disproportionately.
Sure. I mean, I try to be sensitive to my platform, and as I've grown, I've tried to make sure my video topics have grown with me, and like it does reach this tricky point where if you're exposing a grifter with like 50,000 subs who's doing some harm, are you punching down? And so far, there's been enough high-profile things that I can distract myself with where this has never been a problem. You don't ever want to be sort of like Sir Lancelot in retirement. Where have you heard this analogy? Okay, so there's this great analogy where it's like Sir Lancelot's the guy who slays the dragon, right? He gets a lot of fame and he gets a lot of fortune for saving the dragon, or at least a lot of people love him. But what happens after he slays the first dragon? He's got to go find a bigger dragon. So he goes finds a bigger dragon, and eventually, depending on how many dragons he thinks are there in the world, maybe he kills all the dragons. And one day, people go see Sir Lancelot, and he's in a field with cows, and he's chopping their heads. And he's sort of put himself in retirement, but he can't even enjoy the fruits because his whole thing is like, I'm killing the dragon. So I try to be cognizant, and I try to always make myself willing to hang up my suspenders, I guess, hang up my hat. I try to be aware, like, if I significantly improve the problem, I put myself out of business, I want to be okay with that, basically. And just be fine with it. The funny thing is, I was more worried about this as like an issue earlier because I thought there was a finite, like, I was like, I'm going to solve this faster, especially as it started gaining traction. Like, I'm going to solve this fast. I got this, Classic, naive. We all think we're so influential.
TX comes along.
Well, yeah, and you just get like, with time you get humbled because you talk to people. I've talked to like versions of CoffeeZilla that are older, and it's like, oh yeah, they didn't solve it. They probably were better.
I just imagine a smoke-filled room of just like retired Batman, and you're this young, bright-eyed.
Oh yeah. And you don't,
fiery spirited investigator.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the process of investigation that you can speak to? What are some interesting things you've learned about what it takes to do great investigations?
Sure. Great investigations reveal something new or bring something to light. So I think what everyone thinks in terms of investigations is like a lot of like, Googling or like searching through articles. I think that's the first thing you want to get away from. And you want to try to talk to people, doing like the non-obvious things and just trying to get perspectives that are beyond just what is available. So a lot of it's just having conversations is so enlightening, both to victims and also obviously trying to get to talk to the people themselves. Secondly, there's sometimes some analysis you can generate that's meaningful, like blockchain evidence. So in the case of SafeMoon, for example, going back to that, I found someone's secret account where they were pump and dumping coins. They were saying things like, "Who sold? I'm so mad at the guy who sold. F the guy who sold." And you look at his account, and he was the guy selling. And it's like that's great stuff. So digging through the blockchain, I've gained some skills there, and that's kind of this fun I guess I would say it's this weird edge I have right now, because a lot of people don't know too much about that, and so I have this weird expertise that works now. I don't think that'll work forever because I think people will kind of figure out how to do very similar analyses, but so it's like kind of an interesting edge right now that I have.
So it's like a data-driven investigation, but you also do interviews, right?
Yeah, definitely. And then also recently I've tried to get more response. Speaking to your point about like as your platform gets bigger, you need more responsibility. I've tried to get much more responsible about like reaching out or somehow giving the subject some way to talk, because I think in early on I was such a small channel that if I asked them they wouldn't answer, but B, I kind of felt like I was launching these videos into the abyss. And when some of my videos had real traction, I was like, okay, hang on a second, let's double check this, let's triple check it, let's try to make sure all this stuff is correct and there's no other side of the story. I'll say this has interesting implications because, for example, I investigated this thing called Genesis. They're a $1 billion crypto lender, and my conclusion was that they were insolvent. That's a huge accusation. So what do? Well, I emailed their press team, everybody. I said, hey, I think you're insolvent. I think you're this. I think I laid out all my accusations, and I said you have till I think 2 p.m. the next day to respond. At 8 a.m., before I made my video, they announced to all their investors that they're freezing withdrawals. They don't have the money. So they front. I don't know if they saw the I don't know if they actually saw that email. I don't want to take credit for collapsing them or whatever. But my point is, had I not taken that level of kind of care and just said, "Hey, you're a scammer, you're a fraud," ironically, could I have done more good by allowing people to withdraw their money early? I made some tweets that people did see that like some people got their money out, but my YouTube audience is much larger. And could I have helped more people had I not given them basically the ability to know what I was going to produce when I produced it?
Boy, your life is difficult because you can potentially hurt the company that doesn't deserve it if you're wrong, or if you're right and you warn the company, you might hurt the. Well, I'm glad your wife is a supporter and keeps you strong. That's a tough decision. Ultimately, I guess you want to err on the side of the individual people, of the investors and so on. But it's tough. It's always a really, really tricky decision to make.
Very true.
That's so interesting. And then the thing I've seen in your interviews that I don't remember, because I think when I watched you earlier in your career, you were a little bit harsher. You were like trollier. You're having a little more fun.
Sure.
But when I've seen you recently, you do have the fun, but whenever you interview, you seem respectful. Like you attack in good faith, which is really important for an interviewer, so that people can go on and actually try to defend themselves. That's really important signal to send to people, because then you're not just about tearing down. You're after it's cliche to say, but the truth. Like you're really trying to actually investigate in good faith, which is great. So that signal is out there. So like people like SBF could, like he should go on your platform. I think. I mean now it's like in full, not just like a half-assed conversation on Twitter Spaces, but in full. So
yeah.
That's great that signal's out there. But of course, the downside of sort of as you become more famous, people might be scared to sort of go on. But you do put that signal of being respectful out there, which is really, really important.
You know, it's interesting. It surprises me. I know it surprises other people because other people have commented, but it consistently surprises me how many people still talk to me. And maybe it's because I really do give a good attempt to try to argue in good faith. I try not to just like load up ad hominems or anything like that. I just try to present the evidence and let the audience make up their mind. But it surprises me sometimes that people will just be like, yeah, they want to talk, they want to talk, they want to talk. I think it's very human in a way. And I think it's like it's almost like good. Like one of the things that is always told to everyone who's going to talk to the cops is like you should never twist your words, etc. But there's something that gets lost in that like almost robotic like self-interest that I think having open conversations, even if you've done something wrong, I think there's something really compelling about that continues to make people talk in interrogation rooms, in Twitter spaces, wherever you are, regardless of whether you totally shouldn't be talking. And I don't want to downplay that. That's actually really important. I mean, it's like a lot of cases get solved, a lot of investigations go farther because people sort of make the miscalculation to talk. But I think it's like almost important in a way that we have that human bias to like connect in spite of self-interest.
Yeah, but also they're judging to be shocked. You don't know.
Is that like everyone loves journalism in theory and almost journalism an article. In fact, data with YouTube. I made a few comments about data in YouTube, and somehow by the time the article got published, it's about me endorsing their opinion that PewDiePie is an anti-Semite. And I'm like, I reached out to this people and said, I never said that. Like, what do you talk? How did you even twist my words to say that? And I felt so disgusted and betrayed to have like, I'm like this mouthpiece for an ideology or like a thought that I do not actually agree with. So, and when journalists do this, they think, well, I'm never going to interview this person again, so it's okay. So it's like it's almost like the ends justify the means. I get the story. But the ends don't justify the means because you've now undermined the entire field's credibility with that person. And when that happens enough times you end up sitting across from Lex Friedman and it's like, well, I don't know if they're going to represent me fairly. Because the base assumption is that regardless of what the journalist says, they could betray you and they might betray you at the end of the day and be saying you're great while they're secretly writing like a hit piece about like, you know, how much, you know, you're a bad force for the world. Whereas there's an alternate universe where if the journalist was somewhat upfront about their approach, or at least didn't mislead and didn't say like, I love you, I think you're great, you would end up with less access, but you would end up with more trusted journalism, which I think in the long run would be better.
I think you get more access.
I think in the long term, but all of these, like everything we're talking about is long-term games versus short-term games.
Yeah.
In the short term, you get more access if you suck up to the person, if you say this, and you stab them in the back later. Long term, you build a long-term reputation, people trust you, it actually matters more.
And it's nice when that reputation is your own individual. So like you have a YouTube channel, you're one individual. So people trust that because you have a huge disincentive to screw people over.
True.
I feel like if you're in the New York Times, if you screw somebody over, the New York Times gets the hit, not you individually. So you can like, you're safer. But like, the reason I don't screw people over is I know that, like, well, there's my own ethics and integrity.
Sure.
Also, there's a strong incentive to like, because that person is gonna go public with me screwing them over, completely lying about everything, how I presented the person, for example. And that's just gonna, that's gonna percolate throughout the populace, and they're gonna be like, Lex is the person that's a lying sack of shit, and so there's a huge disincentive to do that. Journalists don't have that.
That is what's interesting about the move towards independent journalism. I think we'll probably end up at a space where it's so interesting. Mainstream journalism has so much work to do to repair the trust with the average individual, and it's going to take a lot of like self-reflection. I've talked to a few mainstream journalists about this, and a lot of them will admit it behind closed doors, but like there's this general sense that the public's not being fair to us. Like they're very they're defensive, I guess, in a way. And I understand why, because sometimes it's just a few bad apples that ruin it for everybody. But without the acknowledgement of the deep distrust that they have with a good portion of our society, there's no way to rebuild that. Just like when there's no acknowledgement of the corruption of the 2008 financial crash, there's no way to rebuild that, even if most bankers, most traders are not unethical or duplicitous or totally normal people who maybe aren't deserving of the bad reputation, but you have to acknowledge the damage that's been done by bad actors before you can like heal that system.
Well, what do you think about Elon just opening the door to journalists to see all the emails that were sent, the quote-unquote Twitter files?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, I saw a lot of... I'm like in this weird thing where I follow a lot of independent people, and I follow a lot of mainstream journalists, and there's very polar opposite takes on that.
People really quickly politicize it, but to me, the thing that was fascinating is just the transparency that I've never seen from one of the really frustrating things to me, because a lot of this podcast has been about interviewing tech people, CEOs, and so on, and they're just so guarded with everything. It's hard to get to, and so it's nice to get. Hopefully, this is a signal. Look, you can be transparent. Like this is a signal to increase transparency.
Hopefully so. I don't. Yeah, it's been tribalized so quickly. It's like I've lost a lot of faith in that.
Right.
And unfortunately, it's been this like bludgeon match of like, if you're on the right, you think it's uncovering the greatest story ever about Hunter Biden. If you're on the left, you think they were just silencing revenge porn pics of Hunter Biden, so therefore it's justified. And by the way, Trump also sent messages to Twitter, so doesn't that mean that like we should be criticizing Trump? It just like this goes back to why I don't touch politics, is because I think as many problems as I have, I think when you become a journalist, that not even a political journalist, when you become a journalist in politics, you have like twice the problem. So I'm happy to be well outside of that kind of sphere.
But it's interesting.
It is interesting.
Forget Twitter files. The Twitter itself is really, really interesting from the virality of information transferred.
Yeah.
And from a journalistic perspective, it's like how information travels, how it becomes distributed.
What do you think about Twitter? I'm always conflicted on Twitter because I almost hate how much I enjoy using it, because I'm like, this is like this mindless bird app. It's consuming my time. It's this incredible networking tool. But what's weird is when I think about my own presence on Twitter, they've almost made it too easy to like say something that you half thought. Like the friction to send a tweet is so much less than like if I'm going to make a YouTube video, there's several points at which I'm like, well, what's the other side? What's this? There's no friction there. And so one thing I've noticed is everyone I follow on Twitter, a lot of them, after reading all their tweets, I think nothing more of them, nothing less of them. But there's a lot of them that I think less of. And I don't think I've ever had an experience where I've read someone's tweets and I think more of them in a way. And I'm like, what does that say?
Why is it so hard for me to say? Where was
And what is that? Like, there's so many people I admire that the worst of them is represented in Twitter. Like, there's a lot of people.
There's a million examples.
They become like snarky and sometimes mocking and derisive and negative and like emotional messes. I don't know. Yeah, what is that? Maybe maybe we shouldn't criticize it and accept that as like a beautiful raw aspect of that human being, but not encompassing, not representing the full entirety.
But it does reflect like it's impossible to not reflect it to some extent, or you'd have to counter that bias really carefully, because that is them. It is a thought they had. It's just probably something that should have been an unexpressed thought, perhaps. So yeah, I kind of wonder, like, I'm like, should I be on Twitter? But the problem is it's such a great place where so much of the news happens on Twitter. So much of the journalism breaks on Twitter. Even people in the New York Times will tweet their scoop. You know, like they'll put that out on Twitter first. So it's this really weird thing where I'd love to be off it, and it's like too useful for my job, but I kind of hate it.
No, you need to. Well, it depends, but from my perspective, you should be on it.
Oh, I definitely am. Yeah.
So like, CoffeeZilla should definitely be on Twitter, but have developed the calluses and the strength to not give in to the sort of the lesser aspects, like because you're like you're silly, you're funny, you could be cutting with your humor. I wouldn't give in to the like the darker aspects of that, like low effort negativity. If you're the way you are in your videos, I would say if you're ever negative or making fun of stuff, I think that's high effort. So I would still put a lot of effort into it, like calmly thinking through that, because, and also not giving into the dopamine desire to say something that's going to get a lot of likes. I have that all the time. You use Twitter enough, you realize certain messages that are going to get more likes than others, and
are usually the ones that are more extreme.
Yeah.
And like emotional, like Lex is an idiot, or like Lex is the greatest human being ever. Yeah. It's much better than, oh wow, what a polite, nuanced conversation. I can tell you right now which of those 3 tweets isn't going to perform well.
Yeah. So I think the extremes are okay if you believe it. Okay, so I will sometimes say positive things. I said that the Twitter files release was historic. Of course, this before I realized. I mean, the reason I said it is because the transparency. It's so refreshing to see some any level of transparency. And then, of course, those kinds of comments, the way Twitter does, is every side will interpret it in the worst possible way for them, and they will run with it. Or some side, when it's political, one side will interpret, yes, I agree with Lex.
It's historic. They might not have even read the article. They just they literally, or the tweet thread, and they're just like, it is historic.
Because Hunter Biden was finally the collusion or whatever it is, and then the other side is like, no, it's a nothing burger. That aspect of nuance and it's frozen in time. Even with editing, there's it's tricky. But if you maintain a cool head through all of that and hold to your ethics and your ideas and use it to spread the ideas, which you do extremely well on YouTube, I think it could be a really powerful platform. There's no other platform that allows for the viral spread of ideas, good ideas, than this. And this is where I think twice impromptu conversation.
Never. Yeah, nowhere else. Because he wasn't going to come on my show. He wasn't going to come on some big prepared thing. It's like, hey, YOLO, let's go on to Twitter. You know what's funny? And I hope this releases late enough. Or, well, SBF probably won't see this. Although I'm sure he will.
Unfortunately, he will.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Well, hopefully I'll have time to enact my little plan. But I'm hoping if he goes on any future spaces, I can haunt him from interview to interview, which is I keep showing up and he's like, oh, I hate this guy.
But I think he's already kind of probably has PTSD of in the shadows lurks a CoffeeZilla.
That really amuses me.
I mean, I think he honestly would enjoy talking to you. There's an aspect of Twitter Spaces that's a little uncertain of what are we doing here, because there's an urgency because other voices might want to butt in.
Exactly.
If it's an intimate one-on-one where you can breathe, hold on a second.
Yeah.
I think it's much easier. So in that sense, Twitter Space is a little bit negative. That there's too many voices, if especially if it's a very controversial conversation. is tricky. But at the same time, the friction, it's so easy to just jump in.
Yeah.
So I can just, you just imagine like a Twitter space with like Zelensky and Putin. Like, how else are these two going to talk, right? Like, can't you imagine?
If you try to set it up on Zoom, like it's never happened.
It's never happened.
Too many delegates. Like,
just
the only way it happens.
Putin like sitting there like
Zelensky's live.
Just live, right? Just jumping in.
Hilarious.
Давай по-русски поговорим. Okay. Actually, just on a small tangent. So, how do you have a productive day? Do you have any insights on how to manage your time?
Man, I can't believe the fucking band is advertising that. No. Why don't you just ask me what's up? Who the fuck made this? Baloo? This is garbage. I can't even watch it. It's so shitty. It's just shitty. Like fucking dumbasses fucking flying. Honestly, fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone the gamut of from obsessive time tracking in 15-minute buckets to kind of like the other extreme where it's more kind of like large scale, some deep work here, 2 hour bucket, account for an hour of lunch and some other things. But now I just roughly, because I manage a team and there's some things that kind of come up. It's only a team too, it's not like big, but I just have things that are not necessarily controllable by me. I like have to take some meetings or whatever. It's not as easy to plan out my day ahead of time, so I do a lot of retrospective time management where I look at my day, and that's what I mostly do now. And I account, did I spend this day productively? What could I do better? And then try to implement it in the future. So a lot of this, I realize, is very personal for me. I do very well in long streaks of working. And if I can't do a lot of work in 15 minutes, I can't do a lot of work in even an hour. But if you give me like 3 hours or 5 hours or 6 hours of uninterrupted work, that's where I get most of my stuff done.
So it'd be fun to explore those when you did 15-minute buckets. So you have a day in front of you,
yeah,
and you have like a Google sheet or spreadsheet or something.
And yeah, I did in Excel.
And do you have a plan for the day, or do you go like when you did it, or you just literally sort of focus on a particular task, and then you're tracking as you're doing that task for every 15 minutes?
Yeah, I would kind of do it live. I'm not, so one of the reasons I'm so obsessive about it is because I'm not organized by nature, and I lost, like in college, I learned how much lack of organization can just hurt you in terms of output. And so I realized like I just had to build systems that would enable me to become more organized. So really, I think that doing that really taught me a lot about time in the same way that tracking calories can teach you about food.
Yeah.
Like just learning, accounting for these things will give you skills that eventually you might not need to track on such a granular level because you kind of like figured out. So that's kind of how I feel about it. I think everyone should, if you care about productivity and stuff, should do a little bit of it. I don't think it's sustainable in the long term. It just takes so much effort and time to like, and I think the marginal effect of it in the long term is kind of minimal once you learn these basic skills. But yeah, I was basically tracking like live what I did, and what I saw is that a lot of my real work would be done in small sections of the day, and then it'd be like a lot of just nothing, like a lot of small things where I'm busy, but little is being achieved. And so I think that's a really interesting insight. I've never figured out how to unbusy myself and focus on the like core essentials. I'm still getting to that, but it is interesting realizing most of your day is like a lot of nothing, and then like some real deep work where most of your value comes from is like 20% of the day.
Yeah, I tried.
What's good in your neck of the woods? Yeah, I didn't want to talk to you anyway. Let me back in that fucking Discord. Yep.
try to start every day with that. So the hardest task of the day, and you focus for long periods of time. And I also have the segment of 2 hours where it's a set of tasks I do every single day. Well, the idea is you do that for like your whole life. It's like long-term investment of Anki, and it's just like learning and reminding yourself of facts you know that they're useful in your everyday life. And then for me, also music. I play a little bit of music. Piano. So like keeping that regular thing as part of your life.
And one thing that I've really taken from this is because I've read all the I had a self-improvement phase in my early 20s. And one thing you learn is that everyone wants to give you a broad general solution, but really the real trick of figuring out optimizing is figuring out the things that work for you specifically. So one interesting thing you said is oh, I like to do my hard work at the beginning of the day. I know a lot of people recommend this. I've tried so many times, and I just do better work late at night. And so usually my streak of work is from after dinner, 7:30 to 2 a.m. That's my prime time. And so a lot of my videos, which you'll see, which is lit from this studio, which appears to be daytime, it's shot at 3 a.m. Just in a caffeine fueled rush. But that's kind of how it works for me. And then also with the social outlets and stuff like that, which it's easy, and I feel like we think similarly on this. So it's easy to discount these things as less relevant because they don't have quantitative metrics associated with them. But in terms of longevity and I think to be able to do creative work, there's an amount of recharge and re-inputting stuff that is frequently discounted by people like us who are obsessed with quantitative metrics. And so I really found that some of my best work gets done after I take a break, or I'll go play live sets of music, and I mean that's for me really recharging. But nowhere on a spreadsheet is that going to show up as productive or meaningful. But for me, for whatever reason, it recharges me in a way that I need to pay attention to.
Yeah, for sure. I usually have a spreadsheet of 15-minute increments when I'm socially interacting with people, and I evaluate how.
Getting roasted right now.
No, I'm not. It's actually. I probably roasting myself, but I do find that when I do have social interactions, I like to do it with people that are outside of that exceptionally busy themselves, because then you understand the value of time. And when you understand the value of time, your interaction becomes more intimate and intense. Like the cliche of work hard, party hard, or whatever the cliche. Play hard, damn it. Whatever
more social interaction. No, I'm just kidding.
That cliche, there's a truth to that. The intensity of the social interaction, even it's not even the intensity. It's not even the party hard. It's even if you're going hiking and relaxing, you're taking in nature, so it's very relaxed. But you understand the value of that. When you put a huge amount of value on those moments spent in nature, that recharges me much more. Think about the value of every single moment. That's one of the things you do when you break it up in 15-minute increments. Is you realize how much so you can feel that when you're with somebody. And for me personally, when I interact with people, I really like to be fully present for the interaction.
I can tell this is for anyone who has I've been the audience forever, so I haven't been on this side of the table before. You're very intense. You look right in the eye.
Well, I don't know about right in the eye. Eye contact is an issue, but yes,
such a soulful gaze, guys. Just in case you're wondering, very soulful.
All right.
Very
comforting.
It's like a warm hug.
Back to serious talk. Okay, you've studied a lot of people who lie, who defraud, cheat and scam. On a basic human level, how do you have trouble trusting human beings in your own life? What's your relationship with trust?
It's a great question. So, funny enough, before I did this, I was an incorrigible optimist. Everything, the sunshine, every which place. I always saw everybody is fundamentally good. Nobody was bad. It's just was sort of wrong place, wrong time, bad incentive. That view has darkened significantly, but I just try to remember my sample set, and just like I'm just sampling from sort of the worst, and I try not to let it bleed into my day-to-day life. And I think it's probably because I was such an optimist early on that I've been able to kind of retain some of it. I call it enlightened optimism, like choosing to be optimistic in the face of a realistic sense of the problems in the world, with a realistic sense of like the scale and the challenge ahead. Um, I actually think it's much braver to be an optimist when you're aware of what's going on in the world than to be a cynic. I think being a complete cynic is maybe, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'm saying it's maybe the easier way, just mentally, to cope with so much negativity. It's like just saying, well, it's all bad, it's all doomed to fail, it's all going to go bust, is easier.
Yeah, that leap into believing that it's a good world is a little too easy to have the courage. At least I think so. I don't think it's naive.
No, it can be. Some people are naive that are optimistic, but oftentimes, just because someone's optimistic does not mean they're naive. They can be full well aware of how troubling the world is.
And I also believe some of the people you study, I'm a big believer that all of us are capable of good and evil. So in some sense, the people you study are just the successful ones, the ones who chose sort of the dark path and were successful at it. And I think all of us can choose the dark path in life. And it's that's like that's the responsibility we all carry. We get to choose that at every moment, and it's like a big responsibility. And it's a chance to really have integrity. It's a chance to stand for something good in this world. All of us have that because I think all of us are capable of evil. All of us could be good Germans. All of us could, in atrocities, be part of the atrocities.
Yeah, I think I really have, especially in recent years, tried to somewhat depersonalize my work and see it almost like as like a, I don't know, like a force of nature that I'm fighting more than like individuals. Because of this exact thing, I think like sort of therefore but the grace of God there go I is kind of a really profound way to understand yourself, rather than it's just like fundamentally good and like full of integrity. Acknowledging that so much of that is a product of your environment and your family and your upbringing, and so much of the people who don't have that is a product of their environment. It doesn't absolve them, but it gives you more perspective to to sort of deal fairly. Does that make sense? And not approach it from a place of anger or a place of outrage. There is a sense of like sadness for the victims. There's a sense of outrage for the victims, but approach the individual who's done the thing from that place of understanding of this isn't just this person. There's like a whole broader thing going on here.
Do you have advice for young people of how to live this life? How to have a career they can be proud of? So high school students, college students, or maybe a life they can be proud of.
Well, let me think about this for a second. I think don't be afraid to go against the grain and sort of challenge the expectations on you. Like you sort of have to do this weird thing where you acknowledge how difficult it will be to achieve something great while also having the courage to go for it anyways. And understanding that other people don't have it figured out, I think, is a big theme of my work, which is that everyone wants like the guru to show them the way, to show them the secrets. So much of life and achieving anything is learning to figure it out yourself, and like the meta skill of being an autodidactic, where you can, I don't know if I said that word right, basically you self-teach. You learn the meta skill of like learning to learn. I think that's such an underrated aspect of education. People leave education and go, when am I going to use 2 plus 2? when am I going to learn, use calculus? But so much of it is learning this higher level abstract thinking that can apply to anything. And getting that early on is incredibly powerful. So yeah, I would say like a lot of it is I guess to some extent like you kind of have to do that Steve Jobs thing where you realize that nobody else in the world is smarter than you, and that both means that like they can't show you the perfect way, but it also means you can do great things, kind of chart your own path. I don't know. That's so cheesy. This is why I hate giving advice. I feel like it's cheesy. I mean, and I don't think it is. Like, I think my journey is so full of luck and like specific experience. I wonder how generalizable it is, but if I've learned anything, and if I could talk specifically to myself, I guess that's what I would say.
I mean, you've taken a very difficult path, and I think part of taking that path, like a great journalist, frankly, is like I can be that person. Like just believing in yourself that you can take that, because like if you see a problem in the world, you could be the solution to that problem. Like you can solve that problem. I think that's like it's really important to believe that. It depends. Maybe you're lucky to have the belief inside yourself. Um, Maybe the thing that you're saying is like don't look to others for that strength.
And also like be really comfortable failing. I think one of the best things that like you would never know about me, just looking at my background, that helped me was playing music live. I had incredible amounts of stage fright growing up, mostly because I was terrible at piano. I was like sucked. And I taught myself how to play, and I joined jazz band in like high school, did it through college. I remember all my recitals, I messed up every single solo I ever did. I never like actually nailed it. And every time I'd go up there, I like had so much dread around this. And it was easier to get up there because there were sort of some people up there. But eventually, I started like playing live too, and I sucked at that. And I've just gone through the trenches of like just like being publicly sort of, in my mind, humiliated. Like that prepared me so much for what I do now of trying to basically being fearless of failure in the face of like a wide audience. I don't have that anymore because kind of I've experienced so many iterations of it at a smaller scale of just like abject public humiliation to where it's like not something that bothers me. I have no stage fright. That doesn't bother me anymore. But you'd think like, oh, maybe he just was always nervous. I was terrible at it. I had a complete phobia about public anything. So it was that rapid iteration of just failure. And eventually I just like came to the conclusion of like I want to love it. I want to like love like getting up on a stage and bombing. If you can learn to like love that and be fearless there, there's almost nothing you can't do.
Yeah, it's brilliant advice. I'm with you. It's still terrifying to me, like live performance. But yeah, that's exactly the feeling is loving the fact that you tried. And somehow failure is like a deeper celebration of the fact that you tried. The success is easy. Like,
yeah.
Failure is like bombing. I mean, music. On small scale, on the smallest and the largest of stages. I'm not gonna say who, but there's a huge band that when you get on stage, and it probably will happen. But like, but I turned it down because I was like, no, because I'm gonna suck for sure. Yeah. So the question is, do I want to suck in front of a very large live audience?
Yeah.
And then I turned it down because I'm like, no. But now I realize, yes.
Embrace it.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good for you. It's gonna crush your ego to the degree it's remaining. Yeah. And it's just good for you. It's good not to take yourself serious and do those kind of things. But honestly, I feel that way in an audience, like in an open mic. It hurts. That's why I really admire comedians and I go to open mics all the time with comedians and musicians, and I just see them bomb and play in front of like just a few folks, and they're putting their heart out, and especially the ones that kind of suck but are going all out anyway.
I think open mics are the best place to learn though, because it's the lowest stakes you can get. while still being public. If you're gonna face like fears around this, because we're talking very specifically like public speaking or any kind of like, being in front of a camera. If you're gonna face your fear, you have to do it, and the easiest way to do it is to lower the stakes. You're not gonna start being Lex Friedman on stage with a huge band. You don't want to be. Like it's like in that way, it is so impossible. But the more you lower the stakes and just like open it up to like 2 strangers, 5 strangers, like the most dive bar open mic you can go to, and like start performing. That's really what I did. Is like I love open mics now because it's like low stakes on the one hand, but you really get the feeling of like
and get better and better and better at that. Yeah, for sure. And then you'll get the strength to take bigger and bigger and bigger risks. Listen, Cobb, I'm a huge fan of yours, not just for who you are, but for what you stand for. People like you are rare and they're a huge inspiration. I'm inspired by your fearlessness, that you're taking on some of the most powerful and richest people in this world and doing so with respect, I think, with good faith, but also with a boldness and fearlessness. Listen, man, I'm a huge fan. Keep doing what you're doing. As long as you got the strength for it, because I think you inspire all of us. You're doing important work, brother. Thanks for listening to this conversation with CoffeeZilla. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Walter Lippmann. There can be no higher law in journalism than to tell the truth and to shame the devil. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Fuck. I don't want to get hurt.
a lot of people were saying like, oh, this whole idea of game theory is just nonsense, and if you really want to make money, you gotta like look into the other person's eyes and read their soul and figure out what cards they have. But what happened was where we played our bot against 4 top heads in Hold'em poker players, and the bot wasn't trying to adapt to them. It wasn't trying to exploit them. It wasn't trying to do these mind games. It was just trying to approximate the natural game, and it crushed them.
The following is a conversation with Noam Brown, research scientist at FAIR, Facebook AI research group at Meta AI. He co-created the first AI system that achieved superhuman level performance in no-limit Texas Hold'em, both heads-up and multiplayer. And now, recently, he co-created an AI system that can strategically out-negotiate humans using natural language in a popular board game called Diplomacy, which is a war game that emphasizes negotiation. This is the Lex Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Noam Brown. You've been a lead on 3 amazing AI projects. So we got Rabbis that solved, or at least achieved human level performance on No Limit Texas Hold'em poker with 2 players, heads up. You got Pluribus that solved No Limit Texas Hold'em poker with 6 players. And just now you have Cicero. These are all names of systems that solved or achieved human level performance on the game of Diplomacy, which for people who don't know is a popular strategy board game. It was loved by JFK, John F. Kennedy, and Henry Kissinger, and many other big famous people in the decades since. So let's talk about poker and diplomacy today. First, poker. What is the game of No Limit Texas Hold'em, and how is it different from chess?
Well, No Limit Texas Hold'em poker is the most popular variant of poker in the world. So, you go to a casino, you sit down at the poker table, the game that you're playing is No Limit Texas Hold'em. If you watch movies about poker like Casino Royale or Rounders, the game that they're playing is No Limit Texas Hold'em poker. Now, it's very different from Limit Hold'em in that you can bet any amount of chips that you want. And so the stakes escalate. You start out with like $1 or $2 in the pot, and then by the end of the hand, you've got like $1,000 in there maybe.
So the option to increase the number very aggressively and very quickly is always there.
Right. The no limit aspect is there's no limit to how much you can bet. In Limit Hold'em, there's like $2 in the pot. You can only bet like $2. But if you got $10,000 in front of you, you're always welcome to
put $10,000 into the pot.
So I got a chance to hang out with Phil Hellmuth, who plays all of these different variants of poker. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like No Limit rewards crazy versus the other ones rewards more kind of calculated strategy. Or no, because you're sort of looking from an analytical perspective, is strategy also rewarded in No Limit necessarily?
I think both variants reward strategy, but I think what's different about No Limit Hold'em is it's much easier to get jumpy. You know, you go in there thinking you're gonna lose, you're gonna play for like $100 or something, and suddenly there's like $1,000 in the pot. A lot of people can't handle that.
Can you define jumpy?
When you're playing poker, you always want to choose the action that's going to maximize your expected value. Kind of like with investing, right? Like if you're ever in a situation where the amount of money that's at stake is going to have a material impact on your life, then you're going to play in a more risk-averse style. You know, if somebody makes a huge bet, if you're playing No Limit Hold'em and somebody makes a huge bet, there might come a point where you're like, this is too much money for me to handle. I can't risk this amount. And that's what throws a lot of people off. So that's the big difference, I think, between No Limit and Limit.
What about on the action side when you're actually making that big bet? That's what I mean by crazy. I was trying to refer to the technical the technical term of crazy, meaning use the big jump in the bet to completely throw off the other person in terms of their ability to reason optimally.
I think that's right. I think one of the key strategies in poker is to put the other person into an uncomfortable position. And if you're doing that, then you're playing poker well. And there's a lot of opportunities to do that in No Limit Hold'em. You know, you can have like $50 in there, and you throw in $1,000 bet, and that's sometimes if you do it right, it puts the other person in a really tough spot. Now, it's also possible that you make huge mistakes that way, and so it's really easy to lose a lot of money in No Limit Hold'em if you don't know what you're doing. But there's a lot of upside potential too.
So when you build systems, AI systems that play these games, we talk about poker, we talk about diplomacy. Are you drawn in part by the beauty of the game itself, AI aside, or is it to you primarily a fascinating problem set for the AI to solve?
I'm drawn in by the beauty of the game. When I started playing poker when I was in high school, and the idea to me that there is an objectively correct way of playing poker, and if you could figure out what that is, then you're making unlimited money basically. That's like a really fascinating concept. And so I was fascinated by the strategy of poker even when I was like 16 years old. It wasn't until like much later that I actually worked on poker AI.
So there was a sense that you can solve poker, like in the way you can solve chess, for example, or checkers. I believe checkers got solved, right?
Yeah, checkers is completely solved.
Optimal strategy.
Optimal strategy. It's impossible to beat the AI.
Yeah, and so in that same way, you could technically solve chess.
You could solve chess. You could solve poker.
You could solve poker.
So this gets into the concept of Nash equilibrium.
So what is a Nash equilibrium?
So in any finite two-player zero-sum game, there is an optimal strategy that if you play it, you are guaranteed. And this is a P6 application. The game has to be the same winner. There's no Nash equilibrium. 17. 18.
You win again. You're good at this. Okay, so that's, and then the zero sum aspect.
Zero sum aspect. So there exists a Nash equilibrium in non-two-player zero sum games. And by the way, just to clarify what I mean by two-player zero sum, I mean there's two players, and whatever one player wins, the other player loses. So if we're playing poker and I win $50, that means that you're losing $50. Now, outside of two-player zero sum games, there still exists Nash equilibrium.
but they're not as meaningful. Because you can think of a game like Risk. If everybody else on the board decides to team up against you and take you out, there's no perfect strategy you can play that's going to guarantee that you win. What you can do. So outside of 2-player 0 sum games, there's no guarantee that you're going to win that kind of match.
Have you ever tried the other aspect of the game, which is like the pleasure you draw from playing the game, and then if you're a professional poker player, if you're exciting, even if you lose, the money you would get from the attention you get from the sponsor and all that kind of stuff. Is that would be a fun thing to model in? Or does that make it sort of super complex to include the human factor in its full complexity?
I think you bring up a couple good points there. So I think a lot of professional poker players, they get a huge amount of money not from actually playing poker, but from the sponsorships and having a personality that people want to tune in and watch. That's a big way to make a name for yourself.
I just wonder from an AI perspective, if you create, and we'll talk about this more, maybe an AI system that also talks trash and all that kind of stuff, that becomes part of the function to maximize. So it's not just
let me back in that fucking Discord, dog.
Maybe sometimes you want to be chaotic. Maybe sometimes you want to be suboptimal and you lose the chaos. And maybe sometimes you want to be overly
aggressive. Who's the last person to be on band?
The audience loves that.
625.
I think what you're getting at here is that there's a difference between making an AI that wins a game and an AI that's fun to play.
Or fun to watch. So those are all different things. Fun to play with and fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think I've heard talks from like game designers, and they say like people that work on AI for actual recreational games that people play, and they say there's a big difference between trying to make an AI that actually wins and you look at a game like Civilization. The way that the AIs play is not optimal for trying to win. They're playing a different game. They're trying to have personalities. They're trying to be fun and engaging, and that makes for a better game.
And we also talk about NPCs. And just talked to Todd Howard, who's the creator of Fallout and the Elder Scrolls series and Starfield, the new game coming out, and the creator what I think is the greatest game of all time, which is Skyrim. And the NPCs there, the AI that governs that whole game is very interesting, but the NPCs also are super interesting. And considering what language models might do to NPCs in an open world RPG role-playing game is super exciting.
Yeah, honestly, I think this is like one of the first applications where we're going to see like real consumer interaction with large language models. I guess like Elder Scrolls 6 is in development now. They're probably like pretty close to finishing it. But I would not be surprised at all if Elder Scrolls 7 was using large language models for NPCs.
No, they're not. I mean, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything.
This is me speculating, not you.
No, but they're just releasing the Starfield. They do one game at a time. Yeah. So whatever it is, whenever the date is, I don't know what the date is. Calm down. But it would be, I don't know, like 2024, 25, 26. So it's actually very possible they would include language models.
I was listening to this talk by a gaming executive when I was in grad school, and one of the questions that a person in the audience asked is, why are all these games so focused on fighting and killing? And the person responded that it's just so much harder to make an AI that can talk with you and cooperate with you than it is to make an AI that can fight you. And I think once this technology develops further and you can reach a point where like not every single line of dialogue has to be scripted, it unlocks a lot of potential for new kinds of games, like much more like positive interactions that are not so focused on fighting. I'm really looking forward to that.
It might not be positive. It might be just drama. So you'll be in like a Call of Duty game instead of you'll just be hanging out and like arguing with an AI about like passive aggressive, and then you won't be able to sleep that night. You have to return and continue the argument that you were emotionally hurt. I mean, yeah, I think that's actually an exciting world. Whatever is the drama, the chaos that we love, the push and pull of human connection, I think it's possible to do that in the video game world. And I think you could be messier and make more mistakes in the video game world, which is why it would be a nice place. And also, it doesn't have as deep of a real psychological impact, because inside video games, it's kind of understood that you're in not a real world. So whatever crazy stuff AI does, you have some flexibility to play. Just like with the game of diplomacy, it's a game. This is not real geopolitics, not real war. It's a game, so you can have a little bit of fun, a little bit of chaos. Okay, back to Nash Equilibrium. How do we find the Nash Equilibrium?
All right, so there's different ways to find a Nash equilibrium. So the way that we do it is with this process called self-play. Basically, we have this algorithm that starts by playing totally randomly, and it learns how to play the game by playing against itself. So it will start playing the game totally randomly, and then if it's playing poker, it'll eventually get to the end of the game and make $50. And then it will review all of the decisions that it made along the way, and say what would have happened if I had chosen this other action instead. If I had raised here instead of called, what would the other player have done? And because it's playing against a copy of itself, it's able to do that counterfactual reasoning. So they can say, okay, well, if I took this action and the other person takes this action and then I take this action, and eventually I make $150 instead of 50. And so it updates the regret value for that action. Regret is basically how much does it regret having not played that action in the past. And when it encounters that same situation again, it's going to pick actions that have higher regret with higher probability. Now, it'll just keep simulating the games this way. It'll keep accumulating regrets for different situations. And in the long run, if you pick actions that have higher regret with higher probability in the correct way, it's proven to converge to a Nash equilibrium.
Monday Night Raw.
Even for super complex games, even for imperfect information games.
It's true for all games. It's true for chess. It's true for poker. It's particularly useful for poker.
You're banned like
so this is the method of counterfactual regret minimization.
This is counterfactual regret minimization.
That doesn't have to do with self-play. It has to do with if you follow this kind of process, self-play or not, you'll be able to arrive at an optimal set of actions.
So this counterfactual regret minimization is a kind of self-play. It's a principled kind of self-play that's proven to converge to Nash equilibrium, even in imperfect information games.
Okay,
now you can have other forms of self-play, and people use other forms of self-play for perfect information games, where you have more flexibility. The algorithm doesn't have to be as theoretically sound in order to converge to that class of games, because it's a simpler set.
Sure. So I kind of in my brain, the word self-play has mapped to neural networks, but we're speaking something bigger than just neural networks. It could be anything. The self-playing mechanism, it's just the mechanism of a system playing itself.
Exactly, yeah. Self-play is not tied specifically to neural nets. It's a kind of reinforcement.
Are we in?
And I would also say, this process of trying to reason, what would the value have been if I had taken this other action instead? This is very similar to how humans learn to play a game like poker, right? You probably played poker before, and with your friends, you probably ask, would you have called me if I raised it?
Okay.
That's a person trying to do the same kind of learning from the counterfactual that PK has here.
Okay, and if you do that at scale, you're going to be able to learn an optimal
verify with Reddit.
Now, where the neural nets come in, I said okay, if it's in that situation again, then it will choose the action that has higher regret. Now, the problem is that poker is such a huge game. I think in No Limit Texas Hold'em, the version that we were playing, has 10 to the 161 different decision points, which is more than the number of atoms in the universe squared.
That's heads up.
Your account has been suspended. Cool.
Log
in.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the number of chips that you have, stacks and everything, but the version that we were playing was 10 to the 161.
Do I have any of them that are unbanned?
Would be a somewhat simplified version anyway.
Biggest pimp of all time is definitely banned.
I bet there's some step function you had.
RabbiRothschild 69.
Oh no, that's I'm saying we played the full game. You can get whatever amount.
Biggest pimp of all time.
Maybe it was constrained in what it considered for bet sizes. But
it's not.
The person on the other side can bet whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
161
sure
plus or minus 10 doesn't matter.
Let's try.
And so the way neural nets help out here is, you don't have to run into the same exact situation. That's never going to happen again. The odds of you running into the same exact situation are pretty slim. But if you run into a similar situation and you can generalize from other states that you've been in that kind of look like that one, and you can say well, these other situations I had high regret for this action, so maybe I should play that action here as well.
Which is the
more complex game? 0%.
Or poker? Or Go or poker? Do you know?
That is a controversial question.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
It was somebody screaming on Reddit right now. It depends on which subreddit you're on.
Start quitting tonight, folks.
I'm sure David Silver's gonna get really angry at me.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say poker actually, and I think for a couple of reasons.
They're not here to defend themselves.
So, first of all, you have the imperfect information aspect.
Settings.
So it's
How do I log in?
We can go into that, but once you introduce imperfect information, things get much more complicated.
Biggest pimp of
So we
all
should
time.
say, maybe you
Cool.
can describe what is seen to the
Okay.
players, what is not seen in the game of Texas Hold'em.
Yeah, so Texas Hold'em, you get 2 cards face down that only you see. And so that's the hidden information game. The other players also all get 2 cards face down that only they see. And so you have to kind of, as you're playing, reason about like, okay, what do they think I have? What do they have? What do they think I think they have? That kind of stuff. And that's kind of where bluffing comes into play, right? Because the fact that you can bluff, the fact that you can bet with a bad hand and still win, is because they don't know what your cards are.
Right.
And that's the key difference between a perfect information game like chess and Go, and imperfect information games like poker.
This is what trash talk looks like.
Logged in as
The
biggest pimp of all time.
The game I saw. This is what you're talking about.
Let's work, baby.
But yeah, so
get this motherfucker
when you're playing,
to work.
I'm just gonna do random questions here. So
Hi,
when you're
biggest
playing
pimp
your
of all
opponent
time.
under
Except
information, is there some degree to which you're trying to
let me
estimate the range of hands that they have?
Messages failed to load.
Or is that not part of the algorithm? So
again.
What are the different approaches to the imperfect information game?
I think this
So,
is banned too.
the key thing to understand about why imperfect information makes things difficult is that you have to worry not just about which actions to play, but the probability that you're going to play those actions.
Maybe.
So you think about
maybe not.
Rock, paper, scissors, for example. Rock, paper, scissors is an imperfect information.
Except.
Because you don't know what I'm about to do.
I do, but yeah, usually not. Yeah.
And so you can't just say like, oh, I'm just going to throw a rock every single time, because the other person is going to figure that out. And
that's what I'm talking about.
So start losing. And so you don't just have to figure out like, which action to play. You have to
yes. We're in, son.
And really importantly, the value of an action depends on the probability.
Sure, everybody's gonna hate me.
So if you're playing rock every single time, that value is really low. But if you're never playing rock.
What's up? What's up? How are you, DL Weatherly? Hope you're amazing, big dog. I just ate this like huevos rancheros. It's really not that. It's just salsa and cheese, and it caused me to throw up. I'm glad to be here, though. Hope you're doing well, big dog. Don't worry, I'll be back. That call was amazing. Chill zone. Ready to get banned from there? Oh, for sure, dog. Let me in on this bitch. Monday Night Raw. Yo, did I get a fucking update? Hey, dog, we just wanted to let you know that we're gonna continue to ban you, so hope you like it. Hope you like your lifetime ban, douche. I like it. Biggest pimp of all time. Alright. What is this? Margaritas or not? Jamming. Okay. Blue Wild Beta? What is that? Did I get another band? No one knows. Yo, what's up, your boy Merlin? How you living, pimp? I hope you're well. If you need me, I'm here for you, my man. I can't wait to get banned. What are the rules? Hey, everybody. Chat. Hi, everyone. night, everyone. Man. Does anybody talk in this beat? No. +3 years, dog. I'm ready to get banned. Hi. Lost 3 pets. Fuck yeah. Dude, I can't believe the biggest pimp of all time is not banned. It's fucking wild. And no. %. Does it show up as biggest pimp of all time? Yes, it does. Oh, these people have shitty fucking names. Hey, I'm Extreme Locksmith. Hey, I'm Middle Bumblebee. Plus numbers. Oh man, I have to shit. I learned my fucking lesson though, kids. Kids, what does Rabbi always say? Never trust, never trust a fart unless you're on the toilet. Why? You just go back in my stream like 48 hours ago to the exact second, basically. What in the fuck? Stop, B. This is the third industrial revolution. Look, 100 million souls. Man, I'm telling you what, kids, I'm in a fucking mineral oil. I know I am. I know this thing has baby oil written all over it. It's ready, it's loaded. Do not trust it. No, I gotta go. If I did it right now, it'd go right down my fucking leg. I'm not even gonna trust it. Don't ever trust it, kids. I'm telling you, this shit is mineral oil. Yo, dogs. Did I get booted? John, did I get booted? Extreme Locksmith, Extreme hyphen Locksmith 746. You fucked up when you took that fucking loser, man. You get something sick like biggest pimp of all time. What's that fucker's name? Fist? Lines. What's his name? Fucking Eddie. Sure as hell. Oh, that movie is so fucking funny. Dude, they took it away? Dude, why isn't it like people who are into cryptocurrency aren't into sports? People who are into stocks aren't into cryptocurrency. People who are into sports aren't into stocks. All gambling.
Greedy, you hear me? Yeah, dog.
I just clocked 18. What does that fucking mean?
Yo, dog. I can't believe I got in a fucking Wall Street server. Sure, they're gonna kick me out. Hey, hate me. Everybody hates me. Welcome, welcome. How are you, big dog? Shout out to Cannon Torch 1. Living like a pimp. Alright, that's cool. I wouldn't want to talk to me either. This is the worst. Oh, man. Kids, let me tell you a story. Yeah. It was something like this. Um, what was it? Oh man, what was it? It was a. I had this really good story to tell. But yeah, what about my bowel movement? I thought it was gonna be mineral oil. I really thought it was gonna be like fire hose against fire hose, like the bottom of Niagara Falls. What is it? Someplace. Really? Could be. Who knows? Anyway, I really had to take a dump. When I got there, I was like, oh man, I'm ready for fucking Niagara Falls. You know all that mist and shit at the bottom? And guess fucking what? You're never gonna believe this, kids. It was a queef, allegedly. Maybe a push, perhaps, who knows? And then it was just like a raw Sienna college ball 7. So it got me to thinking, like, when you have gas and poop in the same thing, allegedly, can it make you think that you have diarrhea? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how gas really affects it, but who knows? Beano's a thing, kids. Ban appeal. All I ever do is fucking dog. This is the worst stream ever, and these assholes in chill zone are not chilling. They're kind of being major douches. Oh, we think you're advertising. Then don't let anybody have anything in their profile. Why? Because then, why allow anything in a profile if you can't allow advertising? So what? So what if it's advertising? Having a username by default is advertising something. It's the worst. Man, I'm like burping. I had this really pussy ass vomit earlier. It was like, and then just going on here? No. Oh, I got kicked out. Fuck. Heartbreaking. Why? I don't know. Man, that's some shit. It's like I just saw it and I was like, oh, I knew I'm fucking banned. Why? No one knows. Just the worst shit. Dog, that's some bullshit. Worst shit ever. Well, who knows? Why would they ban me? I don't know. Sucks though. I really wish these faceless anonymous motherfuckers could would have to see the light somehow. Fucking bullshit.
Stars. Pokemon. One Piece. Well, whatevs. Man, I can't believe I just looked over there and that part was gone. And I ended up with band. What the fuck is this? Like a chill coffee shop. Yeah, just go over there. Choose your channels. What the fuck is this? Dude, this is as big as my fucking server. Get me out of here. Okay, game from those. A nice thing that's bigger than that.
This is the worst. Gold. Message. Messages. Message. Account is no longer available.
bands. Last one was at 6:25 p.m. yesterday, which is like 10 a.m. tomorrow. I don't know what that time. Staunch University. What the fuck you want, Carbot? Shiver. What's this crypto signal? Dumb crypto bullshit. What was it? Wall Street. I think I've been there. Momentum. It's a big mouth. Like a busy coffee shop. Everybody says that. Momentum somewhere. go. Rules of verification. No drama. No emotional histories. No loyalties. No loyalties. No more. The internet has actually failed. We can't even kick it no more.